Chapter 23. I received my university degree. You ignore your textbook assignments in philosophy. No doubt you are depending on an unlaborious intuition to get you through the examinations. But unless you apply yourself in a more scholarly manner, I shall see to it that you don't pass this course. Professor D.C. Ghoshal of Serampur College was addressing me sternly. If I failed to pass his final written classroom test, I would be ineligible to take the conclusive examination. These are formulated by the faculty of Calcutta University, which numbers Serampore College among its affiliated branches. A student is Indian University who is unsuccessful in one subject in the AB finals must be examined anew in all his subjects the following year. Finals must be examined anew in all his subjects the following year. My instructors at Serampur College usually treated me with kindness, not untinged by an amused tolerance. Mukunda is a bit overdrunk with religion. Thus, summing me up, they tactfully spared me the embarrassment of answering classroom questions. They trusted the final written test to eliminate me from the list of AV candidates. The judgment passed by my fellow students was expressed in their nickname for me, Mad Monk. I took an ingenious step to nullify Professor Ghoshal's threat to me of failure in philosophy. When the results of the final test were about to be publicly announced, I asked a classmate to accompany me to the professor's study. Come along, I want a witness. I told my companion, I shall be very much disappointed if I have not succeeded in outwitting the instructor. Professor Ghoshal shook his head after I had inquired what rating he had given my paper. You are not among those who have passed, he said in triumph. He hunted through a large pile on his desk. Your paper is not here at all. You have failed in any case, through non-appearance at the examination. I chuckled. Sir, I was there. May I look through the stack myself? The professor, nonplussed, gave his permission. I quickly found my paper, where I had carefully omitted any identification mark except my roll call number, unwarned by the red flag of my name. The instructor had given a high rating to my answers, even though they were unembellished by textbook quotations. Seeing through my trick, he now thundered, "Sheer brazen luck." He added hopefully, "You are sure to fail in the AB finals for the test in my other subjects." I received some coaching, particularly from my dear friend and cousin, Prabhas Chandra Ghosh, son of my uncle Sarada. I staggered painfully but successfully with the lowest possible passing marks through all my final tests. Now, after 4 years of college, I was eligible to sit for the AV examinations. Nevertheless, I hardly expected to avail myself of the privilege. The Serampur College finals were child's play compared to the stiff ones which would be set by Calcutta University for the AB degree. My almost daily visit to see Yukteswar had left me little time to enter the college halls. There it was my presence rather than my absence that brought forth ejaculations of amazement from my classmates. My customary routine was to set out on my bicycle about 9:30 in the morning. In one hand I would carry an offering for my guru, a few flowers from the garden of my Panthi boarding house. Greeting me affably, master would invite me to lunch. I invariably accepted with alacrity, glad to banish the thought of college for the day. After hours with Sri Yukteswar, listening to his incomparable flow of wisdom of helping with ashram duties, I would reluctantly depart around midnight for the Panthi. Occasionally, I stayed all night with my guru, so happily engrossed in his conversation that I scarcely noticed when darkness changed into dawn. One night about 11 o'clock, as I was putting on my shoes in preparation for the ride to the boarding house, master questioned me gravely, "When do your AV examinations start?" "5 days hence," Sir, I hope you are in readiness for them. Transfixed with alarm, I had one shoe in the air. Sir, I protested. You know how my days have been passed with you rather than with the professors. How can I enact a fast by appearing for those difficult exam finals? Sri Yukteswar's eyes were turned piercingly on mine. You must appear. His tone was coldly peremptory. He, we should not give cause for your father and other relatives to criticize your preference for ashram life. Just promise me that you will be present for the examination. Answer them the best way you can. Uncontrollable tears were coursing down my face. I felt that master's command was unreasonable and that his interest was, to say the least, belated. I will appear if you wish it, I said amidst sobs, but no time remains for proper preparation. Under my breath, I muttered, I will fill up the seats with your teachings in answer to the questions. When I entered the hermitage the following day at my usual hour, I presented my bouquet with a certain mournful solemnity. Sri Yukteswar laughed at my woe-begone air. Mukund, has the Lord ever failed you? At an examination or elsewhere? No, sir, I responded warmly. Grateful memories came in a revivifying flood. Not laziness but burning zeal for God has prevented you from seeking college honors. My Guru said kindly. After a silence, he quoted, Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. For the thousandth time, I felt my burdens lifted in Master's presence. When he had finished our early lunch, he suggested that I return to the Panthi. Does your friend Romesh Chandradatta still live in your boarding house? Yes, sir. Get in touch with him. The Lord will inspire him to help you with the examinations. Very well, sir. But Romesh is unusually busy. He is the honor man in our class and carries a heavier course than the others. Master waved aside my objections. Romesh will find time for you. Now go. I bicycled back to the Panthi. The first person I met in the boarding house compound was the scholarly Romesh, as though his days were quite free. He obligingly agreed to my diffident request. Of course, I am at your service. He spent several hours of that afternoon and of succeeding days in coaching me in my various subjects. I believe many questions in English literature will be centered in the root of Charity Herald. He told me, we must get an atlas at once. I hastened to the home of my uncle Sarda and borrowed an atlas. Romans marked the European map at the places visited by Byron's romantic traveler. A few classmates had gathered around to listen to the tutoring. Romans is advising you wrongly, one of them commented to me at the end of a session. Usually only 50% of the questions are about the books. The other half will involve the author's lives. When I sat for the examination in English literature the following day, my first glance at the questions caused tears of gratitude to pour forth. Wetting my paper, the classroom monitor came to my desk and made a sympathetic inquiry. My guru foretold that Romesh would help me. I explained, Look, the very question dictated to me by Romesh are here on the examination sheet. Fortunately for me, there are very few questions this year on English authors whose lives are wrapped in deep mystery so far as I am concerned. My boarding house was in an uproar when I returned. The boys who had ridiculing Romesh's method of coaching looked at me in awe, almost deafening me with congratulations. During the week of the examination, I spent many hours with Romesh, who formulated questions that he thought were likely to be set by the professors. Day by day, Romesh's questions appeared in almost the same form on the examination sheet. The news was widely circulated in the college that something resembling a miracle was occurring, and that success seemed probable for the absent-minded mad monk. I made no attempt to hide the facts of the case. The local professors were powerless to alter the questions, which had been arranged by Calcutta University. Thinking over the examination in English literature, I realized one morning that I had made a serious error. One section of the questions had been divided into two parts of A or B and C or D. Instead of answering one question from each part, I had carelessly answered both questions in group 1 and had failed to consider anything in group 2. The best mark I could score in that paper would be 3 less than passing marks of 36. I rushed to master and poured out my troubles. Sir, I have made an unpardonable blunder. I don't deserve the divine blessings to Rome's. I am quite unworthy. Cheer up, Mukund, Siyukte's tremble, light and unconcerned. He pointed to the blue vault of the heavens. It is more possible for the sun and moon to interchange their position in space than it is for you to fail in getting your degree. I left the hermitage in a more tranquil mood. Though it seemed mathematically inconceivable that I could pass, I looked once or twice apprehensively into the sky. The Lord of Day appeared to be securely anchored in his customary orbit. As I reached the Panthi, I overheard a classmate's remark. I have just learned that this year, for the first time, the required passing mark in English literature has been lowered. I entered the boy's room with such speed that he looked up in alarm. I questioned him eagerly. Long-haired monk, he said laughingly, why this sudden interest in scholastic matters? Why cry in the 11th hour? But it is true that the passing mark has just been lowered to 33 points. A few joyous leaps took me into my own room, where I sank to my knees and praised the mathematical perfections of my divine Father. Every day I thrilled with the consciousness of a spiritual presence that I clearly felt to be guiding me through Rome's. A significant incident occurred in connection with the examination in Bengal. Rome's, who had touched little on that subject, called me back one morning as I passed leaving the boarding house on my way to the examination hall. There is Rome's shouting for you, a classmate said to me impatiently. Don't return, we shall be late at the hall. Ignoring the advice, I went back to the house. The Bengali examination is usually easily passed by our Bengali boys, Romesh told me. But I have just had a hunch that this year the professors have planned to massacre the students by asking questions from our ancient literature. My friend then briefly outlined two stories from the life of Vidyasagar, a renowned philanthropist. I thanked Romesh and quickly bicycled to the college hall. The examination sheet in Bengali proved to contain two parts. The first instruction was by two instances of the charities of Vidyasagar. As I transferred to the paper the lorry that I had so recently acquired, I whispered a few words of thanksgiving that I had received Romesh's last-minute summons. Had I been ignorant of Vidyasagar's benefactions to mankind, including ultimately myself, I could not have passed the Bengali examination. Failing in one subject, I would have been forced to stand examination anew in all subjects the following year. Such a prospect was understandably abhorrent. The second instruction on the sheet read, write an essay in Bengali on the life of the man who had most inspired you. Gentle reader, I need not inform you what man I chose for my theme. As I covered page after page with praise of my guru, I smiled to realize that my muttered prediction was coming true. I will fill up the seats with your teachings. I had not felt inclined to question Romesh about my course in philosophy. Trusting my long training under Sri Yukteswar, I safely disregarded the textbook explanations. The highest mark given to any of my paper was a 1 in philosophy. My score in all other subjects was just barely within the passing marks. It is a pleasure to record that my unselfish friend Romesh received high own degree cum laude. Father was wreathed in a smile at my graduation. I hardly thought you would pass, Mukund, he confessed. You spent so much time with your guru. Master had indeed correctly detected the unspoken criticism of my father. For years I had been uncertain that I would ever see the day when an AV would follow my name. I seldom used the title without reflecting that it was a divine gift, conferred on me for reasons somewhat obscure. Occasionally I hear college men remark that very little of their crammed knowledge remained with them after graduation. That admission consoles me a bit for my undoubted academic deficiencies. On the day I received my degree from Calcutta University, I knelt at my Guru's feet and thanked him for all the blessings flowing from his life into mine. Get up, Mukunda, he said indulgently. The Lord simply found it more convenient to make you a graduate than to rearrange the sun and moon. Chapter 24. I became a monk of the Swami order. Master, my father had been annexed for me to accept an executive position with the Bengal Nagpur Railway, but I have definitely refused it. I added hopefully, Sir, will you not take me a monk of the Swami order? I looked pleadingly at my guru during preceding years in order to test the depth of my determination. He had refused this same request. Today, however, he smiled graciously. Very well, tomorrow I will initiate you into Swamiship. He bent on quietly. I am happy that you have persisted in your desire to be a monk, Rari Mahasaya often said. If you don't invite God to be your summer guest, he won't come in the winter of your life. Dear Master, I could never falter in my goal to belong to the Swami order like your revered self. I smiled at him with measureless affection. He that is unmarried careth for the things that belong to the Lord, how he may please the Lord. But he that is married careth for the things of the world, how he may please his wife. I had analyzed the lives of many of my friends who, after undergoing certain spiritual discipline, had then married, launched on the sea of worldly responsibilities. They had forgotten their resolution to meditate deeply. To allot God a secondary place in life was, to me, inconceivable, though he is the sole owner of the cosmos, silently serving us with gifts from life to life. One thing yet remains which he does not own, and which each human heart is empowered to withhold or bestows, man's love. The Creator, in taking infinite pains to shroud with mystery his presence in every atom of creation, could have had but one motive, a sensitive desire that men seek him only through free will. With what velvet globe of every humility has he not covered the iron hand of omnipotence. The following day was one of the most memorable in my life. It was a sunny Thursday, I remember, in July 1914, a few weeks after my graduation from college. On the inner balcony of his Sevampur hermitage, Master dipped a new piece of white silk into a dye of ochre, the traditional color of the Swami order. After the cloth has dried, my guru wrapped it around me as a renunciate robe. Some day you will go to the West, where silk is preferred, he said. As a symbol, I have chosen for you this silk material instead of the customary cotton. In India, where monks embrace the idea of poverty, a silk-clad Swami is an unusual sight. Many yogis, however, wear garments of silk, which preserves certain subtle bodily currents better than cotton. I am averse to ceremonies, Sri Yukteswar remarked. I will make you a Swami in the Bidvat, non-ceremonious manner. The Vividisa, or elaborate initiation into Swamiship, includes a fire ceremony, during which symbolical funeral rites are performed. The physical body of the disciple is represented as dead, cremated in the flame of wisdom. The newly made Swami is then given a chant such as "This Atma is Brahma," or "Thou art that," or "I am He." Sri Yukteswar, however, with his love of simplicity, dispensed with all formal rites and merely asked me to select a new name. I will give you the privilege of choosing it yourself. He said smilingly. Yoganand, I replied after a moment's thought. The name literally means bliss Anand, through divine union yoga. Be it so, forsaking your family name of Mukunda, Lal Ghosh. Henceforth you shall be called Yoganand of the Giri branch of the Swami order. As I knelt before Sri Yukteswar and for the first time heard him pronounce my new name, my heart overflowed with gratitude. How lovingly and tirelessly had he labored that the boy Mukunda be some day transformed into monk Yoganand. I joyfully sang a few verses from the long Sanskrit chant of Lord Shankar, mind nor intellect, nor ego feeling, sky nor earth, nor matter am I. I am he, blessed spirit I am he. No birth, no death, no caste have I. Father, mother have I none. I have he, I have he. I am he, I am he. Blessed spirit I am he. Beyond the flights of fancy, formless am I. Permitting the limbs of all life, bondage I do not fear. I am free, ever free. I am he, I am he. Blessed spirit I am he. Every Swami belongs to the ancient monastic order, which was organized in its present form by Shankar because it is a formal order with an unbroken line of saintly representatives serving as active leaders. No man can give himself the title of Swami. He rightfully receives it only from another Swami. All monks thus lose their spiritual lineage to one common Guru, Lord Shankar, by vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience to the spiritual teacher. Many Catholic Christians monastic orders resemble the order of Swami. In addition to his new name, usually ending in Ananda, the Swami takes a little title which indicates his formal connection with one of the 10 subdivisions of the Swami order. These dasnamis or 10 agnomens include the Giri mountain, to which the Sri Yukteswar and hence myself belong. Among the other branches are the Sagar, sea, Bharati, land, Aranya, forest, Puri, tract, Tirtha, place of pilgrimage, and Saraswati, wisdom of nature. The new name received by a Swami thus has a twofold significance and represents the attainment of supreme bliss, Ananda, through some divine quality or state, love, wisdom, devotion, service, yoga, and through a harmony with nature, as expressed in her infinite vastness of oceans, mountains, skies. The ideas of selfless service to all mankind and of renunciation of personal ties and ambitions leads the majority of Swamis to engage actively in humanitarian and educational work in India or occasionally in foreign lands, ignoring all prejudices of caste, creed, class, color, sex, or race. A Swami follows the precepts of human brotherhood. His goal is absolute unity with spirit, imbuing his waking and sleeping consciousness with the thought, I am he. He roams contentedly in the world but not of it. Thus only may he justify his title of Swami, one who seeks to achieve union with the Swa or self. It is needless to add that not all formally titled Swamis are equally successful in reaching their high goal. Sri Yukteswar was both a Swami and a yogi. A Swami, formerly a monk by virtue of his connection with the ancient order, is not always a yogi. Anyone who practices a scientific technique of God contact is a yogi. He may be either married or unmarried, either a worldly man or one of formal religious ties. A Swami may conceivably follow only the path of dry reasoning, of cold renunciation, but a yogi engages himself in a definite step-by-step procedure by which the body and mind are disciplined and the soul liberated, taking nothing for granted on emotional grounds or by faith. A yogi practices a thoroughly tested series of exercises which were first mapped out by the early rishis. Yoga has produced in every age of India men who became truly free, truly yogi Christ. Like any other science, yoga is applicable to people of every clime and time. The theory advanced by certain ignorant writers that yoga is unsuitable for Westerners is wholly false and has lamentably prevented many sincere students from seeking its manifold blessings. Yoga is a method for restraining the natural turbulence of thoughts, which otherwise impartially prevent all men of all lands from glimpsing their true nature of spirit. Yoga cannot know a barrier of east and west any more than does the healing and equitable light of the sun. So long as man possesses a mind with its restless thoughts, so long will there be a universal need for yoga or control. The ancient VCs Patanjali defines yoga as control of the fluctuations of the mind stuff. His very short and masterly exposition, the Yoga Sutras, form one of the six systems of Hindu philosophy. In contradiction to Western philosophies, all six Hindu systems embody not only theoretical but practical teachings. In addition to every conceivable ontological inquiry, the six systems formulate six definite disciplines aimed at the permanent removal of suffering and the attainment of timeless bliss. The common thread linking all six systems is the declaration that no true freedom for man is possible without knowledge of the ultimate reality. The later Upanishads uphold the Yoga Sutras among the six systems as containing the most efficacious method for achieving direct perception of truth. Through the practical technique of yoga, man leaves behind forever the barren realms of speculation and cognizes in experience the veritable essence. The yoga system as outlined by Patanjali is known as the Eightfold Path. The first step, Yama, second Niyam, require observance of 10 negative and positive moralities, avoidance of injury to others, of truthfulness, of stealing, of incontinence, of gift receiving, which brings obligations, and purity of body and mind, contentment, self-discipline, study and devotion to God. The next step are three asana. Right posture, the spinal column must be held straight and the body firm in a comfortable position for meditation. 4. Pranayam, control of prana, subtle life current. 5th. Pratyahar, withdrawal of the senses from external objects. The last steps are forms of yoga proper. Dharana, concentration, holding the mind to one thought. 7. Dhyan, meditation. And 8. Samadhi, superconscious perception. This is the eightfold path of yoga which leads us one to the final goal of Kaivalya, absoluteness, a term which might be more comprehensively put as realization of the truth beyond all intellectual apprehension. Which is greater, one may ask, a Swami or a yogi, if and when final oneness with God is achieved, the distinctions of the various paths disappear. The Bhagavad Gita, however, points out that the methods of yoga are all impressive. Its techniques are not meant only for certain types and temperaments, such as those few who incline toward the monastic life. Yoga requires no formal allegiance because the yogic science satisfies a universal need. It has a natural universal applicability. A true yogi may remain dutifully in the world. There he is like butter on water and not like the easily diluted milk of unchurned and undisciplined humanity. To fulfill one's earthly responsibilities, it is indeed the higher path, provided the yogi, maintaining a mental uninvolvement with egotistical desires, plays his heart as a willing instrument of God. There are a number of great souls living in American or European or other non-Hindu bodies today who, though they may never have heard the word yogis and Swami, are yet true exemplars of those terms, through their disinterested service to mankind, or through their mastery over passions and thoughts, or through their single-hearted love of God, or through their great powers of concentration. They are, in a sense, yogis. They have set themselves the goal of yoga self-control. These men could rise to even greater heights if they were taught the definite science of yoga, which makes possible a more conscious direction of one's mind and life. Yoga has been superficially misunderstood by certain Western writers, but its critics have never been its practitioners. Among many thoughtful tribute to yoga may be mentioned one by Dr. C. G. Jung, the famous Swiss psychologist. When a religious method recommends itself as scientific, it can be certain of its public in the West. Yoga fulfills this expectation. Dr. Jung writes, quite apart from the charm of the new and the fascination of the half understood, there is good cause for yoga to have many adherents. It offers the possibility of uncontrollable experience and thus satisfies the scientific needs of facts, and besides this, by reasons of its breadth and depth, its vulnerable is its doctrine and method, which include every phase of life. It promises undreamed of possibilities. Every religious or philosophical practice means a psychological discipline, that is, a method of mental hygiene. The manifold purely bodily procedures of yoga also mean a psychological hygiene, which are superior to ordinary gymnastics and breathing exercises, inasmuch as it is not merely mechanistic and scientific, but also philosophical. In its training of the parts of the body, it unites them with the whole of the spirit, as is quite clear, for instance, in the pranayama exercises, where prana is both the breath and the universal dynamics of the cosmos. When the thing which the individual is doing is also a cosmic event, the effect experienced in the body, the innovation unites with the emotion of the spirit, the universal idea, and out of this there develops a lively unity which no technique, however scientific, can produce. Yoga practice is unthinkable and would also be ineffectual without the concepts on which yoga is based. It combines the bodily and the spiritual with each other in an extraordinarily complete way. In the East, where these ideas and practices have developed, and where for several thousand days an unbroken tradition has created the necessary spiritual foundation, yoga is, as I can readily believe, the perfect and appropriate method of fusing body and mind together so that they form a unity which is scarcely to be questioned. This unity creates a psychological disposition which makes possible intuitions that transcend consciousness. The Western day is indeed nearing when the inner science of the self-control will be found as necessary as the outer conquest of nature. This new atomic age will see man's minds sobered and broadened by the new scientifically indisputable truth that matter is in reality a concentrate of energy. Final forces of the human mind can and must liberate energies greater than those within stones and metals, reached the material atomic giant newly unleashed, turn on the world in a mindless destruction. Chapter 25. Brother Anant and Sister Nalini. Ananta cannot live. The sands of his karma from this life have run out. These inexorable words reached my inner consciousness as I sat one morning in deep meditation. Shortly after I had entered the Swami altar, I paid a visit to my birthplace, Gorakhpur, as a guest of my elder brother Ananta. A sudden illness confined him to his bed. I nursed him lovingly. The solemn inward pronouncement filled me with grief. I felt that I could not bear to remain longer in Gorakhpur only to see my brother removed before my helpless gaze. Amidst uncomprehending criticism from my relatives, I left India on the first available boat. It cruised along Burma and the China Sea to Japan. I disembarked at Kobe, where I spent only a few days. My heart was too heavy for sightseeing. On the return trip to India, the boat touched at Shanghai. There, Dr. Mishra, the ship's physician, guided me to several curio shops, where I selected various presents for Sri Yukteswar and my family and friends. For Ananta, I purchased a large carved bamboo piece. No sooner had the Chinese salesman handed me the bamboo souvenir than I dropped it on the floor, crying out, "I have bought this for my dear dead brother." A clear realization had swept over me that his soul was just being freed in the infinite. The souvenir was sharply and symbolically cracked by its fall. Amidst so, I wrote on the bamboo surface, for my beloved Ananta, now gone. My companion, the doctor, was observing these proceedings with a sardonic smile. Save your tears, he remarked. Why save them until you are sure he is dead? When our boat reached Calcutta, Dr. Mishra again accompanied me. My youngest brother Vishnu was waiting to greet me at the dock. I know Ananta has departed this life, I said to Vishnu before he had time to speak. Please tell me and the doctor here when Ananta died. Vishnu named the date, which was the very day that I had brought the souvenir in Shanghai. Look here, Dr. Mishra ejaculated. Don't let any word of this get around. The professors will be adding a year's study of mental telepathy to the medical course, which is already wrong enough. Father embraced me warmly as I entered our Gurpur road home. You have come, he said tenderly. Two large tears dropped from his eyes. Ordinarily undemonstrative, he had never before shown me these signs of affection. Outwardly the grave father, inwardly the possessed, the melting heart of a mother. In all his dealing with the family, his dual parental role was distinctly manifest. Soon after Ananta's passing, my younger sister Nalini was brought back from death's door by a divine healing. Before relating the story, I will refer to a few phases of her earlier life. The childhood relationship between Nalini and myself had not been of the happiest nature. I was very thin, she was thinner still. Through an unconscious motive or complex, which psychiatrists will have no difficulty in identifying, I often used to tease my sister about her cadaverous appearance. Her retorts were equally permeated with the callous frankness of extreme youth. Sometimes mother intervened, ending the childish quarrels, temporarily by a gentle box on my ear on as the elder ear. Time passed. Nalini was betrothed to a young Calcutta physician, Panchanan Bose. He received a generous dowry from father. Presumably, as I remarked to sister, to compensate the bridegroom to be for his fate in allying himself with a human being Paul. Elaborate marriage rites were celebrated in due time. On the wedding night, I joined the large and jovial group of relatives in the living room of our Calcutta home. The bridegroom was leaning on an immense gold-brocaded pillow, with Nalini at his side. A gorgeous purple silk sari could not, alas, wholly hide her angularity. I sheltered myself behind the pillow of my new brother-in-law and grinned at him in friendly fashion. He had never seen Nalini until the day of nuptial ceremony, when he finally learned what he was getting in the matrimonial lottery. Feeling my sympathy, Dr. Bose pointed out unobtrusively to Nalini and whispered in my ear, "Say what's this?" "Why, doctor," I replied, "it is a skeleton for your observation." Convulsed with mirth, my brother-in-law and I were hard put to it to maintain the proper decorum before our assembled relatives. As the years went on, Dr. Bose endeared himself to our family, who called on him whenever illness arose. He and I became fast friends, often joking together, usually with Nalini as our target. "It is a medical curiosity," my brother-in-law remarked to me one day. "I have tried everything on your lean sister. Cod liver oil, butter, malt, honey, fish, meat, eggs, tonics. Still she fails to budge even 1/100th of an inch." We both chuckled. A few days later, I visited the Bose home. My errand there took only a few minutes. I was leaving unnoticed, I thought, by learning. As I reached the front door, I heard her voice, cordial but commanding. "Brother, come here. You are not going to give me the slip this time. I want to talk to you." I mounted the stairs to her room. To my surprise, she was in tears. "Dear brother," she said, "let us bury the old hatchet. I see that your feet are now firmly set on the spiritual path. I want to become like you in every way." She added hopefully, "You are now robust in appearance. Can you help me? My husband does not come near me, and I love him so dearly. But still more, I want to progress in God realization, even if I must remain thin and unattractive." My heart was deeply touched at her plea. Our new friendship steadily progressed. One day she asked to become my disciple. Train me in any way you like. I put my trust in God instead of tonics. She gathered together an armful of medicines and poured them down the roof drain. As a test of her faith, I asked her to omit from her diet all fish, meat and eggs. After several months during which Nalini had strictly followed the various rules I had outlined and had adhered to her vegetarian diet in spite of numerous difficulties, I paid her a visit. Since you have been consciously observing the spiritual injunctions, your reward is near. I smiled mischievously. How plump do you want to be? As fat as our aunt who has not seen her feet in years. No, but I long to be as stout as you are. I replied solemnly, by the grace of God, as I have spoken truth always, I speak truly now. Through the divine blessings, your body shall verily change from today. In 1 month it shall have the same weight as mine. These words from my heart found fulfillment. In 30 days, Nalini's weight equaled mine. The new roundness gave her beauty. Her husband fell deeply in love. Their marriage began so inauspiciously, turned out to be ideally happy. On my return from Japan, I learned that during my absence, Nalini had been stricken with typhoid fever. I rushed to her home and was aghast to find her reduced to a mere skeleton. She was in a coma. Before her mind became confused by illness, my brother-in-law told me, she often said, if Brother Mukund were here, I would not be faring thus. He added despairingly, the other doctors and myself see no hope. Dysentery has set in after her long bout with typhoid. I began to move heaven and earth with my prayers, engaging an Anglo-Indian nurse who gave me full cooperation. I applied to my sister various yoga techniques of healing. The blood dysentery disappeared. But Dr. Bose shook his head mournfully. She simply has no more blood left to shed. She will recover, I replied stoutly. In 7 days her fever will be gone. A week later I was thrilled to see Nalini open her eyes and gaze at me with loving recognition. From that day her recovery was swift. Although she regained her usual weight, she bore one sad scare of her nearly fatal illness. Her legs were paralyzed. Indian and English specialists pronounced her a hopeless cripple. The incessant war for her life, which I have waged by prayers, had exhausted me. I went to Serampore to ask Sri Yukteswar's help. His eyes expressed deep sympathy as I told him of Nalini's plight. Your sister's legs will be normal at the end of 1 month, he added. Let her bear next to her skin a band with an unperforated 2-carat pearl held on by a clasp. I prostrated myself at his feet with joyful relief. Sir, you are a master. Your word of her recovery is enough, but if you insist, I shall immediately get her a pearl. My guru nodded. Yes, do that. He went on to correctly describe the physical and mental characteristics of Nalini, whom he had never seen. Sir, I inquired, is this an astrological analysis? You do not know her birth day or hour. Sri Yukteswar smiled. There is a deeper astrology, not dependent on the testimony of calendars and clocks. Each man is a part of the Creator or cosmic man. He has a heavenly body as well as one of earth. The human eyes sees the physical form, but the inward eyes penetrates more profoundly even to the universal pattern of which each man is an integral and individual part. I returned to Calcutta and purchased a pearl for Nalini. A month later, her paralyzed legs were completely healed. Sister asked me to convey her heartfelt gratitude to my guru. He listened to her message in silence, but as I was taking my leave, he made a pregnant comment. Your sister has been told by many doctors that she can never bear children. Assure her that in a few years she will give birth to 2 daughters. Some years later, to Nalini's joy, she bore a girl, followed in a few years by another daughter. Your master Bal has blessed our home, our entire family. My sister said, the presence of such a man is a sanctification on the whole of India. Dear brother, please tell Sri Yukteswarji that through you I humbly count myself as one of his Kriya Yoga disciples. Chapter 26. The Science of Kriya Yoga. The science of Kriya Yoga, mentioned so often in these pages, became widely known in modern India through the instrumentality of Lahiri Maharaj. My Guru's Guru. The Sanskrit root of Kriya is Kri, to do, to act and react. The same root is profound in the word karma, the natural principle of cause and effect. Kriya Yoga is thus a union, yoga with the infinite through a certain actions or rite. A yogi who faithfully follows its technique is gradually freed from karma or the universal chain of causation. Because of certain ancient yogic injunctions, I cannot give a full explanation of Kriya Yoga in the pages of a book intended for the general public. The actual technique must be learned from a Kriya Ban or Kriya Yogi. Here a broad reference must suffice. Kriya Yoga is a simple psychophysiological method by which the human blood is decarbonized and recharged with oxygen. The atoms of this extra oxygen are transmuted into life current to rejuvenate the brain and spinal centers. By stopping the accumulation of venous blood, the yogi is able to lessen or prevent the decay of tissues. The advanced yogi transmutes his cell into pure energy. Elijah, Jesus, Kabir and other prophets were past masters in the use of Kriya or a similar technique by which they caused their bodies to dematerialize at will. Kriya is an ancient science. Lahiri Mahasaya received it from his Guru, Babaji, who rediscovered and clarified the technique after it had been lost in the dark ages. The Kriya Yoga which I am giving to the world through you in this 19th century, Babaji told Lahiri Mahasaya, is a revival of same science which Krishna gave millenniums ago to Arjun and which was later known to Patanjali and to Christ, Saint John, Saint Paul and other disciples. Kriya Yoga is referred to by Krishna, India's greatest prophet, in a stanza of the Bhagavad Gita. Offering inhaling breath into the outgoing breath and offering the outgoing breath into the inhaling breath, the yogi neutralizes both these breaths. He thus releases the life force from the heart and brings it under his control. The interpretation is the yogi arrests decay in the body by an addition of life force and arrests the mutation of growth in the body by upon eliminating current, thus neutralizing decay and growth by quieting the heart. The yogi learns life control. Krishna also relates that it was he, in a former incarnation, who communicated the indestructible yoga to an ancient illuminator, Vivasvat, who gave it to Manu, the great legislator. He in turn instructed Ikshvaku, the father of India's solar warrior dynasty. Passing thus from one to another, the royal yoga was guarded by the rishis until the coming of the materialistic ages. Then, due to priestly secrecy and man's indifference, the sacred knowledge gradually became inaccessible. Kriya Yoga is mentioned twice by the ancient sage Patanjali, foremost exponent of yoga, who wrote Kriya Yoga consists of body discipline, mental control and meditating on Om. Patanjali speaks of God as the actual cosmic sound of Om heard in meditation. Om is a creative word, the sound of the vibratory motor. Even the yoga beginner soon inwardly hears the wondrous sound of Om. Receiving this blissful spiritual encouragement, the devotee becomes assured that he is in actual touch with divine realms. Patanjali refers a second time to the life control or Kriya techniques. Thus, revelations can be accomplished by that pranayama which is attained by disjoining the course of inspiration and expiration. Saint Paul knew Kriya Yoga, or a technique very similar to it, by which he could switch life currents to and from the senses. He was therefore able to say, "Verily, I protest by our rejoicing which I have in Christ. I die daily." By daily withdrawing his bodily life force, He united it by yoga union with the rejoicing eternal bliss of the Christ consciousness. In that fallacious state, he was consciously aware of being dead to the delusive sensory world of Maya. In the initial states of God contact, Savikalpa Samadhi, the devotee's consciousness merges with the cosmic spirit. His life force is withdrawn from the body, which appears dead or motionless and rigid. The yogi is fully aware of his bodily condition of suspended animation. As he progresses to higher spiritual states, nirvikalpa samadhi, however, he communes with God without bodily fixation and in his ordinary waking consciousness, even in the midst of exacting worldly duties. Kriya Yoga is an instrument through which human evolution can be quickened. Sri Yukteswar explained to his students. The ancient yogis discovered that the secret of cosmic consciousness is intimately linked with breath mastery. This is India's unique and deathless contribution to the world's treasury of knowledge. The life force, which is ordinarily absorbed in maintaining the heart pump, must be freed for higher activities by a method of calming and steering the ceaseless demands of the breath. The Kriya Yogi mentally directs his life energy to revolve upward and downward around the six spinal centers: medullary, cervical, dorsal, lumbar, sacral, and coccygeal plexus, which correspond to the 12 astral signs of zodiac. The symbolic cosmic man, 1/2 minute of revolution of energy around the sensitive spinal cord of man affects subtle progress in his evolution. That half minute of Kriya equals 1 year of natural spinal unfoldment. The astral system of a human being with 12 bipolarity inner constellations revolving around the sun of the omniscient spiritual eye is interrelated with the physical sun and the 12 zodiacal signs. All men are thus affected by an inner and an outer universe. The ancient rishis discovered that man's earthly and heavenly environment in 12-year cycle push him forward on his natural path. The scriptures aware that man requires 1,000,000 years of normal diseaseless evolution to perfect his human brain sufficiently to express cosmic consciousness. 1,000 Kriya practices in 8 years gives the yogis in 1 day the equivalent of 1,000 years of natural evolution, 365,000 years of evolution in 1 year. In 3 years, a Kriya yogi can thus accomplish by intelligent self-effort the same result which nature brings to pass in 1,000,000 years. The Kriya shortcut, of course, can be taken only by deeply developed yogis with the guidance of a guru. Such yogis have carefully prepared their bodies and brains to receive the power created by intensive practice. The Kriya beginner employs his yogic exercise only for 14 to 28 times twice daily. A number of yogis achieve emancipation in 6 or 12 or 24 or 48 years. A yogi who dies before achieving full realization carries with him the good karma of his past Kriya effort. In his new life, he is harmoniously propelled toward his infinite goal. The body of the average man is like a 50-watt bulb lamp, which cannot accommodate the billion watts of power aroused by an excessive practice of Kriya. Through a gradual and regular increase of the simple and foolproof methods of Kriya, man's body becomes astrally transformed day by day and is finally fitted to express the infinite potential of cosmic energy, the first materially active expression of spirit. Kriya Yoga has nothing in common with the unscientific breathing exercises taught by a number of misguided jailords. Their attempts to forcibly hold breath in the lungs is not only unnatural but decidedly unpleasant. Kriya, on the other hand, is accompanied from the very beginning by an accession of peace and by soothing sensation of regenerative effect in the spine. The ancient yogic technique converts the breath into mind. By spiritual advancement, one is able to recognize the breath as an act of mind, a dream breath. Many illustrations could be given of the mathematical relationship between man's respiratory rate and the variations in his state of consciousness. A person whose attention is wholly engrossed, as in following some closely knit intellectual argument or in attempting some delicate or difficult physical feat, automatically breathes very slowly. Fixity of attention depends on slow breathing. Quick or uneven breath are an inevitable accompaniment of harmful emotional states. Fear, lust, anger. The restless monkey breathes at the rate of 32 times a minute, in a contrast to man's average of 18 times. The elephant, tortoise, snakes, and other animals, noted for their longevity, have a respiratory rate which is less than man's. The tortoise, for instance, who may attain the age of 300 years, breathes only 4 times per minute. The rejuvenating effects of sleep are due to man's temporary unawareness of body and breathing. The sleeping man becomes a yogi. Each night he unconsciously to perform the yogic rite of releasing himself from bodily identification and of merging the life force with healing current in the main brain region and the 6 sub-dynamos of his spinal centers. The sleeper thus dips unknowingly into the reservoir of cosmic energy which sustains all life. The voluntary yogi performs a simple natural process consciously, not unconsciously like the slow-packed sleeper. The Kriya yogi uses his technique to saturate and feed all his physical cells with undecaying light and keep them in a magnetized state. He scientifically makes breath unnecessary without producing the states of subconscious sleep or unconsciousness. By Kriya, the outgoing life force is not wasted and abused in the senses but constrained to reunite with subtler spinal energies. By such reinforcement of life, the yogi's body and brain cells are electrified with the spiritual elixir. Thus he removes himself from studied observance of natural laws, which can only take him by circuitous means as given by proper food, sunlight, and harmonious thoughts to a million years goal. It needs 12 years of normal, healthful living to effect even slight perceptible change in brain structure, and a million solar returns are exacted to sufficiently refine the cerebral tenement for manifestation of cosmic consciousness. Untying the record of breath which binds the soul to the body, Kriya serves to prolong life and enlarge the consciousness to infinity. The yoga method overcomes the tug of war between the mind and the matter-bound senses and frees the devotee to re-inherit his eternal kingdom. He knows his real nature is bound neither by physical encasement nor by breath, symbol of the mortal enslavement to air, to nature's elemental compulsions. Introspection or sitting in the silence is an unscientific way of trying to force apart the mind and senses, tied together by the life force. The contemplative mind, attempting its return to divinity, is constantly dragged back toward the senses by the life currents, Kriya. Controlling the mind directly through the life force is the easiest, most effective, and most scientific avenues of approach to the infinite, in contrast to the slow, uncertain bureaucrat theological path to God. Kriya may justly be called the airplane route. The yogic science is based on an empirical consideration of all forms of concentration, is based on an empirical exercises. Yoga enables the devotees to switch off or on at will life current from the 5 sense telephones of sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. Attaining this power of sense disconnection The yogi finds it simple to unite his mind at will with divine realms or with the birth of matter. No longer is he unwillingly brought back by the life force to the mundane sphere of rowdy sensations and restless thoughts. Master of his body and mind, the Kriya Yogi ultimately achieves victory over the last enemy, death. So shall thou feed on death that feeds on man. And death, once dead, there is no more dying then. The life of an advanced Kriya Yogi is influenced not by effects of past actions, but solely by directions from the soul. The devotees thus avoids the slow evolutionary monitors of egoistic actions, good and bad of common life, cumbrous and snail-like to the eager herds. The superior method of soul living frees the yogi who, sworn to his ego prison, tastes the deep air of omnipresence. The thraldom of natural living is, in contrast, set in a speck humiliating, conforming his life to the evolutionary order. A man can command no concessionary haste from nature, but living without error against the laws of his physical and mental endowment still requires about 1,000,000 years of incarnating masquerades to know final emancipation. The telescopic methods of yogis disengaging themselves from physical and mental identifications in favor of soul individuality, thus commend themselves to those who eye with reward 1,000,000 years. This numerical periphery is enlarged for the ordinary man, who lives in harmony not even with nature, let alone his soul, but pursue instead unnatural complexities, thus offending in his body and thoughts the sweet sanities of nature. For him, 2 times 1,000,000 years can scarce suffice for liberation. Gross man seldom or never realizes that his body is a kingdom, governed by emperor soul on the throne of the cranium, with subsidiary regions in the 6 spinal centers or spheres of consciousness. This theocracy extends over a throng of obedient subjects, 27,000 billion cells, endowed with a sure if automatic intelligence by which they perform all duties of bodily growth, transformations and dissolutions, and 50 million substratal thoughts, emotions, and variations of alternating phrases in man's consciousness in an average life of 60 years. Any phrases in man's consciousness in an average life of 60 years. Any apparent insurrection of body or cerebral cells toward emperor soul manifesting as disease or depressions is due to no disloyalty among the humble citizens, but to past or present misuse by man of his individuality or free will, given to him simultaneous with a soul and revocable never identifying himself with a shallow ego. Man takes for granted that it is he who thinks, wills, feels, digests meals and keeps himself alive, never admitting through reflection on a little would suffice, that in his ordinary life he is not but a puppet of past action, karma, and of nature or environment. Each man's intellectual reactions, feelings, moods and habits are circumscribed by effects of past causes, whether of this or a prior life. Lofty above such influences, however, is his regal soul, spurning the transitory truths and freedoms. The Kriya Yogi passes beyond all disillusionment into his unfettered being. All scriptures declare man to be not a corruptible body but a living soul. By Kriya he is given a method to prove the scripture truth. Outward ritual cannot destroy ignorance because they are not mutually contradictory, wrote Shankar in his famous Century of Verses. Realized knowledge alone destroys ignorance. A knowledge cannot spring up by any other means than inquiry. Who am I? How was this universe born? Who is its maker? What is its material cause? This is the kind of inquiry referred to. The intellect has no answer for these questions, and the rishis involved yoga as the technique of spiritual inquiry. Kriya Yoga is the real fire rite, often extolled in the Bhagavad Gita. The purifying fires of yoga bring eternal illumination and thus differ much from outward and little effective religious fire ceremonies, where perceptions of truth is often burned to solemn chanted accompaniment along with the incense. The advanced yogi withholding all his mind, will and feeling from false identification with bodily desires, uniting his mind with superconscious forces in the spinal streams, thus lives in his word as God hath planned, not impaired by impulses from the past, not by new witlessness of fresh human motivation. Such a yogi receives fulfillment of his supreme desires, safe in the final heaven of inexhaustible blissful spirit. The yogi offers his labyrinthine human longings to a monotheistic bonfire dedicated to the unparalleled God. This is indeed the true yogic fire ceremony, in which all past and present desires are fuel consumed by love divine. The ultimate flame receives the sacrifice of all human madness, and man is pure of dross, his bones stripped of all desirous flesh, his karmic skeleton bleached in the antiseptic suns of wisdom. He is clean at last, inoffensive before man and maker, referring to yoga's sure and methodical efficacy. Lord Krishna praises the technological guru yogi in the following words: the yogi is greater than body disciplining ascetics, greater even than the follower of the path of wisdom, Jnana Yoga, or of the path of action, Karma Yoga. Be thou a disciple, Arjun, a yogi. Chapter 27. Founding a yoga school in Ranchi. Why are you averse to organizational work? Master's question started me a bit. It is true that my private conviction at the time was that organizations were hornets' nest. It is a thankless task, sir, I answered. No matter what the leader does or does not, he is criticized. Do you want the whole divine chana, milk curd, for yourself alone? My guru's retort was accompanied by a stern glance. Could you or yourself or anyone else achieve God contact through yoga if a line of generous-hearted masters had not been willing to convey their knowledge to others? He added, God is the honey, organizations are the hives, both are necessary. Any form is useless, of course without the spirit. But why should you not start busy hives full of the spiritual nectar? His counsel moved me deeply. Although I made no outward reply, an adamant resolution arose in my breast. I would share with my fellows, so far as lay in my power, the unshaking truth I had learned at my Guru's feet. Lord, I prayed, may thy love shine forever on the sanctuary of my devotion, and may I be able to awaken that love in other hearts. On a previous occasion, before I had joined the monastic order, Sri Yukteswar had made a most unexpected remark. How you will miss the companionship of a wife in your old age. He had said, do you not agree that the family man engaged in useful work to maintain his wife and children thus plays a rewarding role in God's eyes? Sir, I had protested in alarm. You know that my desires in this life is to respond only to cosmic beloved. Master had laughed so merrily that I understood his observation was made merely as a test of my faith. Remember, he had said so, that he who discards his worldly duties can justify himself only by assuming some kind of responsibilities toward a much larger family. The idea of an all-sided education for youth had always been close to my heart. I saw clearly the arid results of ordinary instruction aimed only at the development of body and intellect, moral and spiritual values, without whose appreciation no man can approach happiness, were yet lacking in the formal curriculum. I determined to found a school where young boys could develop the full stature of manhood. My first step in that direction was made with 7 children at Dihika, a small countryside in Bengal. A year later, in 1918, through the generosity of Sri Manindra Chandra Nandi, the Maharaja of Kasim Bajar, I was able to transfer my fast-growing group to Ranchi. This town in Bihar, about 200 miles from Calcutta, is blessed with one of the most healthful climates in India. The Kasim Bajar place at Ranchi was transformed into the headquarters for the new school, which I called Brahmacharya Vidyalaya, in accordance with the educational ideas of the rishis. Their forest ashrams had been the ancient seats of learning, secular and divine, for the youth of India. At Ranchi, I organized an educational program for both grammar and high school grades. It includes agriculture, industrial, commercial, and academic subjects. The students were also taught yoga, concentration, and meditation, and a unique system of physical development, Yogoda, whose principles I had discovered in 1916. Realizing that man's body is like an electric battery, I reasoned that it could be recharged with energy through the direct agency of the human will, as no action, slight or large, is possible without willing. Man can avail himself of his prime mover be to renew his bodily tissues without burdensome apparatus or mechanical exercises. I therefore taught the Ranchi students my simple Yogoda techniques by which the life force centered in man's medulla oblongata can be consciously and instantly recharged from the unlimited supply of cosmic energy. The boys responded wonderfully to this training, developing extraordinary ability to shift the life energy from one part of the body to another part and to sit in perfect poise in difficult body postures. They performed feats of strength and endurance which many powerful adults could not equal. My youngest brother Vishnu Charan Ghosh joined the Ranchi school. He later became a leading physical culturist in Bengal. He and one of his students traveled to Europe and America, giving exhibitions of strength and skill which amazed the university students, including those at Columbia University in New York. At the end of the first year at Ranchi, applications for admissions reached 2,000, but the school, which at that time was solely residential, could accommodate only about 100. Instructions for day students were soon added. In the Vidyalaya, I had to play father-mother to the little children and to cope with many organizational difficulties. I often remembered Christ's word, "Verify I say unto you, there is no man that hath left house or brethren or sisters or fathers or mother or wife or children or lands for my sake and the gospel's, but he shall receive an hundredfold now in this time, houses and brethren and sisters, and mothers and children and lands, with persecutions and in the world to come eternal life." Sri Yukteswar had interpreted these words. The devotees who forgoes the life experiences of marriage and family and exchanges the problems of a small household and limited activities for the larger responsibilities of service to society in general, is undertaking a task which is often accompanied by persecution from a misunderstanding world, but also by a divine inner contentment. One day my father arrived in Ranchi to bestow a paternal blessing, long withheld because I had hurt him by refusing his offer of a position with the Bengal Nagpur Railway. "Son," he said, "I am now reconciled to your joys in life. It gives me joy to see you amidst these happy, eager youngsters. You belong here rather than with the lifeless figures of railroad timetables." He waved toward a group of a dozen little ones who were tagging at my heels. "I had only 8 children," he observed with twinkling eyes, "but I can feel for you." But with a large fruit orchard and 25 fertile acres at our disposal, the students, teachers, and myself enjoyed many happy hours of outdoor labor in these ideal surroundings. We had many pets, including a young deer who was fairly idolized by the children. I too loved the fawn so much that I allowed it to sleep in my room. At the light of dawn, the little creatures would toddle over to my body for a morning caress. One day I fed the pet particularly earlier than usual, as I had to attend to some business in the town of Ranchi. Although I cautioned the boys not to feed the fawn until my return, one of them was disobedient and gave the baby deer a large quantity of milk. When I came back in the evening, sad news greeted me. The little fawn is nearly dead through overfeeding. In tears, I placed the apparently lifeless pet on my lap. I prayed piteously to God to spare his life. Hours later, the small creature opened its eyes, stood up, and walked feebly. The whole school shouted for joy. But a deep lesson came to me that night, one I can never forget. I stayed up with the fawn until 2 o'clock. When I fell asleep, the deer appeared in a dream and spoke to me. You are holding me back. Please let me go, let me go. All right, I answered in the dream. I awoke immediately and cried out, Boys, the deer is dying. The children rushed to my side. I ran to the corner of the room where I had placed the pet. It made a last effort to rise, stumbled toward me, then dropped at my feet, dead. According to the mass karma, which guides and regulates the destinies of animals, the deer's life was over and is ready to progress to a higher form. But by my deep attachment, which I later realized was selfish, and by my fervent prayers, I had been able to hold it in the limitations of the animal form from which the soul was struggling for release. The soul of the deer made its plea in a dream because, without my loving permission, it either would not or could not go. As soon as I agreed, it departed. All sorrow left me. I realized anew that God wants his children to love everything as a part of Him, and not to feel delusively that death and all. The ignorant man sees only the unsurmountable wall of death, hiding seemingly forever his cherished friends, but the man of attachment, he who loves others as expressions of the Lord, understands that at death the dear ones have only returned for a breathing space of joy in him. The Ranchi school grew from small and simple bringings to an institution now well known in India. Many departments of school are supported by voluntary contributions from those who rejoice in perpetuating the educational ideas of the rishis. Under the general name of Yoga, the Satsang, flourishing branch schools have been established at Midnapur, Lakshmanpur, and Puri. The Ranchi headquarters maintains a medical department where medicines and the services of doctors are supplied freely to the poor of the locality. The number treated has averaged more than 18,000 persons a year. The Vidyalaya had made its mark too in Indian competitive sports and in the scholastic field, where many Ranchi alumni have distinguished themselves in later university life. The school, now in its 28 years and a center of many activities, has been honored by visits of eminent men from the east and the west. One of the earliest great figures to inspect the Vidyalaya in its first year was Swami Prabhavanand, the Benares saint with two bodies. As the great master viewed the picturesque outdoor classes held under the trees and saw in the evening that young boys were sitting motionless for hours in yoga meditation, he was profoundly moved. Joy comes to my heart, he said, to see that Rahmi Mahasaya's ideal for the proper training of youth are being carried on in this institution. My Guru's blessings be on it. A young lad sitting by my side ventured to ask the great yogi a question. Sir, he said, shall I be a monk? Is my life only for God? Through Swami Prabhavanand smiled gently. His eyes were piercing. The future child, he replied, when you grow up, there is a beautiful bride waiting for you. The boy did eventually marry, after having planned for years to enter the Swami order. Sometimes after Swami Prabhavanand had visited Ranchi, I accompanied my father to the Calcutta house where the yogi was temporarily staying. Prabhavanand's prediction made to me so many years before came rushing to my mind. I shall see you Will your father with your father later on. As father entered the Swami's room, the great yogi rose from his seat and embraced my parents with loving respect. Bhagwati, he said, what are you doing about yourself? Don't you see your son racing to the infinite? I blushed to hear his praise before my father. The Swami went on. You recall how often our blessed Guru used to say, Banat Banat Banjaya. So keep up Kriya, the body of Brahmanand. Kriya, Yog ceaselessly and reached the divine portals quickly. The body of Brahmanand, which had appeared so well and strong during my amazing first visit to him in Banaras, now showed definite aging. Through his postures was still admirably erect. Swamiji, I inquired, looking straight into his eyes. Please tell me the truth. Aren't you feeling the advance of age as the body is weakening? Are your perceptions of God suffering any diminution? He smiled angelically. The beloved is more than ever with me now. His complete conviction overwhelmed my mind and soul. He went on. I am still enjoying the two pensions, one from Bhagwati here and one from above, pointing his finger heavenward. The saint fell into an ecstasy, his face lit with a divine glow, an ample answer to my question. Noticing that Pravanand's room contained many plants and packages of seeds, I asked their purpose. I have left Benares permanently, he said, and I am now on my way to the Himalayas. There I shall open an ashram for my disciples. These seeds will produce spinach and few other vegetables. My dear ones will live simply, spending their time in blissful God union. Nothing else is necessary. Father asked his brother disciples when he would return to Calcutta. Never again, the saint replied. This year is the one in which Brahmi Mahasa told me I would leave my beloved Benares forever and go to the Himalayas, there to throw off my mortal frame. My eyes filled with tears at his words, but the Swami smiled tranquilly. He reminded me of a little heavenly child, sitting securely on the lap of the Divine Mother. The burden of the years has no ill effect on a great yogi's full possession of supreme spiritual powers. He is able to renew his body at will. Yet sometimes he does not care to retard the aging process, but allow his karma to work itself out on the physical plane, using his old body as a time-saving device to exclude the necessity of working out karma in a new incarnation. Months later, I met an old friend, Sanandan, who was one of Pravanand's close disciples. My adorable guru is gone, he told me amid his sobs. He established a hermitage near Rishikesh and gave us loving training. When we were pretty well settled and making rapid spiritual progress in his company, he proposed one day to feed a huge crowd from Rishikesh. I inquired why he wanted such a large number. This is my last festival ceremony, he said. I did not understand the full implications of his words. Paramanandji helped with the cooking of great amounts of food. We fed about 2,000 guests. After the feast, he sat on a high platform and gave an inspired sermon on the infinite. At the end, before the gaze of thousands, he turned to me as I sat beside him on the dais and spoke with unusual force. Sanatan, be prepared, I am going to kick the frame. After a stern silence, I cried loudly, Master, don't do it. Please, please don't do it. The crowd was tongue-tied, watching us curiously. My guru smiled at me, but his solemn gaze was already fixed on eternity. Be not selfish, he said, nor grieve for me. I have been long cheerfully serving you all. Now rejoice and wish me Godspeed. I go to meet my cosmic beloved. In a whisper, Paramanandji added, I shall be reborn shortly. After enjoying a short period of the infinite bliss, I shall return to earth and join Babaji. You shall soon know when and where my soul has been encased in a new body. He cried again. Sanandan, here I kicked the frame by the second Kriya Yoga. He looked at the sea of the faces before us and gave a blessing, directing his gaze inwardly to the spiritual eyes. He became immobile, while the bewildered crowd thought he was meditating in an ecstatic state. He had already left the table a tabernacle of flesh and plunged his soul into the cosmic vastness. The disciples touched his body, seated in the lotus posture, but it was no longer the bound flesh. Only a stiffened frame remained. The tenant had fled to the immortal soul. I inquired where Brahmanand was to be reborn. That sacred trust I cannot divulge to anyone. Sanandan replied, perhaps you may find out some other way. Years later, I discovered from Swami Keswananda that Brahmanand, a few years after his birth in a new body, had gone to Badrinaran in the Himalayas and there joined the group of saints around the great Babaji. Chapter 28. Kasi reborn and rediscovered. Please do not go into the water. Let us bath by dipping our buckets. I was addressing the young Ranchi students who were accompanying me on an 8-mile hike to a neighboring hills. The pond before us was inviting but a distaste, for it had arisen in my mind. The group around me followed my example of dipping buckets, but a few lads yielded to the temptation of the cool waters. No sooner had they dived there than large water snakes wiggled around them. The boys came out of the pond with comical alacrity. We enjoyed a picnic lunch after we reached our destination. I sat under a tree, surrounded by a group of students. Finding me in an inspirational mood, they plied me with questions. Please tell me, sir, one youth inquired, if I shall always stay with you in the path of renunciation. Ah no, I replied, you will be forcibly taken away to your home and later you will marry. Incredulous, he made a vehement protest. Only if I am dead can I be carried home. But in a few months, his parents arrived to take him away. In spite of a tearful resistance, some years later he did marry. After answering many questions, I was addressed by a lad named Kasi. He was about 12 years old, a brilliant student and beloved by all. Sir, he said, what will be my fate? You shall soon be dead. The reply came from my lips with an irresistible force. This unexpected disclosure shocked and grieved me as well as everyone present. Silently rebuking myself as an infant terrible, I refused to answer further questions. On our return to the school, Kasi came to my room. If I die, will you find me when I am reborn and bring me again to the spiritual path? He sobbed. I felt constrained to refuse this difficult occult responsibility, but for weeks afterward, Kasi pressed me doggedly. Seeing him unnerved to the breaking point, I finally consoled him. Yes, I promised. If the Heavenly Father lends his aid, I will try to find you. During the summer vacation, I started on a short trip. Regretting that I could not take Kasi with me, I called him to my room before leaving and carefully instructed him to remain against all persuasion in the spiritual vibrations of the school. Somehow I felt that if he did not go home, he might avoid the impending calamity. No sooner had I left than Kasi's father arrived in Ranchi. For 15 days he tried to break the will of his son, explaining that if Kasi would go to Calcutta for only 4 days to see his mother, he could then return. Kasi persistently refused. The father finally said he would take the boy away with the help of the police. The threat disturbed Kasi, who was unwilling to be the cause of any unfavorable publicity to the school. He saw no choice but to go. I returned to Ranchi a few days later. When I heard how Kasi had been removed, I entered at once for Calcutta. There I engaged a horse cab. Very strangely, as the vehicle passed beyond the Howrah bridge over the Ganges, I beheld Kasi's father and other relatives in mourning clothes. Shouting to my driver to stop, I rushed out and glared at the unfortunate father. My murderer! I cried somewhat unreasonably. You have killed my boy. The father had already realized the wrong he had done in forcibly bringing Kasi to Calcutta. During the few days the boy had been there, he had eaten contaminated food, contracted cholera and passed on. My love for Kasi and the place to find him after death, night and day haunted me. No matter where I went, his face loomed up before me. I began a memorable search for him. Even as long ago I had searched for my lost mother. I felt that in as much as God had given me the faculty of reason, I must utilize it and tax my powers to the utmost in order to discover the subtle laws by which I could know the boy's astral whereabouts. He was a soul vibrating with unfulfilled desires. I realized a mass of light floating somewhere amidst millions of luminous souls in the astral regions. How was I to tune in with him among so many vibrating lights of other souls? Using a secret yoga technique, I broadcasted my love to Kasi's soul through the microphone of spiritual eye, the inner point between the eyebrow, with the antenna of unplaced hands and fingers. I often turned myself around and round, trying to locate the direction in which he had been reborn as an embryo. I hoped to receive response from him in the concentration-tuned radio of my heart. I intuitively felt that Kasi would soon return to the earth, and that if I kept unceasingly broadcasting my call to him, his soul would reply. I knew that the slightest impulse sent by Kasi would be felt in my fingers, hands, arms, spine, and nerves. With undiminished zeal, I practiced the yoga method steadily for about 6 months after Kasi's death. Walking with a few friends one morning in the crowded Bow Bazaar section of Calcutta, I lifted my hands in a usual manner. For the first time, there was response. I thrilled to detect electrical impulses trickling down my fingers and palms. These currents translated themselves into one overpowering through thought from a deep recess of my consciousness. I am Kasi, come to me. The thought became almost audible as I concentrated on my heart radio. In the characteristic, slightly hoarse whisper of Kasi, I heard his summons again and again. I seized the arm of one of my companions, Prokos Das, and smiled at him joyfully. It looks as though I have located Kasi. I began to turn around, round and round, to the undistinguished amusement of my friends and the passing throng. The electrical impulses tinged through my fingers only when I faced toward a nearby path, aptly named Serpentine Lane. The astral current disappeared when I turned in other directions. Ah, I exclaimed, Kasi's soul must be living in the womb of some mother whose home is in this lane. My companions and I approached closer to Serpentine Lane. The vibrations in my upraised hands grew stronger, more pronounced, as if by a magnet. I was pulled toward the right side of the road. Reaching the entrance of a certain house, I was astounded to find myself transfixed. I knocked at the door in a state of intense excitement, holding my buried breath. I felt that the successful end had come for my long, arduous, and certainly unusual quest. The door was opened by a servant who told me her master was at home. He descended the stairways from the second floor and smiled at me inquiringly. I hardly knew how to frame my questions, at once pertinent and impertinent. Please tell me, sir, if you and your wife have been expecting a child for about 6 months? Yes, it is so. Seeing that I was a Swami, a renunciate, attired in the traditional orange cloth, he added politely, pray inform me how you know my affairs. When he heard about Kasi and the promise I had given, the astonished man believed my story. A male child of fair complexion will be born to you. I told him he will have a broad face with a cowlick atop his forehead. His disposition will be notably spiritual. I felt certain that the coming child would bear this resemblance to Kasi. Later I visited the child whose parents had given him his old name Kasi. Even in infancy he was strikingly similar in appearance to my dear Vanchi student. The child showed me an instantaneous affection. The attraction of the past awoke with redoubled intensity. Years later, the teenage boy wrote me. During my stay in America, he pained his deep longing to follow the path of renunciate. I directed him to a Himalayan master who, to this day, guides the reborn Kasi. Chapter 29. Rabindranath Tagore and I Compare School. Rabindranath Tagore taught us to sing as a natural form of self-expression like the birds. Bholanath, a bright 14 years old lad at my Ranchi school, gave me this explanation after I had complimented him one morning on his melodious outburst. Without provocation, the boy poured forth a tuneful stream. He had previously attended the famous Tagore School of Santi Niketan, Heaven of Peace, and at Bolpur. The songs of Rabindranath have been on my lips since early youth, I told my companion. All Bengal, even unlettered peasant delights in his lofty verse. Bhola and I sang together a few refrains from Tagore, who has set to music thousands of Indian poems, some original and others of hoary antiquity. I met Rabindranath soon after he had received the Nobel Prize for Literature. I remarked after our vocalizing. I was drawn to visit him because I admired his undiplomatic courage in disposing of his literary critics. I chuckled. Bhola curiously inquired the story. The scholars severely praised Tagore for introducing a new style into Bengali poetry. I began. He mixed colloquial and classical expressions, ignoring all the prescribed limitations dear to the Pandit's hearts. His songs embody deep philosophic truth in emotionally appealing terms, with little regard for the accepted literary forms. One influential critic slightingly referred to Rabindranath as peasant poet who sang his cooings in print for a rupee. But Tagore's revenge was at hand. The whole Western world paid homage at his feet soon after he had translated into English his Gitanjali, Song Offerings. A trainload of pundits, including his one-time critics, went to Shantiniketan to offer their congratulations. Rabindranath received his guests only after an intentionally long delay and then heard their praise in stoic silence. Finally, he turned against them their own habitual weapons of criticism. Gentlemen, he said, the fragrant honors you here bestows are incongruously mingled with the portrayed orders of your past contempts. Is there possibly any connection between my award of the Nobel Prize and your suddenly acute powers of appreciation? I am still the same poet who displeased you when I first offered my humble flowers at a serene of Bengal. The newspapers published an account of the bold chastisement given by Tagore. I admired the outspoken words of man unhypnotized by flattery. I went on. I was introduced to Rabindranath in Calcutta by his secretary, Mr. C.F. Andrews, who was simply attired in a Bengali dhoti. He referred lovingly to Tagore as his Gurudeva. Rabindranath received me graciously. He emanated a soothing aura of charm, culture, and courtliness. Replying to my question about his literary background, Tagore told me that one ancient source of his inspiration, besides our religious epics, had been the classical poet Vidyavati. Inspired by these memories, I began to sing Tagore's version of an old Bengali song, Light the Lamp of the Love. Bhola and I chanted joyously as we strolled over the Vidyalaya grounds. About 2 years after founding the Ranchi school, I received an invitation from Rabindranath to visit him at Santi Niketan in order to discuss our educational ideas. I went gladly. The poet was seated in his study when I entered. I thought then as at our first meeting that he was as striking a model of superb manhood as any painter could desire. His beautifully chiseled face, nobly patrician, was framed in long hair and flowing beard, large melting eyes, an angelic smile, and a voice of flute-like quality, which was literally enchanting. Stalwart, tall, and grave, he combined an almost womanly tenderness with the delightful spontaneity of a child. No idealized conception of a poet could find more suitable embodiment than in this gentle singer. Tagore and I were soon deep in a comparative study of our schools, both founded along unorthodox lines. We discovered many identical features: outdoor instruction, simplicity, ample scope for the child's creative spirit. Rabindranath, however, laid considerable stress on the study of literature and poetry and the self-expression through music and song, which I had already noted in the case of Bola. The Santi Niketan children observed periods of silence but were given no special yoga training. The poet listened with flattering attention to my description of the energizing yoga exercises and the yoga concentration techniques which are taught to all students at Ranchi. Tagore told me of his own early educational struggles. I fled from school after the fifth grade, he said, laughing. I could readily understand how his innate poetic delicacy had been affronted by the dreary disciplinary atmosphere of a schoolroom. That is why I opened Santiniketan under the shady trees and the glories of the sky. He motioned eloquently to a little group studying in the beautiful garden. A child is in his natural setting amidst the flowers and songbirds. Only thus may he fully express the hidden wealth of his individual endowment. True education can never be crammed and pumped from without. Rather, it must aid in bringing spontaneously to the surface the infinite hoards of wisdom within. I agreed. The idealistic and hero-worshipping instincts of the young are starved on an exclusive diet of statistics and chronological eras. The poet spoke lovingly of his father, Devendranath, who had inspired the Santi Niketan beginnings. Father presented me with his fertile land, where he had already built a guest house and temple. Rabindranath told me, I started my educational experiment here in 1901 with only 10 boys. The 8,000 pounds which came with the Nobel Prize all went for the upkeep of the school. The elder Tagore Devendranath, none far and wide as Maharishi, was a very remarkable man, as one may discover from his autobiography. 2 years of his manhood were spent in meditation in the Himalayas. In turn, his father Dwarkanath Tagore had been celebrated throughout Bengal for his munificent public benefiction. From this illustrious tree has sprung a family of geniuses. Not Rabindranath alone, all his relatives have distinguished themselves in creative expression. His brothers Gogonendra and Abanindra are among the foremost artists of India. Another brother, Dwijendra, is a deep-seeing philosopher, at whose gentle call the birds and woodland creatures respond. Rabindranath invited me to stay overnight in the guest house. It was indeed a charming spectacle in the evening to see the poet seated with a group in a patio, time unfolded backward. The scene before me was like that of an ancient hermitage, the joyous singer encircled by his devotees, all aureoled in divine love. Tagore knitted each tie with the chords of harmony, never assertive. He drew and captured the heart by an irresistible magnetism, a rare blossom of poesy blooming in the garden of the Lord, attracting others by natural fragrance. In his melodious voice, Rabindranath read to us a few of his exquisite poems, newly created. Most of his songs and plays, written for the delectation and delectation of his students, have been composed at Santiniketan. The beauty of his lines to me lies in his art of referring to God in nearly every stanza, yet seldom mentioning the sacred name, drunk with the bliss of singing. He wrote, I forget myself and call thee friend, who art my Lord. The following day, after lunch, I bade the poet a reluctant farewell. I rejoiced that his little school was now grown to an international university, Vishwabharati, where scholars of all lands have found an ideal settings, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depth of truth, where tireless striving stretches its arms toward perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habit, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom my father led me, my country awake. Rabindranath Tagore. Chapter 30. The Law of Miracles. The great novelist Leo Tolstoy wrote a delightful story, The Three Hermits. His friend Nicholas Roerich has summarized the tale as follows. On an island there lives three old hermits. They were so simple that the only prayer they used was, We are three. Thou art three. Have mercy on us. Great miracles were manifested during this nave prayer. The local bishop came to hear about the three hermits and their inadmissible prayer and decided to visit them in order to teach them the canonical invocations. He arrived on the island, told the hermits that their heavenly petitions was undignified, and taught them many of the customary prayers. The bishops then left on a boat. He saw following the ship a radiant light as it approached. He discerned the three hermits, who were holding hands and running upon the waves in an effort to overtake the vessel. We have forgotten the prayers you taught us, they cried as they reached the bishop, and have hastened to ask you to repeat them. The odd bishop shook his head. Dear ones, he replied humbly, continue to live with your old prayers. How did the three saints walk on the water? How did Christ resurrect his crucified body? How did Lahiri Mahasaya and Sri Yukteswar perform their miracles? Modern science has as yet no answer. Though, with the advent of the atomic bomb and the wonders of Vedas, the scope of the word mind has been abruptly enlarged. The word impossible is becoming less prominent in the scientific vocabulary. The ancient Vedic scriptures declare that the physical world operates under one fundamental law of Maya, the principle of relativity and duality. God, the soul life, is an absolute unity. He cannot appear as the separate and diverse manifestations of a creation except under a false or unreal way. That cosmic illusion is Maya. Every great scientific discovery of modern times has served as a confirmation of this simple pronouncement of the disease. Newton's law of motion is a law of Maya. To every action there is always an equal and contrary reaction. The mutual actions of any two bodies are always equal and oppositely directed. Action and reaction are thus exactly equal. To have a single force is impossible. There must be and always is a pair of forces equal and opposite. Fundamental natural activities all betray their Maic origin. Electricity, for example, is a phenomenon of repulsion and attraction. Its electrons and protons are electrical opposites. Another example, the atom or final particle of matter is, like the earth itself, a magnet with positive and negative poles. The entire phenomenal world is under the inexorable sway of polarity. No law of physics, chemistry, or any other science is ever found free from inherent opposite or contrasted principles. Physical science then cannot formulate laws outside of Maya, the very texture and structure of creation. Nature herself is Maya. Natural science must perforce deal with her ineluctable quiddity. In her own domain, she is eternal and inexhaustible. Future scientists can do no more than probe one aspect after another of her carried infinite science. The science thus remains in a perpetual flux, unable to reach finality, fit indeed to formulate the laws of an already existing and functioning cosmos, but powerless to detect the law framer and sole operator. The majestic manifestations of gravitation and electricity have become none but what gravitation and electricity are, no mortal north. To surmount Maya was the task assigned to the human race by the millennial prophets. To rise above the duality of creation and perceive the unity of the Creator was conceived of as man's highest goal. Those who cling to the cosmic illusion must accept its essential law of polarity, flow and ebb, rise and fall, day and night, pleasure and pain, good and evil, birth and death. This cyclic pattern assumes a certain anguishing monotony. After man has gone through a few thousand human births, he begins to cast a hopeful eye beyond the compulsion of Maya. To tear the veil of Maya is to pierce the secret of creation. The yogi who thus denudes the universe is the only true monotheist. All others are worshipping heathen images. So long as man remains subject to the dualistic delusions of nature, the Janus faced Maya in his goddess. He cannot know the one true God. The word the illusion Maya is individually called avidya, literally be destroyed through intellectual state of intellectual conviction or analysis, but solely through attaining the interior state of nirvikalpa samadhi. The Old Testament prophets and seers of all lands and ages spoke from that state of consciousness. Ezekiel says, afterwards he brought me to the gate, even the gate that looketh toward the east, and behold, the glory of the God of Israel came from the way of the east, and his voice was like a noise of many waters, and this earth shined with his glory. Through the divine eye in the forehead east, the yogi says his consciousness into omnipresence, hearing the word of Om, divine sound of many waters or vibrations, which is the sole reality of creation. Among the trillion mysteries of the cosmos, the most phenomenal is light. Unlike sound waves, whose transmission requires air or other material media, light waves pass freely through the vacuum of interstellar space. Even the hypothetical ether, held as the interplanetary medium of light in the undulatory theory, can be discarded on the Einsteinian grounds that the geometrical properties of space render the theory of ether unnecessary. Under either ether hypothesis, lights remain the most subtle, the freest from material dependence of any natural manifestation. In the gigantic conceptions of Einstein, the velocity of light, 186,000 miles per second, dominates the whole theory of relativity. He proves mathematically that the velocity of light is, so far as man's finite mind is concerned, the only constant in a universe of unstable flux. On the sole absolute of light velocity depend all human standards of time and space, not abstractly eternal as hitherto considered. Time and space are relative and finite factors, deriving their measurement validity only in reference to the yardstick of light velocity. In joining space as a dimensional relativity, time has surrendered age-old claims to a changeless value. Time is now stripped to its rightful nature, a simple essence of ambiguity. With a few equational strokes of his pen, Einstein has banished from the cosmos every fixed reality except that of light. In a later development, his unified field theory, the great physicist embodies in one mathematical formula the laws of gravitation and of electromagnetism, reducing the cosmical structure to variation on a single law. Einstein reaches across the ages to the rishis, who proclaimed a sole texture of creation, that of a protean Maya. On the epochal theory of relativity have arisen the mathematical possibilities of exploring the ultimate atom. Great scientists are now boldly asserting not only that the atom is energy rather than matter, but that atomic energy is essentially mind stuff. The Frank realization that physical science is concerned with a world of shadow is one of the most significant advances. Sir Arthur Stanley Eddington writes in the Nature of Physical World. In the world of physics, we watch a shadow graph performance of the drama of familiar life. The shadow of my elbow rests on the shadow table as the shadow ink flows over the shadow paper. It is all symbolic, and as a symbol, the physicist leaves it. Then comes the alchemist mind who transmutes the symbols. To put the conclusion crudely, the stuff of the bird is mind stuff. The realistic matter and fields of force of formal physical theory are altogether irrelevant, except in so far as the mind stuff has itself spun these imaginings. The external world has thus become a world of shadows. In removing our illusions, we have removed the substance, for indeed we have seen that substance is one of the greatest of our illusions. With the recent discovery of the electron microscope came definite proof of the light essence of the atoms and the inescapable duality of nature. The New York Times gave the following report of a 1937 demonstration of the electron microscope before a meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. The crystalline structure of tungsten, hitherto known only indirectly by means of X-rays, stood outlined boldly on a fluorescent screen, showing 9 atoms in their correct position in a space lattice, a cube with 1 atom in each corner and 1 in the center. The atoms in the crystal lattice of the tungsten appeared on a fluorescent screen as points of lights, arranged in geometrical pattern. Against this crystal cube of light, the bombarding molecules of air could be observed as dancing points of light, similar to points of sunlight, simmering on moving waters. The principle of electron microscope was first discovered in 1927 by Dr. Clinton J. Davison and Lester H. Germer of the Bell Telephone Laboratories, New York City, who found that the electron had a dual personality partaking of the characteristic of both a particle and a wave. The wave quality gave the electron the characteristic of light, and a search was begun to devise means for focusing electrons in a manner similar to the focusing of light by means of a lens. For his discovery of the Jekyll-Hyde quality of the electron, which corroborated the prediction made in 1924 by Dr. de Broglie, French Nobel Prize-winning physicist, and showed that the entire realm of physical nature had a dual personality. Dr. Davison also received the Nobel Prize in Physics. The stream of knowledge Sir James writes in the mysterious universe is heading toward a non-mechanical reality. The universe begins to look more like a great thought than like a great machine. 20th century science is thus sounding like a page from the hoary Vedas. From science, then, if it must be so, let man learn the philosophic truth that there is no material universe. Its birth and proof is Maya. Illusion, its mirages of reality all break down under analysis. As one illusion, its mirages of reality all break down. As one by one, the reassuring props of a physical cosmos crash. Transgression of the divine command. Those served have no other gods before me. In his famous equation outlining the equivalence of mass and energy, Einstein proved that the energy in any particle of matter is equal to its mass or weight multiplied by the square of the velocity of light. The release of the atomic energies is brought about through the annihilation of the material particles. The death of matter has been the birth of an atomic age. Light velocity is a mathematical standard of constant not because there is an absolute value in 186,000 miles a second, but because no material body whose mass increases with its velocity can ever attain the velocity of light. Stated another way, only a material body whose mass is infinite would equal to the velocity of light. This conception brings us to the law of miracles. The masters who are able to materialize and dematerialize their bodies or any other object, and to move with the velocity of light, and to utilize the creative light rays in bringing into instant visibility and any physical manifestation, have fulfilled the necessary Einstein condition. Their mass is infinite. The consciousness of a perfected yogi is effortlessly identified not with a narrow body, but with the universal structure. Gravitation, whether the force of Newton or the Einstein manifestation of inertia, is powerless to compel a master to exhibit the property of weight, which is a distinguishing gravitational condition of all material objects. He who knows himself as the omnipresent spirit is subject no longer to the rigidities of a body in time and space. Their imprisoning rings pass not, have yielded to the solvent I am he. Fiat lux, and there was light, God's first command to his ordered creation, Genesis 1:3, brought into being the only atomic reality light. On the beams of this immaterial medium occur all divine manifestations. Devotees of every age testify to the appearance of God as flame and light. The King of kings and Lord of lords, who only hath immortality, dwelling in the light which no man can approach unto. A yogi who through perfect meditation has merged his consciousness with the Creator perceives the cosmical essence as light. To him, there is no difference between the light rays composing water and the light rays composing land. Free from matter consciousness, free from the three dimensions of space and the fourth dimension of time, a master transfers his body of light with equal ease over the light rays of earth, water, fire, or air. Long concentration on the liberating spiritual eye has enabled the yogi to destroy all delusions concerning matter and its gravitational weight. Thenceforth, he sees the universe as an essentially undifferentiated mass of light. Optical images, Dr. L.T. Toland of Harvard tells us, are built up on the same principle as the ordinary half-tone engraving. That is, they are made up of minute dotting or strip rings far too small to be detected by the eyes. The sensitiveness of the retina is so great that a visual sensation can be produced by relatively few quanta of the right kind of light. Through a master's divine knowledge of light phenomena, he can instantly project into perceptible manifestation the ubiquitous light atoms. The actual form of the projection, whether it is a tree, a medicine, a human body, is in conformance with a yogi's powers of will and of visualization. In man's dream consciousness, where he has loosened in sleep his grasp on the egoistic limitations that daily hem him around, the omnipotence of his mind has a nightly demonstration. Lo, there in the dream stand the long dead friends, the remotest continents, the resurrected scenes of his childhood, with that free and unconditioned consciousness, known to all man in the phenomena of dreams. The God-tuned master has forged a never-severed link, innocent of all personal motives and employing the creative will bestowed on him by the Creator. A yogi rearranges the light atoms of the universe to satisfy any sincere prayer of a devotee. For this purpose were man and creation made, that he should rise up as master of Maya, knowing his dominion over the cosmos. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth under upon the earth. In 1915, shortly after I had entered the Swami Order, I witnessed a vision of violent contrast. In it, the relativity of human consciousness was vividly established. I clearly perceived the unity of the eternal light behind the painful dualities of Maya. The vision descended on me as I sat one morning in my little attic room in Father's Gopal Road home. For months, World War I had been raging in Europe. I reflected sadly on the vast toll of death. As I closed my eyes in meditation, my consciousness was suddenly transferred to the body of a captain in command of a battleship. The thunder of guns split the air as swords were exchanged between soul batteries and the ship's cannons. A huge shell hit the powder magazine and tore my ship asunder. I jumped into the water together with the few sailors who had survived the explosion. Heart pounding, I reached the shore safely, but alas, a stray bullet ended its furious fights in my chest. I fell, groaning to the ground. My whole body was paralyzed, yet I was aware of possessing it as one is consciousness of a leg gone to sleep. At last the mysterious footsteps of death had caught me with me. I thought with a final sigh I was about to sink into unconsciousness when lo, I found myself seated in the lotus posture in my Gopal Road room. Hysterical tears poured forth as I joyfully stroked and pinched my regained position, a body free from any bullet hole in the breast. I walked to and fro, inhaling and exhaling to assure myself that I was alive. Amidst these self-congratulations, again I found my consciousness transferred to the captain's dead body by the gaudy soul. Utter confusion of mind came upon me. Lord, I prayed, am I dead or alive? A dazzling ray of light filled the whole horizon. A soft, rumbling vibration formed itself into words. What was life or death to do with light? In the image of my light, I have made you. The relatives of life and death belong to the cosmic dream. Behold your dreamless being. Awake, my child, awake. As steps in man's awakening, the Lord inspires scientists to discover at the right time and place the secrets of His creation. Many modern discoveries help man to apprehend the cosmos as a varied expression of one power. Light guided by divine intelligence, the wonders of the motion picture of radio, of television, of radar, of the photoelectric cell, the all-seeing electric eye, of atomic energies are all based on the electromagnetic phenomenon of light. The motion picture art can portray any miracle. From the impressive visual standpoint, no marvel is bared to trick photography. A man's transparent astral body can be seen rising from his gross physical form. He can walk on the water, resurrect the dead, reverse the natural sequence of developments, and play havoc with time and space, assembling the light images as he pleases. The photographer achieves optical wonders which a true master produces with actual light rays. The lifelike images of the motion picture illustrates many truths concerning creation. The cosmic director has written his own plays and assembled the tremendous cast for the peasants of the centuries. From the dark booth of eternity, he pours his creative being through the films of successive ages, and the pictures are thrown on the screen of space, just as the motion picture images appear to be real, but are only combination of light and shade. So is the universal variety, a delusive seeming. The planetary sparrows, with their countless forms of life, are not but figures in a cosmic motion picture, temporarily due to five sense perceptions as the scenes are cast on the screen of man's consciousness by the infinite creative being. A cinema audience can look up and see that all screen images are appearing through the instrumentality of one imageless beam of the light. The colorful universal drama is similarly issuing from the single white light of a cosmic source. With inconceivable ingenuity, God is staggering on an entertainment for his human children, making them actors as well as audience in his planetary theater. One day I entered a motion picture house to view a new view of the European battlefields. World War I was still being waged in the West. The news reel recorded the carnage with such realism that I left the theatre with a troubled heart. Lord, I prayed, why dost thou permit such suffering? To my intense surprise, an instant answer came in the form of a vision of the actual European battlefields, the horror of the struggle, filled with the dead and dying, far surpassed in ferocity and any representation of the newsreel. Look intently. A gentle voice spoke to my inner consciousness. You will see that these scenes now being enacted in France are nothing but a play of Chiaroscuro. They are the cosmic motion picture, as real and as unreal as the theater newsreel you have just seen, a play within a play. My heart was not comforted. The divine voice went on. Creation is light and shadow both, as no picture is possible. The good and evil of Maya must ever alternate in supremacy. If joy were ceaseless here in this world, would man ever seek another? Without suffering, he scarcely cares to recall that he has forsaken his eternal home. Pain is a port to remembrance. The way of escape is through wisdom. The tragedy of death is unreal. Those who shudder at it are like an ignorant actor who dies of fright on the stage when nothing more is fired at him than a blank cartridge. My sons are the children of light. They will not sleep forever in delusion. Although I had read scriptural accounts of Maya, they had not given me the deep insight that came with the personal vision and their accompanying words of consolation. One's values are profoundly changed when he is finally convinced that creation is only a vast motion picture and that not in it, but beyond it, lies his own reality. As I finished writing this chapter, I sat on my bed in a lotus posture. My room was dimly lit by two shaded lamps. Lifting my gaze, I noticed that the ceiling was dotted with small mustard-colored lights, scintillating, irritating, and quivering with a radium-like luster. My words of penciled rays, like seeds of rain, gathered into a transparent shaft and poured silently upon me. At once, my physical body lost its grossness and became metamorphosed into astral texture. I felt a floating sensation as barely touching the bed. The weightless body shifted slightly and alternately to left and right. I looked around the room. The furniture and walls were as usual, but the little mass of light had so multiplied that the ceiling was invisible. I was wonderstruck. This is the cosmic motion picture mechanism. A voice spoke, as though from within the light, shedding its beam on the white screen of your bedsheet. It is producing the picture of your body. Behold, your form is nothing but light. I gazed at my arms and moved them back and forth, yet could not feel their weight. An ecstatic joy overwhelmed me. This cosmic stem of light, blossoming as my body, seemed a divine replica of the light beams streaming out of the projection both in a cinema house and manifesting as pictures on the screen. For a long time, I experienced this motion picture of my body in the dimly lighted theater of my own bedroom. Despite the many visions I have had, none was ever more singular, as my illusion of a solid body was completely dissipated, and my realization deepened that the essence of all object is light. I looked upon to the throbbing stream of life tones and spoke entreatingly, Divine light, please withdraw this, my humble bodily picture, into thyself, even as Elijah was drawn up to heaven by a flame. This prayer was evidently startling. The beam disappeared. My body resumed its normal weight and sank on the bed. The swarm of dazzling ceilings lights flickered and vanished. My time to leave this earth had apparently not arrived. Besides, I thought philosophically, the prophet Elijah might well be displeased at my presumptions. Chapter 31. An interview with the Sacred Mother. Reverend Mother, I was baptized in infancy by your prophet husband. He was the guru of my parents and of my own Guru Sri Yukteswar Ji. Will you therefore give me the privilege of hearing a few incidents in your sacred life? I was addressing Srimati Kasi Moni, the life companion of Lahiri Mahasaya. Finding myself in Banaras for a short period, I was fulfilling a long-felt desire to visit the venerable lady. She received me graciously at the old Lahiri home stayed in the Gaureshwar Mohalla sections of Banaras. Although aged, she was blooming like a lotus, silently emanating a spiritual fragrance. She was of medium build, with a slender neck of fair skin. Large, lustrous eyes softened her motherly face. Son, you are welcome here. Come up a step. Kasi Moni led on the way to a very small room where for a time she had lived with her husband. I felt honored to witness the scene in which the peerless master had condensed to play the human drama of matrimony. The gentle lady motioned me to a pillow seat by her side. It was years before I came to realize the divine stature of my husband. She began. One night in this very room, I had a vivid dream. Glorious angels floated in unimaginable grace above me. So realistic was the sight that I awoke at once. The room was strangely enveloped in dazzling light. My husband, in lotus posture, was levitated in the center of the room, surrounded by angels who were worshipping him with the supplicating dignity of palm-folded hands. Astonished beyond measure, I was convinced that I was still dreaming. Woman, Lahiri Mahasaya said, you are not dreaming. Forsake your sleep forever and forever. As he slowly descended to the floor, I prostrated myself at his feet. Master, I cried. Again and again I bow before you. Will you pardon me for having considered you as my husband? I died with shame to realize that I had remained asleep in ignorance by the side of one who is divinely awakened. From this night you are no longer my husband, but my guru. Will you accept my insignificant self as your disciple? The master touched me gently. Sacred soul, arise. You are accepted. He motioned toward the angels. Please bow in turn to each of these holy saints. When I had finished my humble genuflections, the angelic voices sounded together like a chorus from an ancient scriptures. Consort of the Divine One, thou art blessed. We salute thee. They bowed at my feet, and lo, their refulgent forms vanished. The room darkened. My guru asked me to receive initiation into Kriya Yoga. Of course, I responded, I am sorry not to have had its blessing earlier in my life. The time was not ripe. Lahiri Mahasaya smiled consolingly. Much of your karma I have silently helped you to work out. Now you are willing and ready. He touched my forehead. Masses of whirling light appeared. The radiance gradually formed itself into the opal blue spiritual eye, ranged in gold and centered with a white pentagonal star. Penetrate your consciousness through the star into the kingdom of the infinite. My guru's voice had a new note, soft like distant music. Vision after vision broke as oceanic surf on the source of my soul. The panoramic space finally melted in a sea of bliss. I lost myself in ever-surging blessedness. When I returned hours later to awareness of this world, the master gave me the technique of Kriya Yoga. From that night on, Lahiri Mahasaya never slept in my room again, nor thereafter did he ever sleep. He remained in the front room downstairs in the company of his disciples both by day and by night. The illustrious lady fell into silence, realizing the uniqueness of her relationship with the sublime yogi. I finally ventured to ask for further reminiscence. Son, you are greedy. Nevertheless, you shall have one more story. She smiled slyly. I will confess a sin which I committed against my guru husband. Some months after my initiation, I began to feel forlorn and neglected. One morning, Ravi Mahasaya entered his little room to fetch an article. I quickly followed him. Overcome by violent delusion, I addressed him scathingly. You spend all your time with the disciples. What about your responsibilities for your wife and children? I figured that you do not interest yourself in providing more money for the family. The master glanced at me for a moment. Then, though he was gone. Awed and frightened, I heard a voice resounding from every part of the room. It is all nothing, don't you see? How could a nothing like me produce riches for you? Guruji, I cried. I implore pardon a million times. My sinful eyes can see you no more. Please appear in your sacred form. I am here. This reply came from above me. I looked up and saw the master materializing in the air. His head touching the ceiling, his eyes were like blinding flames. Besides myself, with fear, I lay sobbing at his feet after he had quietly descended to the floor. Woman, he said, seek divine wealth, not the paltry tinsel of earth. After acquiring inward treasure, you will find that outward supply is always forthcoming. He added, one of my spiritual sons will make provision for you. My guru's words naturally came true. A disciple did leave a considerable sum for our family. I thanked Kasi Moni for sharing with me her wondrous experiences. On the following day, I returned to her home and enjoyed several hours of philosophical discussion with Tinkori and Dukori Lahiri. These two saintly sons of India's great yogi followed closely in his ideal footsteps. Both men were fair, tall, stalwart, and heavily bearded, with soft voices and an old-fashioned charm of manner. His wife was not the only woman disciple of Ravi Mahasaya. There were hundreds of others, including my mother. A woman Chera once asked the Guru for his photograph. He handed her a print, remarking, if you deem it a protection, then it is so. Otherwise, it is only a picture. A few days later, this woman and Ravi Mahasaya's daughter-in-law happened to be studying the Bhagavad Gita at a table behind which hung the Guru's photograph. An electrical storm broke out with great fury. Ravi Mahasaya protected us, the woman bowed before the picture. Lightning struck the book which they had been reading, but the two devotees were unhurt. I felt as though a sheet of ice had been placed around me to ward off the scorching heat. The Chela explained. Ravi Mahasaya performed two miracles in connection with a woman disciple, Abhoya. She and her husband, a Calcutta lawyer, started one day for Benares to visit the Guru. Their carriage was delayed by heavy traffic. They reached the Howrah main station only to hear the Benares train whistling for departure. Abhoya near the ticket office stood quietly. Ravi Mahasaya, I beseech thee to stop the train. She silently prayed, I cannot suffer the pangs of delay in waiting another day to see thee. The wheels of the snorting train continued to move round and round, but there was no onward progress. The engineer and passenger descended to the platform to view the phenomenon. An English railroad guard approached Abhoya and her husband. Contrary to all precedent, he volunteered his service. Babu, he said, give me the money. I will buy your tickets while you get aboard. As soon as the couple was seated and he had received the tickets, the train slowly moved forward. In panic, the engineer and passengers clambered again to their places, knowing neither how the train started, nor why it had stopped in the first place. Arriving at the home of Ravi Mahasaya in Benares, Abhoya silently prostrated herself before the master and tried to touch his feet. Compose yourself, Aboya, he remarked. How you love to bother me, as if you could not have come here by the next train. Aboya visited Rani Mahasaya on another memorable occasion. This time she wanted his intercession, not with a train, but with the stork. I pray you to bless me that my ninth child may live. She said, 8 babies have been born to me or died soon after birth. The master smiled sympathetically. Your coming child will live. Please follow my instructions carefully. The baby, a girl baby born at night. See that the oil lamp is kept burning until dawn. Do not fall asleep and thus allow the light to become extinguished. Aboya's child was a daughter, born at night, exactly as foreseen by the omniscient Guru. The mother instructed her nurse to keep the lamp filled with oil. Bhuvan kept the urgent vigil far into the early morning hours, but finally fell asleep. The lamp oil was almost gone. The light flickered feebly. The bedroom door unlatched and flew open with a violent sound. The startled woman awoke. Their astonished eyes beheld the form of Lahiri Mahasaya. Aboya, behold the light, as is almost gone. He pointed to the lamp, which the nurse hastened to refill. As soon as it burned again brightly, the master vanished. The door closed. The latch was affixed without visible agency. Aboya's ninth child survived in 1935. When I made inquiry, she was still living. One of Lahiri Mahasaya's disciples, the Venerable Kali Kumar Roy, related to me many fascinating details of his life with the master. I was often a guest at his when I was home for weeks at a time. Roy told me, I observed that many saintly figures, Danda, Swamis, arrived in the quiet of night to sit at the Guru's feet. Sometimes they would engage in discussion of meditational and philosophical points. At dawn, the exalted guest would depart. I found during my visit that Lahiri Mahasaya did not once lie down to sleep during an early period of my association with the master. I had to contend with the opposition of my employer. Roy went on. He was steeped in materialism. I don't want religious fanatics on my staff, he would sneer. If I ever meet your charlatan guru, I shall give him some words to remember. This alarming threat failed to interrupt my regular program. I spent nearly every evening in my guru's presence. One night my employer followed me and rushed rudely into the parlor. He was doubtless fully bent on uttering the pulverizing remark he had promised. No sooner had the man seated himself than Lahiri Mahasaya addressed the little group of about 12 disciples. Would you all like to see a picture? When we nodded, he asked us to darken the room. Sit behind one another in a circle, he said, and place your hands over the eyes of the man in front of you. I was not surprised to see that my employer also was following, albeit unwillingly, the master's direction. In a few minutes, Lahiri Mahasaya asked us what we were seeing. So I replied, a beautiful woman appears. She wears a red bordered sari and stands near an elephant ear plant. All the other disciples gave the same description. The master turned to my employer. Do you recognize that woman? Yes, the man was evidently struggling with emotions new to his nature. I have been foolishly spending my money on her, though I have a good wife. I am ashamed of the motives which brought me here. Will you forgive me and receive me as a disciple? If you lead a good moral life for 6 months, I shall accept you. The master enigmatically added, otherwise I won't have to initiate you. For 3 months my employer refrained from temptation. Then he resumed his former relationship with the woman. 2 months later he died. Thus I came to understand my guru's veiled prophecy about the improbability of the man's initiation. Lahiri Mahasaya had a very famous friend Swami Tralenga, who was reputed to be over 300 years old. The two yogis often sat together in meditation. Tralenga's fame is so widespread that few Hindus would deny the possibility of truth in any story of his astounding miracles. If Christ returned to earth and walked the street of New York, displaying his divine powers, it would cause the same excitement that was created by Taranga decades ago as he passed through the crowded lanes of Benares. On many occasions, the Swami was seen to drink, with no ill effect, the most deadly poisons. Thousands of people, including the few who are still living, have seen Tiranga floating on the Ganges. For days together, he would sit on top of the water or remain hidden for very long periods under the waves. A common sight at the Banaras bathing ghats was the Swami's motionless body on the blistering stone slabs, wholly exposed to the merciless Indian sun. By these feats, Taranga sought to teach man that a yogi's life does not depend upon oxygen or ordinary conditions and precautions, whether he were above water or under it, and whether or not his baby body lay exposed to the fierce solar rays. The master proved that he lived by divine consciousness. Death could not touch him. The yogi was great not only spiritually but physically. His weight exceeded 300 pounds, a pound for each year of his life, as he ate very seldom. The mystery is increased. A master, however, easily ignores all usual rules of health. When he desires to do so for some special reason, often a subtle one, known only to himself. Great saints who have awakened from the cosmic Maya dream and realized this world as an idea in the divine mind can do as they wish with the body, knowing it to be only a manipulatable form of condensed or frozen energy. Though physical scientists now understand that matter is nothing but congealed energy, fully illuminated masters have long passed from theory to practice in the field of matter control. Tiranga always remained completely nude. The harassed police of Benares came to regard him as a baffling problem child. The natural Swami, like the early Adam in the Garden of Eden, was utterly unconscious of his nakedness. The police were quite conscious of it, however, and unceremoniously committed him to jail. General embarrassment ensued. The enormous body of Tiranga was soon seen in its usual entirety on the prison roof. His cell, still securely locked, offered no clue to his mode of escape. The discouraged officers of the law once more performed their duty. This time a guard was posted before the Swami's cell. Might again retired before night. Right. Tiranga was soon observed in his nonchalant stroll over the roof. Justice is blind. The outwitted police decided to follow her example. The great yogi preserved a habitual silence, in spite of his round face and huge barrel-like stomach. Tiranga ate only occasionally after weeks without food. He would break his fast with potfuls of clabbered milk offered to him by devotees. A skeptic once determined to expose Tiranga as a charlatan. A large bucket of calcium lime mixture, used in whitewashing walls, was placed before the Swami. Master, the materialist said in mock reverence, I have brought you some clabbered milk, please drink it. Tiranga unhesitatingly drained to the last drop the container full of burning lime. In a few minutes, the evil doer fell to the ground in agony. Help, Swami, help, he cried. I am on fire. Forgive my wicked test. The great yogi broke his habitual silence. Scoffer, he said, you did not realize when you offered me poison that my life is one with your one. Except for my knowledge that God is present in my stomach, as in every atom of creation, the lime would have killed me. Now that you know the divine meaning of boomerang, never again play tricks on anyone. The well-purged sinner, healed by Tiranga's words, slunk feebly away. The reversal of pain was not due to any volition of the master, but came about through unerring application of the law of justice, which uphold creation's farthest sweeping orb. Man of God realization, like Taranga, allow the divine law to operate instantaneously. They have banished forever all thwarting cross current of ego. The automatic adjustments of righteousness, often paid in an unexpected coin, as in the case of Taranga and his would-be murderer, assure our hasty indignance at human injustice. Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. What need for man's brief resources? The universe duly conspires for retribution. Dull minds discredit the possibility of divine justice, love omniscience, immortality. Airy scriptural conjectures, this insensitive viewpoint, awful all else before the cosmic spectacle, arouses a train of events which brings its own awakening. The omnipotence of spiritual law was referred to by Christ on the occasion of his triumphant entry into Jerusalem. As the disciples and the multitude shouted for joy and cried, "Peace in heaven and glory in the highest." Certain Pharisees complained of the undignified spectacle. "Master," they protested, "rebuke the disciples." "I tell you," Jesus replied, "that if these should hold their peace, the stones would immediately cry out." In this reprimand to the Pharisees, Christ was pointing out that divine justice is no figurative abstraction, and that a man of peace, though his tongue be torn from its root, will yet find his speech and his defense in the bedrock of creation. The universal order itself, think you, Jesus was saying to silence men of peace, as well may you hope to throttle the voice of God, whose very stone sing his glory and his omnipresence. Will you demand that man not celebrate in honor of the peace in heaven, but should only gather together in multitudes to shout for war on earth? Then make your preparations, O Pharisees, to overtopple the foundation of the world. For it is not gentlemen alone, but stones on earth, or earth and water and fire and air that will rise up against you, to bear witness of his ordered harmony. The grace of the Christ-like yogi Tiranga was once bestowed on my Sajo maternal uncle. One morning, uncle saw the master surrounded by a crowd of devotees at Banaras Ghat. He managed to ace his way close to Tiranga, whose feet he touched humbly. Uncle was astonished to find himself instantly freed from painful chronic disease. The only non-living disciple of the great yogi is a woman, Sankari Mai Jew, daughter of one of Taranga's disciples. She received the Swami's training from her early childhood. She lived for 40 years in series of lonely Himalayan caves near Badrinath, Kedarnath, Amarnath and Pasupatinath. The Brahmacharini, woman ascetic, born in 1826, is now well over the century mark, not aged in appearance. However, she has retained her black hair, sparkling teeth, and amazing energy. She comes out of her seclusion every few years to attend the periodical melas or religious fairs. This woman saint often visited Rani Mahasaya. She has related that one day in the Barakpur section near Calcutta, while she was sitting by Lahari Mahasaya's side, his great Guru Babaji quietly entered the room and held converse with them both. On one occasion, her master Tiranga, forsaking his usual silence, honored Lahari Mahasaya very pointedly in public. A Banaras disciple objected. "Sir," he said, "why do you, a Swami and a renunciate, show such respect to a householder?" My son Tiranga replied, "Lahari Mahasaya is like a divine kitten, remaining wherever the cosmic mother has placed him, while dutifully playing the part of a worthy man. He has received that perfect self-realization for which I have renounced even my loincloth." Chapter 32. Ram is raised from the dead. Now a certain man was sick, named Lazarus. When Jesus heard that, he said, The sickness is not unto death, but for the glory of God, that the Son of God might be glorified thereby. Sri Yukteswar was expounding the Christian scriptures one sunny morning on the balcony of his Serampur hermitage. Besides a few of Master's other disciples, I was present with a small group of my Vachi students. In this passage, Jesus calls himself the Son of God, though he was truly united with God. His reference here has a deep impersonal significance. My guru explained, the Son of God is the Christ or divine consciousness in man. No mortal can glorify God. The only honor that man can pay his Creator is to see Him. Man cannot glorify an abstraction that he does not know. The glory or nimbus around the head of the saint is a symbolic witness of their capacity to render divine homage. Sri Yukteswar went on to read the marvelous story of Rajava's resurrection. At its conclusion, Master fell into a strong silence. The sacred book opened on his knee. I too was privileged to behold a similar miracle. My Guru finally spoke with solemn unction. I resurrected one of my friends from the dead. The young lads at my side smiled with keen interest. There was enough of the boy in me, too, to enjoy not only the philosophy, but in particular any story I could get Sri Yukteswar to relate about his wondrous experiences with his Guru. My friend Vama and I were inseparable, Master began. Because he was shy and reclusive, he chose to visit our Guru Rahari Mahasaya only during the hours of midnight and dawn, when the crowd of daytime disciples was absent. As Vama's closest friend, I served as a spiritual vent through which he let out the wealth of his spiritual perceptions. I found inspiration in his ideal companionship. My Guru's face softened with memories. Rama was suddenly put to a severe test. Sri Yukteswar continued. He contracted the disease of Asiatic cholera. As our master never objected to the services of physician at times of serious illness, two specialists were summoned. Amidst the frantic rush of ministering to the stricken man, I was deeply praying to Rahari Mahasaya for help. I hurried to his home and sobbed out the story. The doctor are seeing Rama, he will be well. My Guru smiled jovially. I returned with a light heart to my friend's bedside, only to find him in a dying state. He cannot last more than 1 or 2 hours, one of the physicians told me with a gesture of despair. Once more I hastened to Rahari Mahasaya. The doctors are conscious men. I am sure Rama will be well. The master dismissed me briefly. At Rama's place, I found both doctors gone. One had left me a note. We have done our best, but his case is hopeless. My friend was indeed the picture of a dying man. I did not understand how Rahari Mahasaya's word could fail to come true. Yet the sight of Rama's rapidly ebbing life kept suggesting to my mind, all is over now. Tossing thus on the seas of faith and apprehensive doubt, I ministered to my friend as best I could. He roused himself to cry out. Yukteswar went to master and tell him I am gone. Ask him to bless my body before its last rites. With these words, Rama sighed heavily and gave up the ghost. I wept for an hour by his beloved form, always a lover of quiet. Now he had attained the utter stillness of death. Another disciple came in. I asked him to remain in the house until I returned. Half dazed, I trotted back to my Guru. How is Rama now? Rahari Mahasaya's face was wreathed in his smiles. So you will soon see how he is. I blurted out emotionally. In a few hours you will see his body before it is carried to the crematory grounds. I broke out down and moaned openly. Yukteswar, control yourself. Sit calmly and meditate. My Guru retired into samadhi. The afternoon and night passed in unbroken silence. I struggled unsuccessfully to regain an inner composure. At dawn, Rahari Mahasaya glanced at me consolingly. I see you are still disturbed, Why did not you explain yesterday that you expected me to give Rama tangible aid in the form of some medicine? The master pointed to a cup-shaped lamp containing crude castor oil. Fill a little bottle from the lamp. Put 7 drops into Rama's mouth. Sir, I remonstrated. He had been dead since yesterday noon. Of what use is the oil now? Never mind, just do as I ask. Rahi Mahasa's cheerful mood was incomprehensible. I was still in the unassuaged agony of bereavement. Pouring out a small amount of oil, I departed for Rama's house. I found my friend's body rigid in the death grasp, paying no attention to his ghastly condition. I opened his lips with my right finger and managed, with my left hand and the help of the cork, to put the oil drop by drop over his clenched teeth. As the 7th drop touched his cold lips, Rama shivered violently. His muscles vibrated from head to foot as he sat up wonderingly. I saw Rahi Mahasa in a blaze of light. He cried. He shone like the sun. Arise, forsake your sleep. He commanded me. Come with Yukteswar to see me. I could scarcely believe my eyes when Rama dressed himself and was strong enough after that fatal sickness to walk to the home of our Guru. There he prostrated himself before Rahi Mahasa with tears of gratitude. The master was beside himself with mirth. His eyes twinkled at me mischievously. Yukteswar, he said, surely henceforth you will not fail to carry with you a bottle of castor oil whenever you see a corpse. Just administer the oil, while 7 drops of lamp oil must surely foil the power of Yama. Guruji, you are ridiculing me. I don't understand. Please point out the nature of my error. I told you twice that Rama would be well, yet you could not fully believe me. Rahi Mahasa explained. I did not mean the doctors would be able to cure him. I remarked only that they were in attendance. There was no causal connection between my two statements. I did not want to interfere with the physicians. They have to live too. In a voice resounding with joy, my Guru added, always know that the inexhaustible Paramatman can heal anyone, doctor or no doctor. I see my mistake. I acknowledged remorsefully. I know how now that your simple words is binding on the whole cosmos. As the Yukteswar finished the awesome story, one of the spellbound listeners ventured a question that, from a child, was doubly understandable. Sir, he said, why did your Guru use castor oil? Child, giving the oil had no meaning except that I expected something material, and Rahi Mahasa chose the nearby oil as an objective symbol for awakening my greater faith. The master allowed Rama to die because I had partially doubted, but as much as he had said the disciple would be well, the healing must take place, even though he had to cure Rama of death, a disease usually final. Sri Yukteswar dismissed the little group and motioned me to a blanket seat at his feet. Yoganand, he said, with unusual gravity, you have been surrounded from birth by direct disciples of Rahi Mahasa. The great master lived his sublime life in partial seclusion and steadfastly refused to permit his followers to build any organization around his teaching. He made nevertheless a significant prediction. About 50 years after my passing, he said, my life will be written because of a deep interest in yoga, which the best will manifest. The yogic message will encircle the group and aid in establishing that brotherhood of man, which results from direct perception of the one Father. My son Yoganand Sri Yukteswar went on, you must do your part in spreading that message and inviting that sacred life. 50 years after Rahi Mahasa's passing, in 1895, culminated in 1945, the year of completion of this present book. I cannot but be struck by the coincidence that the year 1945 has also ushered in a new age, the era of revolutionary atomic energies. Our thoughtful minds turn as never before to the urgent problems of peace and brotherhood, reached the continued use of physical force banishes all men along with the problems. Though the human race and its works disappears tracelessly by time or bomb, the sun does not falter in its course. The stars keep their invariable vigil. Cosmic law cannot be stayed or changed, and the man would do well to put himself in harmony with it. If the cosmos is against might, if the sun was not on, not with the planets, but retires at due full time to give the stars their little sway, what awaits our mailed fist? Shall any peace indeed come out of it? No cruelty, but good. Will arms the universal sinews? Our humanity at peace will know the endless fruits of victory, sweeter to the taste than any nurtured on the soil of blood. The effective League of Nations be we a natural or nameless league of human hearts. The broad sympathize and discerning insight needed for the healing of earthly woes cannot flow from a mere intellectual consideration of man's diversities, but from knowledge of man's soul unity, his kinship with God, toward realization of the world's highest ideal, peace through brotherhood. May yoga, the science of personal contact with the divine, spread in time to all men in all lands. Though India's civilization is ancient above any other, few historians have noted that her feat of national survival is by no means an accident, but a logical incident in the devotion to eternal varieties which India has offered through her best men in every generation. By sheer continuity of being, by intransivity before the ages, can dusty scholars truly tell us how many? India has given the worthiest answer of any people to the challenge of time. The biblical story of Abraham's plea to the Lord that the city of Sodom be spared if 10 righteous men could be found therein, and the divine reply, I will not destroy it for 10's sake, gains new meaning in the light of India's escape from the oblivion of Babylon, Egypt, and other mighty nations who were once her contemporaries. The Lord's answer clearly shows that a land lives not by its material achievements but in its masterpieces of man. Let the divine words be heard again. In this 20th century, twice dyed in blood half over. No nation that can produce 10 men, great in the eyes of the unbribable judge, shall know extinction. Heeding such persuasion, India has proved herself not witless against the thousand cunnings of time. Self-realized masters in every century have hallowed her soil. Modern Christ-like sages like Rahari Mahasaya and his disciple Sri Yukteswar rise up to proclaim that the science of yoga is more vital than any material advances to man's happiness and to a nation's longevity. Very scanty information about the life of Rahari Mahasaya and his universal doctrine has ever appeared in print. For 3 decades in India, America, and Europe, I found a deep and sincere interest in his message of liberating yoga. A written account of the master's life, even as he foretold, is now needed in the West, where lives of the great modern yogis are little known. Nothing but 1 or 2 small pamphlets in English has been written on the Guru's life. One biography in Bengali, C.C. Syam Javan Rahari Mahasaya, appeared in 1941. It was written by my disciple, Swami Satyananda, who for many years has been the Acharya, spiritual preceptor at our Vidyalaya in Ranchi. I have translated a few pages from his book and have incorporated them into this section devoted to Rahari Mahasaya. It was into a pious Brahmin family of ancient lineage that Rahari Mahasaya was born September 30, 1828. His birthplace was the village of Ghurni in the Nadia district near Krishnanagar, Bengal. He was the youngest son of Mukta Kasi, the second wife of the esteemed Gaur Mohan Lahiri. His first wife, after the birth of 3 sons, had died during a pilgrimage. The boy's mother passed away during his childhood. Little about her is known except the revealing fact that she was an ardent devotee of Lord Shiva, scripturally designated as a king of yogis. The boy Lahiri, whose given name was Syamcharan, spent his early years in an ancestral home at Nadia. At the age of 3 or 4, he was often observed sitting under the sands in the posture of a yogi, his body completely hidden except for the head. The Lahiri estate was destroyed in the winter of 1833 when the nearby Jalangi River changed its course and disappeared into the depths of the Ganges. One of the Shiva temples founded by the Lahiris went into the river along with the family home. A devotee rescued the stone image of Lord Shiva from the swirling water and placed it in a new temple, now well known as the Ghoni Shiva site. Gaur Mohan Lahiri and his family left Nadia and became resident of Benares, where the father immediately erected a Shiva temple. He conducted his household along the lines of Vedic discipline, with regular observance of ceremonial worship, acts of charity, and scriptural study. Just and open-minded, however, he did not ignore the beneficial current of modern ideas. The boy Lahiri took lessons in Hindi and Urdu in Benares study groups. He attended a school conducted by Joy Narayan Ghoshal, receiving instruction in Sanskrit, Bengali, French, and English, applying himself to a close study of the Vedas. The young yogi listened eagerly to scriptural discussions by learned Brahmins, including a Mayurhatta Pandit named Nagbhatta. Syamcharan was a kind, gentle, and courageous youth, beloved by all his companions. With a well-proportioned, bright, and powerful body, he excelled in swimming and in many skillful activities. 1846, Syamcharan Lahiri was married to Srimati Kasi Moni, daughter of Sri Devanarayan Sanyal, a model Indian housewife. Kasi Moni cheerfully carried on her home duties and the traditional householder's obligation to serve guests and the poor. Two sons, Tinkori and Dukori, blessed the union. At the age of 23, in 1851, Lahiri Mahasaya took the post of accountant in the military engineering department of the English government. He received many promotions during the time of his service. Thus, not only was he a master before God's eyes, but also a success in the little human drama, where he played his given role as an office worker in the world. As the offices of the army department were shifted, Lahiri Mahasaya was transferred to Gazipur, Mirzapur, Danapur, Nainital, Benares, and other localities. After the death of his father, Lahiri had to assume the entire responsibility of his family, for whom he bought a quiet residence in the Gurudeshwar Mohalla neighborhood of Benares. It was in his 33rd year that Lahiri Mahasaya was fulfilled of the purpose for which he had reincarnated on earth. The as-hidden flame, long smoldering, received its opportunity to burst into flame. A divine decree, resting beyond the gaze of human beings, worked mysteriously to bring all things into outer manifestation. At the proper time, he met his great Guru Babaji near Vanikhet and was initiated by him into Kriya Yoga. This auspicious event did not happen to him alone. It was a fortunate moment for all the human race, many of whom were later privileged to receive the soul awakening gift of Kriya. The lost or long vanished highest art of yoga was again being brought to light. Many spiritually thirsty men and women eventually found their way to the cool waters of Kriya Yoga, just as in the Hindu legend, where Mother Gange offers her divine draught to the parched devotees Bhagirath. So the celestial flood of Kriya rolled from the secret fastnesses of Himalayas into the dusty haunts of man. Chapter 33. Babaji, the Yogi Christ of modern India. The northern Himalayan crags near Badrinath are still blessed by the living presence of Babaji, Guru of Lahiri Mahasaya. The secluded master has retained his physical form for centuries, perhaps for millennia. The deathless Babaji is an avatar. This Sanskrit word means descent. Its roots are ava, down, and tri, to pass. In the Hindu scriptures, avatar signifies the descent of divinity into flesh. Babaji's spiritual state is beyond human comprehension. Sri Yukteswar explained to me, the dwarfed vision of man cannot pierce to his transcendental stars. One attempts in vain even to picture the avatar's attainment. It is inconceivable. The Upanishads have minutely classified every stage of spiritual advancement. A Siddha, perfected being, has progressed from the state of Jivan Mukta, freed while living, to that of a Param Mukta, supremely free, full power over death. The latter has completely escaped from the Maya thraldom and its reincarnational round. The Paramukta therefore seldom returns to a physical body. If he does, he is an avatar, a divinely appointed medium of supernal blessings on the bird. An avatar is unsubject to the universal economy. His pure body, visible as a light image, is free from any debt to nature. The casual gaze may see nothing extraordinary in an avatar's form, but it casts no shadow nor makes any footprint on the ground. These are outward symbolic proofs of an inward lack of darkness and material bondages. Such a God-man alone knows the truth behind the relativities of life and death. Omar Khayyam, so grossly misunderstood, sang of this liberated man in his immortal scripture, the Rubaiyat. Ah, moon of my delight, who knows no vain. The moon of heavens is rising once again. How often hereafter rising Celsius look through this same garden after me in vain. The moon of delight is God, eternal Polaris, and anachronous never. The moon of heaven is the outward cosmos, fettered to the law of periodic recurrence. Its chains had been dissolved forever by the Persian seer through his self-realization. How often hereafter rising Celsius took after me in vain. What frustration of search by a frantic universe for an absolute omission. Christ expressed his freedom in another way, and a certain scribe came and said unto him, Master, I will follow thee whithersoever thou goest. And Jesus saith unto him, The foxes have holes, and the birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man hath not where to lay his head. Spacious with omnipresence. Could Christ indeed be followed except in the overarching spirit? Krishna, Rama, Buddha, and Patanjali were among the ancient Indian avatars. A considerable poetic literature in Tamil has grown up around Agastya, a South Indian avatar. He worked many miracles during the centuries preceding and following the Christian era, and is credited with retaining his physical form even to this day. Babaji's mission in India has been to assist prophets in carrying out their special dispensations. He thus qualifies for the scriptural classifications of Maha-Avatar, Great Avatar. He has stated that he gave yoga initiation to Shankar, ancient founder of the Swami order, and to Kabir, famous medieval saint. His chief 19th century disciple was, as we know, Lahiri Mahasaya, revivalist of the lost Kriya art. The Mahavatar is in constant communion with Christ. Together they send out vibrations of redemption and have planned the spiritual techniques of salvation for this age. The work of these two fully illumined masters, one with the body and one without it, is to inspire the nations to forsake suicidal wars, race hatred, religious sectarianism, and the boomerang evils of materialism. Babaji is well aware of the trend of modern times, especially of the influence and complexities of Western civilization, and realizes the necessity of spreading the self-revelations of yoga equally in the West and in the East. That there is no historical reference to Babaji need not surprise us. The great Guru has never openly appeared in any sanctuary. The misinterpreting glare of publicity has no place in his millennial plans. Like the creator, the sole but silent power, Babaji works in a humble obscurity. Great prophets like Christ and Krishna come to earth for a specific and spectacular purpose. They depart as soon as it is accomplished. Other avatars, like Babaji, undertake work which is concerned more with the slow evolutionary progress of man during the centuries than with any one outstanding event of history. Such masters always veil themselves from the gross public gaze and have the power to become invisible at will. For these reasons and because they generally instruct their disciples to maintain silence about them, a number of towering spiritual figures remain buried unknown. I give in these pages on Babaji merely a hint of his life, only a few facts which he deems it fit and helpful to be publicly imparted. No limiting facts about Babaji's family or birthplace, dear to the analyst's heart, have ever been discovered. His speech is generally in Hindi, but he converses easily in any language. He has adopted the simple name of Babaji, revered father. Other titles of respect given him by Lahiri Mahasay's disciples are Mahamuni Babaji, Maharaj, Supreme Ascetic Saint, Mahayogi, greatest of yogis, Trambak Baba and Shiva Baba. Titles of avatars of Shiva. Does it matter that we know not the patronymic of an earth-reached master? Whenever anyone utters with reverence or the name of Babaji, Lahiri Mahasaya said, that devotee attracts an instant spiritual blessing. The deathless Guru bears no marks of age on his body. He appears to be no more than a youth of 25, fair-skinned, of medium build and height. Babaji's beautiful, strong body radiates a perceptible glow. His eyes are dark, calm and tender. His long, lustrous hair is copper-colored. A very strange fact is that Babaji bears an extraordinary exact resemblance to his disciple Lahiri Mahasaya. The similarity is so striking that in his later years, Lahiri Mahasaya might have passed as the father of the youthful-looking Babaji. Swami Kevalanand, my Sanskrit Sanskrit tutor, spent some time with Babaji in the Himalayas. The peerless master moves with his group from place to place in the mountains. Kevalanand told me, his small band contains 2 highly advanced American disciples. After Babaji has been in one locality for some time, he says, Deva Danda Uthao, let us lift our camp and staff. He carries a symbolic danda, bamboo staff. His words are the signal for moving with his group instantaneously to another place. He does not always employ this method of astral travel. Sometimes he goes on foot from peak to peak. Babaji can be seen or recognized by others only when he so desires. He is known to have appeared in many slightly different forms to various devotees, sometimes without beard and mustache, and sometimes with them. As his undecaying body requires no food, the master seldom eats. As a social courtesy to visiting disciples, he occasionally accepts foods or rice cooked in milk and clarified butter. 2 amazing incidents of Babaji's life are known to me. Kevalanand went on. His disciples were sitting one night around a huge fire, which was blazing for a sacred Vedic ceremony. The master suddenly seized a burning log and lightly struck the bare shoulder of a chela who was close to the fire. Sir, how cruel! Lahiri Mahasaya, who was present, made this remonstrance. Would you rather have seen him burn to ashes before your eyes, according to the degree of his past karma? With these words, Babaji placed his healing hand on the chela's disfigured shoulder. I have freed you tonight from painful death. The karmic law has been satisfied through your slight suffering by fire. On another occasion, Babaji's sacred circle was disturbed by the arrival of a stranger. He had climbed with astonishing skill to nearly inaccessible ridge near the camp of the master. So you must be the great Babaji. The man's face was lit with inexpressible reverence. For months I have pursued a ceaseless search for you among these forbidding cracks. I implore you to accept me as a disciple. When the great Guru made no response, the man pointed to the rocky chasm at his feet. If you refuse me, I will jump from this mountain. Life has no further value if I cannot win your guidance to the divine. Jump then, Babaji said unemotionally. I cannot accept you in your present state of development. The man immediately hurled himself over the cliff. Babaji instructed the shocked disciple to fetch the stranger's body. When they returned with the mangled form, the master placed his divine hand on the dead man. Lo, he opened his eyes and prostrated himself humbly before the omnipotent one. You are now ready for discipleship. Babaji beamed lovingly on his resurrected chela. You have courageously passed a difficult test. Death shall not touch you again. Now you are one of our immortal flock. Then he spoke his usual words of departure. Deva Danda Uthao. The whole group vanished from the mountain. An avatar lives in the omnipresent spirit. For him there is no distance. Inverse to the square. Only one reason. Therefore, can motivate Babaji in maintaining his physical form from century to century. The desire to furnish humanity with a concrete example of its own possibilities. But man never vouchsafed a glimpse of divinity in the flesh. He would remain oppressed by the heavy Mike delusion that he cannot transcend his mortality. Jesus knew from the beginning the sequence of his life. He passed through each event not for himself, not from any karmic compulsion, but solely for the upliftment of reflective human beings. His four reporter disciples, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, recorded the ineffable drama for the benefit of later generations. Beginning for Babaji also, there is no relativity of past, present, future. From the beginning, he has known all phases of his life, yet accommodating himself to the limited understanding of man. He has played many acts of his divine life in the presence of one or more witnesses. Thus it came about that a disciple of Rahi Mahasaya was present when Babaji deemed the time to be ripe for him to proclaim the possibility of bodily immortality. He uttered this promise before Ram Gopal Mujumdar that it might finally become known for the inspiration of other seeking hearts. The great ones speak their words and participate in the seemingly natural course of events solely for the good of man, even as Christ said, Father, I knew that thou hearest me always, but because of the people which stand by, I said it, that they may believe that thou hast sent me. During my visit at Van Bajpur with Ram Gopal, the sleepless saint, he related the wondrous story of his first meeting with Babaji. I sometimes left my isolated cave to sit at Rahi Mahasaya's feet in Banaras. Ram Gopal told me one midnight as I was silently meditating in a group of his disciples. The master made a surprising request. Ram Gopal, he said, go at once to the Dasas made bathing ghat. I soon reached the secluded spot. The night was bright with moonlight and the glittering stars. After I had sat in patient silence for a while, my attention was drawn to a huge stone slab near my feet. It rose gradually, revealing an underground cave. As the stone remained balanced in some unknown manner, the draped form of a young and surprisingly lovely woman was levitated from the cave, high into the air, surrounded by a soft halo. She slowly descended in front of me and stood motionless, steeped in an inner state of ecstasy. She finally started and spoke gently. I am Mataji, the sister of Babaji. I have asked him and also Rahi Mahasaya to come to my cave tonight to discuss a matter of great importance. A nebulous light was rapidly floating over the Ganges. The strange luminescence was reflected in the opaque water. It approached nearer and nearer until, with a blinding flash, it appeared by the side of Mataji and condensed itself instantly into the human form of Rahi Mahasaya. He bowed humbly at the feet of the woman saint. Before I had recovered from my bewilderment, I was further wonderstruck to behold a circling mass of mystical light traveling in the sky. Descending swiftly, the flaming whirlpool neared our group and materialized itself into the body of a beautiful youth, who I understood at once was Babaji. He looked like Rahari Mahasar, the only difference being that Babaji appeared much younger and had long bright hair. Rahari Mahasar, Mataji and myself knelt at the Guru's feet. An eternal sensation of the beatific glory thrilled every fiber of my being as I touched his divine flesh. Blessed sister, Babaji said, I am intending to set my form and plunge into the infinite current. I have already glimpsed your plan. Blood Master, I wanted to discuss it with you tonight. Why should you leave your body? The glorious woman looked at him beseechingly. What is the difference if I bear a visible or invisible wave on the ocean of my spirit? Mataji replied with a quaint flash of wit. Deathless Guru, if it makes no difference, then please do not ever relinquish your form. Be it so, Babaji said solemnly. I will never leave my physical body. It will always remain visible to at least a small number of people on this earth. The Lord has spoken his own wish through your lips. As I listened in awe to the conversation between these exalted beings, the great Guru turned to me with a benign gesture. Fear not, Ram Gopal, he said. You are blessed to be a witness of the scene of this immortal promise. As the sweet melody of Babaji's voice faded away, his form and that of Rahari Mahasar slowly levitated and moved backward over the Ganges. An aureole of dazzling light tempered their bodies as they vanished into the night sky. Mataji's form floated to the cave and descended. The stone slab closed it of itself as if working on an invisible race. Infinitely inspired, I wended my way back to Rahari Mahasar's place. As I bowed before him in the early dawn, my Guru smiled at me understandingly. I am happy for you, Ram Gopal, he said. The desire of meeting Babaji and Mataji, which you have often expressed to me, has found at last a sacred fulfillment. My fellow disciple informed me that Rahari Mahasar had not moved from his dais since early the preceding evening. He gave a wonderful discourse on immortality after you have left for the Dasamed Ghat. One of the chelas told me. For the first time I fully realized the truth in the scriptural verses, which state that a man of self-realization can appear at different places in two or more bodies at the same time. Rahari Mahasar later explained to me many metaphysical points concerning the hidden divine plan for this earth. Ram Gopal concluded, Babaji has been chosen by God to remain in his body for the duration of this particular birth cycle. Ages shall come and go. Still the deathless master, beholding the drama of centuries, shall be present on this stage terrestrial. Chapter 34. Materializing a palace in the Himalaya. Babaji's first meeting with Rahari Mahasar is an enthralling story, and one of few which gives us a detailed glimpse of the deathless Guru. These words were Swami Kevalanand's preamble to a wondrous tale. The first time he recounted it, I was literally spellbound. On many other occasions, I coaxed my gentle Sanskrit tutor to repeat the story, which was later told me in substantially the same words by Sri Yukteswar. Both these Rahari Mahasar's disciples had heard the awesome tale direct from the lips of their Guru. My first meeting with Babaji took place in my 33rd year. Rahari Mahasar had said, in the autumn of 1861. I was stationed in Danapur as a government accountant in the military engineering department. One morning the office manager summoned me. Rahari, he said, a telegram has just come from our main office. You are to be transferred to Ranikhet, where an army post is now being established. With one servant, I set out on the 500-mile trip. Traveling by horse and buggy, we arrived in 30 days at the Himalaya side of Ranikhet. My office duties were not onerous. I was able to spend many hours roaming in the magnificent hills. A rumor reached me that great saints blessed the region with their presence. I felt a strong desire to see them. During a ramble one early afternoon, I was astounded to hear a distant voice calling me my name. I continued my vigorous upward climb on Dongri Mountain. A slight uneasiness beset me at the thought that I might not be able to retrace my steps before darkness had descended over the jungle. I finally reached a small clearing whose sides were dotted with caves. On one of the rocky ledges stood a smiling young man, extending his hand in welcome. I noticed with astonishment that except for his copper-colored hair, he bore a remarkable resemblance to myself. Rahmi, you have come. The saint addressed me affectionately in Hindi. Rest here in this cave. It was I who called you. I entered a neat little grotto which contained several woolen blankets and a few commanders' begging bows. Rahmi, do you remember that seat? The yogi pointed to a folded blanket in one corner. No, sir. Somewhat dazed at the strangeness of my adventure, I added I must leave now, before nightfall. I have business in the morning at my office. The mysterious saint replied in English. The office was brought for you, and not you for the office. I was dumbfounded that this forest ascetic should not only speak English, but also paraphrase the words of Christ. I see my diagram took effect. The yogi remark was incomprehensible to me. I inquired his meaning. I referred to the telegram that summoned you to these isolated parts. It was I who silently suggested to the mind of your superior officer that you be transferred to Ranikhet. When one feels his unity with mankind, all minds become transmitting stations through which he can work at will. He added gently, Rahmi, surely this cave seems familiar to you. As I maintained a bewildered silence, the saint approached and struck me gently on the forehead. At his magnetic touch, a wondrous current swept through my brains, releasing the sweet seed memories of my previous life. I remember. My voice was half choked with joyous sobs. You are my Guru Babaji, who has belonged to me always. Scenes of the past arise vividly in my mind. Here in this cave I spent many years of my last incarnation. As ineffable recollection overwhelmed me, I tearfully embraced my master's feet. For more than 3 decades I have waited for you here, waited for you to return to me. Babaji's voice rang with celestial love. You slipped away and vanished into the tumultuous waves of the life beyond death. The magic band of your karma touched you, and you were gone. Though you lost sight of me, never did I lose sight of you. I pursued you over the luminescent astral sea, where the glorious angels sail. Through gloom, storm, upheaval, and light, I followed you, like a mother bird guarding her young. As you lived out your human term of warm life and emerged a baby, my eye was ever on you. When you covered your tiny form in the lotus posture under the Nadia sands in your childhood, I was invisibly present. Patiently, month after month, year after year, I have watched over you, waiting for this perfect day. Now you are with me. Lo, here is your cave, loved of yore. I have kept it ever clean and ready for you. Here is your hallowed asana blanket, where you daily sat to fill your expanding heart with God. Behold there your bowl, from which you often drank the nectar prepared by me. See how I have kept the brass cup brightly polished, that you might drink again therefrom. My own, do you not now understand? My Guru, what can I say? I murmured brokenly. Where has one ever heard of such deathless love? I gazed long and ecstatically on my eternal treasure, my Guru in life and death. Rahmi, you need purification. Drink the oil in this bowl and lie down by the river. Babaji's practical wisdom, I reflected with a quick, reminiscent smile, was ever to the fore. I obeyed his directions. Though the icy Himalayan night was descending, a comforting warmth and inner radiation began to pulsate in every cell of my body. I marveled. Was the unknown oil endued with a cosmical heat? Bitter winds whipped around me in the darkness, seeking a fierce challenge. The chill wavelets of the Goga's river lapped, now and then, over my body, outstretched on the rocky bank. Tigers howled nearby, but my heart was free of fear. The radiant force newly generated within me conveyed an assurance of unassailable protection. Several hours passed swiftly. Faded memories of another life woven themselves into the present brilliant pattern of reunion with my divine Guru. My solitary musings were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. In the darkness, a man's hand gently helped me to my feet and gave me some dry clothing. Come, brother, my companion said, the master awaits you. He led the way through the forest. The somber night was suddenly lit by a steady luminosity in the distance. Can that be the sunrise? I inquired. Surely the whole night has not passed. The hour is midnight. My guide laughed softly. Yonder light is the glow of a golden palace, materialized here tonight by the peerless Babaji. In the dim past, you once expressed a desire to enjoy the beauties of a palace. Our master is now satisfying your wish, thus freeing you from the bonds of karma. He added, the magnificent palace will be the scene of your initiation tonight into Kriya Yoga. All your brothers have here joined in a paean of welcome, rejoicing at the end of your long exile. Behold, a vast palace of dazzling gold stood before us, studded with countless jewels, and set amidst landscaped gardens. It presented a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. Sands of angelic countenance were stationed by resplendent gates, half reddened by the glitter of rubies, diamond pearls, sapphires, and emeralds of great size and luster were embedded in the decorative arches. I followed my companion into a spacious reception hall. The odor of incense and of roses wafted through the air. Dim lamps shed a multicolored glow. A small group of devotees, some fair, some dark-skinned, chanted musically or sat in a meditative posture, immersed in an inner peace. A vibrant joy pervaded the atmosphere. Feast your eyes. Enjoy the artistic splendors of this palace, for it has been brought into being solely in your honor. My guide smiled sympathetically as I uttered a few ejaculations of wonderment. Brother, I said, the beauty of this structure surpasses the bounds of human imagination. Please tell me the mystery of its origin. I will gladly enlighten you. My companion's dark eyes sparkled with wisdom. In reality, there is nothing inexplicable about this materialization. The whole cosmos is a materialized thought of the Creator. This heavy, earthy God, floating in space, is a dream of God. He made all things out of His consciousness, even as man is His dream consciousness, reproduces and revives a creation with the creature. God first created the earth as an idea. Then He quickened it. Energy atoms came into being. He coordinated the atoms into the solid sphere. All its molecules are held together by the will of God. When He withdraws His will, that again will disintegrate into energy. Energy will dissolve into consciousness. That idea will disappear from objectivity. The substance of our dream is held in materialization by the subconscious thought of the dreamer. When that cohesive thought is withdrawn in wakefulness, the dream and its element dissolve. A man closes his eyes and erects a dream creation which, and on awakening, he effortlessly dematerializes. He follows the divine archetypical pattern. Similarly, when he awakens in cosmic consciousness, he will effortlessly dematerialize the illusions of the cosmic dream. Being one with the infinite, all-encompassing will, Babaji can summon the elemental atoms to combine and manifest themselves into any form. This golden palace, instantaneously created, is real, even as this earth is real. Babaji created this palatial mansion out of his mind and is holding its atoms together by the power of his will. even as God created this earth and is maintaining it intact. He added, when this structure has served its purpose, Babaji will dematerialize it. As I remained silent in awe, my guide made a sweeping gesture. This simmering palace, superbly embellished with jewels, has not been built by human effort or with laboriously mined gold and gems. It stands solidly, a monumental challenge to man. Whoever realizes himself as a son of God, even as Babaji has done, can reach any goal by the infinite powers hidden within him. A common stone locked within itself the secret of stupendous atomic energy. Even so, a mortar is yet a powerhouse of divinity. The sage picked up from a nearby table a graceful vase whose handle was blazing with diamond. Our great guru created this balance by solidifying my rights of free cosmic rays. He went on, touch this vase and its diamond. They will satisfy all the test of sensory experience. I examined the vase and passed my hand over the smooth walls, thick with glistening gold. Each of the jewels scattered lavishly about was worthy of King's collection. Deep satisfaction spread over my mind. A submerged desire, hidden in my subconsciousness from lives now gone, seemed simultaneously gratified and extinguished. My stately companion led me through ornate arches and corridors, into a series of chambers richly furnished in the style of an emperor's palace. We entered an immense hall. In the center stood a golden throne, encrusted with jewels, shedding a dazzling medley of colors. There in lotus posture sat the Supreme Babaji. I knelt on the shining floor at his feet. Rani, are you still feasting on your dream? Desires for a golden palace. My guru's eyes were twinkling like his own sapphires. Wake, all your earthly thirsts are about to be quenched forever. He murmured some mystic words of blessing. My son, arise. Receive your initiation into the kingdom of God through Kriya Yoga. Babaji stretched out his hand. A home sacrificial fire appeared, surrounded by fruits and flowers. I received the liberating yogic technique before this flaming altar. The rites were completed in the early dawn. I felt no need for sleep in my ecstatic state and wandered around the palace, filled on all sides with treasures and priceless objects, the art. Descending to the gorgeous garden, I noticed nearby the same caves and barren mountain ranges which yesterday had boasted no adjacency to palace or flowered terrace. Re-entering the palace, fabulously glistening in the cold Himalayan sunlight, I sought the presence of my master. He was still enthroned, surrounded by many quiet disciples. Rahani, you are hungry, Babaji added. Close your eyes. When I reopened them, the enchanting palace and its picturesque gardens had disappeared. My own body and the forms of Babaji and the cluster of cheras were all now seated on the bare ground at the exact side of the vanished palace, not far from the sunlit entrances of the rocky grottos. I recalled that my guide had remarked that the palace would be dematerialized, its captive atoms released into the thought essence from which it had sprung. Although stunned, I looked trustingly at my guru. I knew not what to expect next on this day of miracles. The purpose for which the palace was created has now been served, Babaji explained. He lifted an earthen vessel from the ground. Put your hand there and receive whatever food you desire. As soon as I touched the broad, empty bowl, it became heaped with hot butter, fried ruchis, curry and rare sweetmeats. I helped myself, observing that the vessel was ever filled. At the end of my meal, I looked around for water. My guru pointed to the bowl before me. Lo, the food had vanished. In its place was water, clear as from a mountain stream. Few mortals know that the kingdom of God includes the kingdom of mundane fulfillments. Babaji observed, the divine realm extends to the earthly. but the latter, being illusory, cannot include the essence of reality. Beloved Guru, last night you demonstrated for me the link of beauty in heaven and earth. I smiled at memories of the banished palace. Surely no simple yogi had ever received initiation into the august mysteries of spirit amidst surroundings of more impressive luxury. I gazed tranquilly at the stark contrast of the present scene, the sand, the gaunt ground, the sky roof, the caves offering primitive shelter. All seemed a gracious natural settings for the seraphic sands around me. I sat that afternoon on my blanket, hallowed by associations of past life realization. My divine Guru approached and passed his hand over my head. I entered the Nirvikalp Samadhi state, remaining unbroken in its bliss for 7 days. Crossing the successive strata of self-knowledge, I penetrated the deathless realm of reality. All delusive limitations dropped away. My soul was fully established on the eternal altar of the cosmic spirit. On the 8th day, I fell at my Guru's feet and implored him to keep me always near him in this sacred wilderness. My son Babaji said, embracing me, your role in this incarnation must be played on an outward stage, prenatally blessed by many lives of lonely meditation. You must now mingle in the world of man. A deep purpose underlay the fact that you did not meet me this time until you were already a married man with modest businessman responsibilities. You must put aside your thoughts of joining our sacred band in the Himalayas. Your life lies in the crowded marts, serving as an example of the ideal yogi householder. The cries of many bewildered worthy men and women had not fallen unheard on the ears of the great ones. He went on, you have been chosen to bring spiritual solace to Kriya Yoga to numerous earnest seekers. The millions who are encumbered by family ties and heavy worldly duties will take new heart from you, a householder like themselves. You must guide them to see that the highest yogic attainments are not bared to the family man. Even in the world, the yogi who faithfully discharges his responsibilities without personal motive or attachment treads the sure path of enlightenment. No necessity compels you to leave the world, for inwardly you have already surrendered its every karmic tie. Not of this world, you must yet be in it. Many years still remain during which you must consciously fulfill your family, business, civic and spiritual duties. A sweet new breath of divine hope will penetrate the arid hearts of worthy men from your balanced life. They will understand that liberation is dependent on inner rather than outer renunciation. How remote seemed my family, the office, the world, as I listened to my Guru in the high Himalayan solitudes, yet adamantine truth rang in his words. I submissively agreed to leave this blessed heaven of peace. Babaji instructed me in the ancient rigid rules which govern the transmission of the yogic art from Guru to disciple. Bestow the Kriya key on the unqualified chelas. Babaji said, he who boasts to sacrifice all in the quest of the divine is fit to unravel the final mysteries of life through the science of meditation. Angelic Guru, as you have already favored mankind by resurrecting the lost Kriya art, will you not increase that benefit by relaxing the strict requirements for discipleship? I gazed beseechingly at Babaji. I pray that you permit me to communicate Kriya to all seekers, even though at first they cannot bow themselves to complete inner renunciation. The tortured man and woman of the world, pursued by the threefold suffering, need special encouragement. They may never attempt the road to freedom if Kriya initiation be withheld from them. Be it so, the divine wish has been expressed through you. With these simple words, the merciful Guru banished the vigorous safeguards that for ages had hidden Kriya from the world. Give Kriya freely to all who humbly ask for help. After a silence, Babaji added, repeat to each of your disciples this majestic promise from the Bhagavad Gita. Swalpamasya Dharmasya Treta Mahato Bhoyat. Even a single little bit of the practice of this religion will save you from dire fears and colossal sufferings. As I knelt the next morning at my Guru's feet for his farewell blessing, he sensed my deep reluctance to leave him. There is no separation for us, my beloved child. He touched my shoulder affectionately. Wherever you are, whenever you call me, I shall be with you instantly. Consoled by his wondrous promise and rich with the newly found gold of God wisdom, I wended my way down the mountain. At the office, I was welcomed by my fellow employees who for 10 days had thought me lost in the Himalayan jungles. A letter soon arrived from the head office. Rahani should return to the Danapur office. It read, his transfer to Vanikid occurred by error. Another man should have been sent to assume the Vanikid duties. I smiled, reflecting on the hidden cross-current in the events which had led me to this furthermost spot of India. Before returning to Danapur, I spent a few days with a Bengali family at Moradabad. A party of 6 friends gathered to greet me. As I turned the conversation to spiritual subjects, my host observed gloomingly, "Oh, in these days, India is destitute of saints." "Babu," I protested warmly. "Of course, there are still great masters in this land." In a mood of exalted fervor, I felt impelled to relate my miraculous experiences in the Himalayas. The little company was politely incredulous. "Rahari," one man said soothingly, "your mind has been under strain in those rarefied mountain airs. This is some daydream you have recounted." Burning with the enthusiasm of truth, I spoke without due thought. "If I call him my guru, will appear right in this house." Interest gleamed in every eye. It was no wonder that the group was eager to behold a saint materialized in such a strange way. Half reluctantly, I asked for a quiet room and 2 new woolen blankets. The master bill materialized from the ether. I said, "Remain silently outside the door. I shall soon call you." I sank into the meditative state, humbly summoning my guru. The darkened room soon filled with a dim aural moonlight. The luminous figure of Babaji emerged. "Rahari, do you call me for a trifle?" The master's gaze was stern. "Truth is for earnest seekers, not for those of idle curiosity. It is easy to believe when one sees. There is nothing then to deny. Supersensual truth is undeserved and discovered by those who overcome their natural materialistic skepticism." He added gravely, "Let me go." I fell entreatingly at his feet. "Holy Guru, I realize my serious error. I humbly ask pardon. It was to create faith in these spiritually blinded minds that I ventured to call you. Because you have graciously appeared at my prayer, please do not depart without bestowing a blessing on my friends. Unbelievers though they be, at least they were willing to investigate the truth of my strange assertions. Very well, I will stay a while. I do not wish your word discredited before your friends." Babaji's face had softened, but he added gently, "Henceforth, my son, I shall come when you needed me and not always when you call me." Tense silence reigned in the little group. When I opened the door, as if mistrusting their senses, my friends stared at the lustrous figure on the blanket seat. "This is mass hypnotism," one man laughed blatantly. "No one could possibly have entered this room without our knowledge." Babaji advanced smilingly and motioned to each one to touch the warm, solid flesh of his body. Doubts dispelled, my friends prostrated themselves on the floor in awed repentance. "Let Halwa he be prepared." Babaji made this request. I knew to further assure the group of his physical reality. While the porridge was boiling, the divine Guru chatted affably. Great was the metamorphosis of these doubting Thomases into devout St. Paul's. After we had eaten, Babaji blessed each of us in turn. There was a sudden flash. We witnessed the instantaneous dechemicalization of the electronic elements of Babaji's body into a spreading vaporous light. The God tuned with willpower of the Master had loosened its grasp of the ether atoms held together as his body. Forthwith, the trillions of tiny life-drawing sparks faded into the infinite reservoir. With my own eyes, I have seen the conqueror of death. Matra, one of the group, spoke reverently. His face was transfigured with the joy of his recent awakening. The Supreme Guru prayed with time and place, as a child prays with bubbles. I have beheld one with the keys of heaven and earth. I soon returned to Dana, firmly anchored in the spirit. Again I assumed the manifold business and family obligations of a householder. Rahmi Mahasaya also related to Swami Kebranand and Sri Yukteswar the story of another meeting with Babaji, under circumstances which recalled the Guru's promise. I shall come whenever you need me. This scene was a Kumbh Mela at Allahabad. Rahmi Mahasaya told his disciples, I had gone there during a short vacation from my office duties. As I wandered amidst the throng of monks and sadhus who had come from great distances to attend the holy festival, I noticed an as-smeared ascetic who was holding a begging bowl. The thought arose in my mind that the man was hypocritical, bearing the outward symbol of renunciation without a corresponding inward grace. No sooner had I passed the ascetic than my astounded eye fell on Babaji. He was kneeling in front of a matted-haired anchorite. Guruji, I hastened to his side. Sir, what are you doing here? I am washing the feet of this renunciate, and then I shall clean his cooking utensils. Babaji smiled at me like a little child. I knew he was intimating that he wanted me to criticize no one, but to see the Lord as residing equally in all body temples, whether of superior or inferior man. The great Guru added, by serving wise and ignorant sadhus, I am learning the greatest of virtues, pleasing to God above all others, humility. Chapter 35. The Christ-like life of Rahmi Mahasaya. Thus it becometh us to fulfill all righteousness. In these words to John the Baptist, and in asking John to baptize him, Jesus was acknowledging the divine rights of his Guru. From a reverent study of Bible from an Oriental viewpoint, and from intuitional perception, I am convinced that John the Baptist was, in past lives, the Guru of Christ. There was numerous passages in the Bible which infer that John and Jesus in their last incarnation were respectively Elijah and his disciple Elisha. These are the spellings in the Old Testament. The Greek translators spelled the names as Elias and Eliseus. They reappear in the New Testament in these changed forms. The very end of the Old Testament is a prediction of the reincarnation of Elijah and Elisha. Behold, I will send you, Elijah, the prophet, before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Thus John, Elijah sent before the coming of the Lord, was born slightly earlier to serve as a herald for Christ. An angel appeared to Zacharias, the father, to testify that his coming son John would be no other than Elijah, Elias. But the angel said unto him, Fear not, Zacharias, for the prayer is heard, and thy wife Elizabeth shall bear thee a son, and thou shalt call him name John. And many of the children of Israel shall he turn to the Lord their God, and he shall go before him in the spirit of power of Elias, to turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the disobedient to the wisdom of the just, to make ready a people prepared for the Lord. Jesus twice unequivocally identified Elias as John. Elias is come already, and they knew him not. Then the disciples understood that he spake unto them of John the Baptist. Again Christ says, For all the prophets and the law prophesied until John. And if ye will receive it, this is Elias, which was for to come. When John denied that he was Elijah, he meant that in the humble garb of John, he came no longer in the outward elevation of Elijah, the great Guru. In his former incarnation, he had given the mantle of his glory and his spiritual wealth to his disciple Elisa. And Elisa said, I pray thee, let a double portion of the Spirit be upon me. And he said, Thou hast asked hard things. Nevertheless, if thou see me when I am taken from thee, it shall be so unto thee. And he took the mantle of Elijah that fell upon him. The roles became reversed, because Elijah John was no longer needed to be the ostensible guru of Jesus, now perfected in divine realization. When Christ was transfigured on the mountain, it was his guru Elias, with Moses, whom he saw. Again in his hour of extremity on the cross, Jesus cried out the divine name, Eli, Eli, Lama Sabachthani, that is to say, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Some of them that stood there, when they heard that, said, This man calleth for Elias. Let us see where Elias will come to save him. The eternal bond of guru and disciple that existed between John and Jesus was present also for Babaji and Ravi Mahasaya. With tender solicitude, the deathless guru swam the Lethean waters that swelled between the last two lives of his Jela and guided the successive steps taken by the child and then by the man Ravi Mahasaya. It was not until the disciple had reached his 33rd year that Babaji deemed the time to be ripe to openly re-establish the new never-severed link. Then, after their brief meeting near Vanikhet, the selfless master banished his dearly beloved disciple from the little mountain group, releasing him for an outward mission. My son, I shall come whenever you need me. What mortal lover can bestow that infinite promise? Unknown to society in general, a great spiritual renaissance began to flow from a remote corner of Benares. Just as the fragrance of flowers cannot be suppressed, so Ravi Mahasaya, quietly leaving us an ideal householder, could not hide his innate glory. Slowly from every part of India, the devotee bees sought the divine nectar of the liberated master. The English office superintendent was one of the first to notice a strange transcendental change in his employee, whom he endearingly called ecstatic Babu. Sir, you seem sad. What is the trouble? Ravi Mahasaya made this sympathetic inquiry one morning to his employer. My wife in England is critically ill. I am torn by anxiety. I shall get you some word about her. Ravi Mahasaya left the room and sat for a short time in a secluded spot. On his return, he smiled consolingly. Your wife is improving. She is now writing you a letter. The omniscient yogi quoted some parts of the Mississippi. Ecstatic Babu, I already know that you are no ordinary man, yet I am unable to believe that, at will, you can vanish time and space. The promised letter finally arrived. The astounded superintendent found that it contained not only the good news of his wife's recovery, but also the same phrases which weeks earlier Ravi Mahasaya had repeated. The wife came to India some months later. She visited the office where Ravi Mahasaya was quietly sitting at his desk. The woman approached him reverently. Sir, she said, it was your form, hallowed in glorious light, that I beheld months ago by my sick bed in London. At that moment I was completely healed. Soon after I was able to undertake the long ocean voyage to India. Day after day, one or two devotees besought the sublime Guru for Kriya initiation. In addition to these spiritual duties and to those of his business and family life, the great master took an enthusiastic interest in education. He organized many study groups and played an active part in the growth of a large high school in the Bengali Tola section of Banaras. His regular discourse on the scriptures came to be called his Gita Assembly, eagerly attended by many truth seekers. By these manifold activities, Ravi Mahasaya sought to answer the common challenge. After performing one's business and social duties, where is the time for devotional meditation? The harmoniously balanced life of the great householder Guru became the silent inspiration of thousands of questioning hearts. Earning Only a modest salary, thrifty, unostentatious, accessible to all, the master carried on naturally and happily in the path of ordinary life, though is ensconced in the seat of the Supreme One. Rahi Mahasa showed reverence to all men, irrespective of their differing merits. When his devotees saluted him, he bowed in turn to them with a childlike humility. The master often touched the feet of others, but seldom allowed them to pay him similar honor, even though such a obeisance toward the Guru is an ancient Oriental custom. A significant feature of Rahi Maharaj's life was his gift of clear initiation to those of every faith, not Hindus only, but Muslims and Christians were among his foremost disciples. Monist and dualist, those of all faith or of no established faith, were impartially received and instructed by the universal Guru. One of his highly advanced chelas was Abdul Ghaffur Khan, a Mohammedan. It shows great courage on the part of Rahi Maharaj that, although a high caste Brahmin, he tried his utmost to dissolve the rigid caste of bigotry of his time. Those from every walk of life found shelter under the master's omnipresent wings. Like all God-inspired prophets, Rahi Maharaj gave new hope to the outcast and downtrodden of society. Always remember that you belong to no one and no one belongs to you. Reflect that someday you will suddenly have to leave everything in this world. So make the acquaintance of God now. The great Guru told his disciples, prepare yourself for the coming astral journey of death by daily riding in a balloon of God perception. Through delusion you are perceiving your bundle of flesh and bones, which at best is a nest of troubles. Meditate unceasingly, that you may quickly behold yourself as the infinite essence, free from every form of misery. Cease being a prisoner of the body, using the secret key of Kriya. Learn to escape into spirit. The great Guru encouraged his various students to adhere to the good traditional discipline of their own faith, stressing the all-inclusive nature of Kriya as a practical technique of liberation. Rahi Maharaj then gave his chelas liberty to express their lives in conformance with environment and upbringing. A Muslim should perform his namaz, worship 4 times daily. The master pointed out, 4 times daily a Hindu should sit in meditation. A Christian should go down on his knees 4 times daily, praying to God and then reading the Bible. With wise discernment, the Guru guided his followers into the paths of bhakti, devotion, karma, action, jnana, wisdom or raja, royal or complete yogas, according to each man's natural tendencies. The master, who was slow to give his permission to devotees wishing to enter the formal path of monkhood, always cautioned them to first reflect well on the austerities of the monastic life. The great Guru taught his disciples to avoid theoretical discussion of the scriptures. He only is wise who devotes himself to realizing, not reading only. The ancient revelation, he said, solve all your problems through meditation. Exchange unprofitable religious speculations for actual God contact. Clear your mind of dogmatic theological debris. Let in the fresh, healing waters of direct perception. Attune yourself to the active inner guidance. The divine voice has the answer to every dilemma of life. Though man's ingenuity for getting himself into trouble appears to be endless, the infinite succor is no less resourceful. The master's omnipresence was demonstrated one day before a group of disciples who were listening to his exposition of the Bhagavad Gita. As he was explaining the meaning of Kutastha Chaitanya, or the Christ consciousness in all vibratory creation, Rahi Maharaj suddenly grasped and cried out, I am drowning in the bodies of many souls off the coast of Japan. And the next morning, the chelas read a newspaper account of the death of many people whose ship had foundered the preceding day near Japan. The distant disciples of Rahi Maharaj were often made aware of his unfolding presence. I am ever with those who practice Kriya, he said consolingly to chelas who could not remain near him. I will guide you to the cosmic home through your enlarging perceptions. Swami Satyananda was told by a devotee that unable to go to Banaras, the man had nevertheless received precise clear initiation in a dream. Rani Mahasaya had appeared to instruct a chela in answer to his prayers. If a disciple neglected any of his worldly obligations, Master would gently correct and discipline him. Rani Mahasaya's words were mild and healing, even when he was forced to speak openly of a chela's faults. Sri Yukteswar once told me, he added woefully, no disciple ever fled from our master's barbs. I could not help laughing, but I truthfully assured Sri Yukteswar that, sharp or not, his every word was music to my ears. Rani Mahasaya carefully graded Kriya into 4 progressive initiations. He bestowed the 3 higher techniques only after the devotee had manifested definite spiritual progress. One day a certain chela, convinced that his worth was not being duly evaluated, gave voice to his discontent. Master, he said, surely I am ready now for the second initiation. At this moment the door opened to admit a humble disciple, Brinda Bhagat. He was a Benares postman. Brinda, sit by me here. The great Guru smiled at him affectionately. Tell me, are you ready for the second technique of Kriya? The little postman folded his hands in supplication. Gurudev, he sang in alarm, no more initiations. Please, how can I assimilate any higher teachings? I have come today to ask your blessings, because the first divine Kriya has filled me with such intoxication that I cannot deliver my letters. Already Brinda swims in the sea of spirit. At these words from Rani Mahasaya, his other disciples hung his head. Master, he said, I see I have been a poor workman, finding fault with my tools. The postman, who was an uneducated man, later developed his insight through Kriya to such an extent that scholars occasionally sought his interpretation on involved scriptural points, innocent alike of sin and syntax. Little Brinda, born renowned in the domain of learned pandits, besides the numerous Benares disciples of Rani Mahasaya, hundreds came to him from distant parts of India. He himself travelled to Bengal on several occasions, visiting at the homes of the father-in-law of his own 2 sons. Thus blessed by his presence, Bengal became honeycombed with small Kriya groups, particularly in the district of Krishnanagar and Vishnupur. Many silent devotees to this day have kept the invisible current of spiritual meditation flowing. Among many saints who received Kriya from Rani Mahasaya may be mentioned the illustrious Swami Bhaskara Nanda, Saraswati of Banaras, and the Dyogal ascetic of high stature. Balananda Brahmachari. For a time, Rani Mahasaya served as private tutor to the son of Maharaj Ishwari Narayan Singh Bahadur of Benares. Recognizing the master's spiritual attainment, the Maharaja as well as his son sought Kriya initiation, as did the Maharaj Jyotinder Mohan Thakur. A number of Rani Mahasaya's disciples with influential worldly position were desirous of expanding the Kriya circle. By publicity, the Guru refused his permission. One Chela, the royal physician to the Lord of Benares, started an organized effort to spread the master's name as Kasi Baba, exalted one of Benares. Again the Guru forbade it. Let the fragrance of the Kriya flower be wafted naturally, without any display, he said. Its seed will take root in the soil of spiritually fertile hearts. Although the great master did not adopt the system of preaching through the modern medium of an organization or through the printing press, he knew that the power of his message would rise like a resistless flood, inundating by its own force the banks of human minds. The changed and purified lives of devotees were the simple guarantees of the deathless vitality of Kriya. In 1886, 25 years after his Vanikhet initiation, Rani Mahasaya was retired on a pension. With his availability in the daytime, disciples sought him out in ever-increasing numbers. The great Guru now sat in silence most of the time, locked in the tranquil lotus posture. He seldom left his little parlor, even for a walk or to visit other parts of the house. A quiet stream of cheras arrived almost ceaselessly for a dozen holy sight of the Guru. To the awe of all beholders, Lahari Mahasaya's habitual psychological state exhibited the superhuman features of breathlessness, sleeplessness, cessation of pulse and heartbeat, calm eyes unblinking for hours, and a profound aura of peace. No visitor departed without upliftment of spirit. All knew they had received the silent blessing of a true man of God. The master now permitted his disciple Panchanan Bhattacharya to open an Arya mission institution in Calcutta. Here the saintly disciple spread the message of Kriya Yoga and prepared for public benefit certain yogic herbal medicines. In accordance with ancient custom, the master gave to pupil in general a neem oil for the cure of various diseases. Where the Guru requested a disciple to distill the oil, he could easily accomplish the task. If anyone else tried, he would encounter strange difficulties. Finding that the medicinal oil had almost evaporated after going through the required distilling process. Evidently, the master's blessing was a necessary ingredient. Lahari Mahasaya's handwriting and signature in Bengali script are shown above. The lines occur in a letter to a chela. The great master interprets a Sanskrit verse as follows: He who has attained a state of calmness, wherein his eyelids do not blink, has achieved Sambhavi Mudra. Signed, Sri Syamcharan Deva Sarman. The Arya Mission Institution undertook the publication of many of the Guru's scriptural commentaries, like Jesus and other great prophets. Lahari Mahasaya himself wrote no book, but his penetrating interpretations were recorded and arranged by various disciples. Some of these voluntary amanuenses were more discerning than others in correctly conveying the profound insight of the Guru. Yet on the whole, their efforts were successful. Through their zeal, the world possesses unparalleled commentaries by Lahari Mahasaya on 26 ancient scriptures. Sri Anand Mohan Lahari, a grandson of the master, has written an interesting booklet on Kriya. The text of the Bhagavad Gita is a part of the great epic, the Mahabharata, which possesses several knot points, Vyas Kutas. Sri Anand wrote, "Keep those knot points unquestioned, and we find nothing but mystical stories of a peculiar and easily misunderstood type. Keep those knot points unexplained, and we have lost a science which the East has preserved with superhuman patience after a quest of thousands of years of experiment." It was the commentaries of Lahari Mahasaya which brought to light clear of allegories the very science of religion that had been so cleverly put out of sight in the riddle of scripture, letter, and imagery. No longer a mere unintelligible jugglery of words, the otherwise unmeaning formulas of Vedic worship have been proved by the master to be full of scientific significance. We know that man is usually helpless against the insurgent sway of evil passions, but these are rendered powerless, and man finds no motive in their indulgence when there dawns on him a consciousness of superior and lasting bliss. Through Kriya, here the giver, the negation of the lower passions, synchronizes with the take-up, the assertions of beatitude. Without such a cause, hundreds of moral maxioms which run in mere negatives are useless to us. Our eagerness for worldly activity kills in us the sense of spiritual awe. We cannot comprehend the great life behind our names and forms. Just because science brings home to us how we can use the power of nature, this familiarity has bred a contempt for her ultimate secrets. Our relation with nature is one of practical business. We tease her, so to speak, to know how she can be used to serve our purposes. We make use of her energies, whose source yet remains unknown. In science, our relation with nature is one that exists between a man and his servant, or in a philosophical sense, she is like a captive in the witness box. We cross examine her, challenge her, and minutely weigh her evidence in a human scale, which cannot measure her hidden values. On the other hand, when the self is in communion with a higher power, nature automatically obeys, without stress or strain, the will of man. This effortless command over nature is called miraculous by the uncomprehending materialist. The life of Lahmi Mahasaya set an example which changed the erroneous notion that yoga is a mysterious practice. Every man may find a way through Kriya to understand his proper relation with nature and to feel spiritual reverence for all phenomena, whether mystical or of everyday occurrence. In spite of the matter of factness of physical science, we must bear in mind that what was mystical 1,000 years ago is no longer so, and what is mystical now may become lawfully intelligible 100 years hence. It is the infinite, the ocean of power that is at the back of all manifestation. Law of Kriya Yoga is eternal. It is true like mathematics. Like the simple rules of addition and subtraction, the law of Kriya can never be destroyed. Burn to ashes all the books on mathematics. The logically minded will always rediscover such truths. Destroy all the sacred books on yoga. Its fundamental laws will come out wherever there appears a true yogi who comprises with in himself pure devotion and consequent pure knowledge. Just as Babaji is among the greatest of avatars, a Mahavatar, and Sri Yukteswar, a Janavatar, or incarnation of wisdom, so Lahmi Mahasaya may justly be called Yoga Avatar, our incarnation of yoga. By the standards of both qualitative and quantitative good, he elevated the spiritual level of society. In his power to raise his close disciples to Christ-like stature and his bright dissemination of truth among the masses, Lahmi Mahasaya ranks among the saviors of mankind. His uniqueness as a prophet lies in his practical stress on a definite method, Kriya opening for the first time the doors of yoga freedom. Freedom of to all man. Apart from the miracles of his own life, surely the Yoga Avatar reached the zenith of all wonders in reducing the ancient complexities of yoga to an effective simplicity, not beyond the ordinary grasp. In reference to miracles, Lahmi Mahasaya often said, the operation of subtle laws which are unknown to people in general should not be publicly discussed or published without due discrimination. If in these pages I have appeared to flow his cautionary word, it is because he has given me an inward reassurance. Also in recording the lives of Babaji, Lahmi Mahasaya, and Sri Yukteswar, I have thought it advisable to omit many too miraculous stories, which could hardly have been included without writing. Also in explanatory volumes of abstruse philosophy, New Hope for New Man, Divine Union, the Yoga Avatar proclaimed, is possible through self-effort and is not dependent on theological beliefs or on the arbitrary will of a cosmic dictator. Through use of the Kriya key, persons who cannot bring themselves to believe in the divinity of any man will behold at last the full divinity of their own selves. Chapter 36. Babaji's interest in the West. Master, did you ever meet Babaji? It was a calm summer night in Serampur. The large stars of the tropics gleamed over our head as I sat by Sri Yukteswar's side on the second-story balcony of the Hermitage. Yes, Master smiled at my direct question. His eyes lit with reverence. 3 times I have been blessed by the sight of the deathless Guru. Our first meeting was in Allahabad at Kumbh Mela. The religious fairs held in India since time immemorial are known as Kumbh Melas. They have kept spiritual goals in constant sight of the multitude. Devout Hindus gather by the millions every 6 years to meet thousands of sadhus, yogis, swamis, and ascetics of all kinds. Many are hermits who never leave their secluded haunts except to attend the melas and bestows their blessing on worldly man and woman. I was not a Swami at the time I met Babaji. Sri went on, but I had already received Kriya initiation from Lahiri Mahasaya. He encouraged me to attend the Mela which was convening in January 1894 at Allahabad. It was my first experience of a Kumbh. I felt slightly dazed by the clamor and surge of the crowd. In my searching gazes around, I saw no illumined face of a master. Passing a bridge on the bank of the Ganges, I noticed an acquaintance standing nearby, his begging bowl extended. Oh, this fair is nothing but a chaos of noise and beggars. I thought in disillusionment. I wonder if Western scientists recently enlarging the realms of knowledge for the practical good of mankind are not more pleasing to God than these idols who perform religious but concentrate on alms. My smoldering reflection on social reform were interrupted by the voice of a tall sannyasi who halted before me. Sir, he said, a saint is calling you. Who is he? Come and see for yourself. Hesitantly following this laconic advice, I soon found myself near a tree whose branches were sheltering a grove with an attractive group of disciples. The master, a bright, unusual figure with sparkling dark eyes, rose at my approach and embraced me. Welcome, Swamiji, he said affectionately. Sir, I replied empathetically, I am not a Swami. Those on whom I am divinely directed to bestow the title of Swami never cast it off. The saint addressed me simply, but deep conviction of truth rang in his words. I was engulfed in an instant wave of spiritual blessing, smiling at my sudden elevation into the ancient monastic order. I bowed at the feet of the oblivious, great ancient monastic order, and angelic being in human form who had thus honored me. Babaji, for it was indeed, motioned me to a seat near him under the tree. He was strong and young and looked like Lahiri Mahasaya. Yet the resemblance did not strike me, even though I had often heard of the extraordinary similarities in the appearance of the two masters. Babaji possesses a power by which he can prevent any specific thought from arising in a person's mind. Evidently, the great Guru wished me to be perfectly natural in his presence, not overawed by knowledge of his identity. What do you think of the Kumbh Mela? I was greatly disappointed, sir, I added hastily. Up until the time I met you, somehow saints and this commotion don't seem to belong together. Child, the master said, true apparently, I was nearly twice his own age, for the faults of the many, just not the whole. Everything on earth is of mixed character, like a mingling of sand and sugar. Be like the wise ant, which seizes only the sugar and leaves the sand untouched. Though many sadhus here still wander in delusion, yet the Mela is blessed by a few men of God realization. In view of my own meeting with this exalted master, I quickly agreed with his observation. Sir, I commented, I have been thinking of the scientific man of the West, greater by far in intelligence than most people congregated here, living in distant Europe and America, professing different creeds and ignorant of the real values of such melas as the present one. They are the men who could benefit greatly by meeting with India's masters. But although high in intellectual attainments, many Westerners were wedded to rank materialism. Others, famous in science and philosophy, do not recognize the essential unity in religion. Their creeds serve as insurmountable barriers that threaten to separate them from us forever. I saw that you are interested in the West, as well as the East. Babaji's face beamed with approval. I felt the pangs of your heart, broad enough for all men, whether oriental or occidental. That is why I summoned you here. East and West must establish a golden middle path of activity and spirituality combined. He continued, India has much to learn from the best in material development. In return, India can teach the universal methods by which the West will be able to base its religious belief on the unshakable foundation of yogic science. You, Swamiji, have a part to play in the coming harmonious exchange between Orient and Occident. Some years hence, I shall exchange between Orient. Send your disciple, whom you can train for yoga dissemination in the West. The vibrations there of many spiritually seeking souls come floodlight to me. I perceive potential saints in America and Europe waiting to be awakened. At this point in his story, Sri Yukteswar turned his gaze fully on mine. My son, he said, smiling in the moonlight, you are the disciple that years ago Babaji promised to send me. I was happy to learn that Babaji had directed my steps to see Yukteswar. Yet it was hard for me to visualize myself in the remote west, away from my beloved Guru and the simple hermitage peace. Babaji then spoke of the Bhagavad Gita. Sri Yukteswar bent on. To my astonishment, he indicated by a few words of praise that he was aware of the fact that I had written interpretation on various Gita chapters. At my request, Swamiji, please undertake another task. The great master said, will you not write a short book on the underlying basic unity between the Christian and Hindu scriptures, so by parallel references that the inspired sons of God have spoken the same truths, now obscured by man's sectarian differences? Maharaj, I answered diffidently. What a command! Shall I be able to fulfill it? Babaji laughed softly. My son, why do you doubt? He said reassuringly. Indeed, whose work is all this, and who is the doer of all actions? Whatever the Lord has made me say is bound to materialize as truth. I deemed myself empowered by the blessings of the saint and agreed to write the book, feeling reluctantly that the parting hour had arrived. I rose from my leafy seat. Do you know Lahiri? The master inquired. He is a great soul, isn't he? Tell him of our meeting. He then gave me a message for Lahiri Mahasaya. After I had bowed humbly in farewell, the saint smiled benignly. When your book is finished, I shall pay you a visit. He promised. Goodbye for the present. I left Allahabad the following day and intended for Benares. Reaching my Guru's home, I poured out the story of the wonderful saint at the Kumbh Mela. Oh, did not you recognize him? Rani Masa's eyes were dancing with laughter. I see you could not, for he prevented you. He is my incomparable Guru, the celestial Babaji. Babaji, I repeated, awestruck. The yogi Christ Babaji. The invisible, visible. Savior Babaji. Oh, if I could just recall the past and be once more in his presence, to show my devotion to his lotus feet. Never mind, Gurari Mahasa said consolingly. He had promised to see you again. Gurudev, the Divine Master asked me to give you a message. Tell Lahiri, he said, that the stored up power for this life now runs low. It is nearly finished. At my utterance of these enigmatic words, Lahiri Mahasa's figure trembled as though touched by a lightning current. In an instant, everything about him fell silent. His smiling countenance turned incredibly stern, like a wooden statue, somber and immovable in its seat. His body became colorless. I was alarmed and bewildered. Never in my life had I seen this joyous soul manifest such awful gravity. The other disciples present stared apprehensively. 3 hours passed in utter silence. Then Lahiri Mahasaya resumed his natural cheerful demeanor and spoke affectionately to each of the cheras. Everyone sighed in relief. I realized my master's reaction that Babaji's message had been an unmistakable signal by which Lahiri Mahasaya understood that his body would soon be untenanted. His awesome silence proved that my Guru had instantly controlled his being, cut his last cord of attachment to the material world, and fled to his ever-living identity in spirit. Babaji's remark had his way of saying, I shall be ever with you. Though Babaji and Lahiri Mahasaya were omniscient and had no need of communicating with each other through me or any other intermediary, the great ones often condensed to play a part in the human drama. Occasionally, they transmit their prophecy through messengers in an ordinary way, that the final fulfillment of their words may infuse greater divine faith in a wide circle of men who later learn the story. I soon left Banaras and set to work in Serampur on the scriptural writings requested by Babaji. Sri Yukteswar continued. No sooner had I begun my task than I was able to compose a poem dedicated to the deathless Guru. The melodious lines flowed effortlessly from my pen, though never before had I attempted Sanskrit poetry. In the quiet of night, I busied myself over a comparison of the Bible and the scriptures of Sanatan Dharma. Quoting the words of the blessed Lord Jesus, I saw that his teachings were in essence one with the revelation of the Vedas. To my relief, my book was finished in a short time. I realized that this speedy blessing was due to the grace of my Param Guru Maharaj. The chapters first appeared in the uh, Sadhu Sambad journal. Later they were privately printed as a book by one of my Kidarpur disciples. The morning after I had concluded my literary efforts, Master continued, I went to the Vaighhat here to bath in the Ganges. The ghat was deserted. I stood still for a while, enjoying the sunny breeze. After a dip in the sparkling water, I started for home. The only sound in the silence was that of my Ganges-drenched cloth, swishing with every step. As I passed beyond the sight of the large banyan tree near the river bank, a strong impulse urged me to look back. There, under the shade of the banyan and surrounded by a few disciples, sat the great Babaji. Greetings, Swamiji. The beautiful voice of Master rang out to assure me I was not dreaming. I see you have successfully completed your book. As I promised, I am here to thank you. With a fast beating heart, I prostrated myself fully at his feet. Param Guruji, I said imploringly, will you and your cheras not honor my nearby home with your presence? The Supreme Guru smilingly declined. No, child, he said. We are people who like the shelter of trees. This spot is quite comfortable. Please tarry a while. Master, I gazed entreatingly at him. I shall be back at once with some special sweetmeats. When I returned in few minutes with a dish of delicacies, lo, the lordly banyan no longer sheltered the celestial troop. I searched all around the ghat, but in my heart I knew the little band had already fed on etheric beings. I was deeply hurt. Even if we meet again, I would not care to talk to him. I assured myself he was unkind to leave me so suddenly. This was a wrath of love, of course, and nothing more. A few months later, I visited Rahmi Mahasaya in Banaras. As I entered his little parlor, my guru smiled in greeting. Welcome, Yukteswar, he said. Did you just meet Babaji at the threshold of my room? Why, no, I answered in surprise. Come here. Rahmi Mahasaya touched me gently on the forehead. At once I beheld, near the door, the form of Babaji blooming like a perfect lotus. I remembered my old hurt and did not bow. Rahmi Mahasaya looked at me in astonishment. The divine Guru gazed at me with fathomless eyes. You are annoyed with me. Sir, why should not I be? I answered. Out of the air you came with your magic group, and into the thin air you vanished. I told you I would see you, but did not say how long I would remain. Babaji laughed softly. You were full of excitement. I assure you that I was fairly extinguished in the ether by the gust of your restlessness. I was instantly satisfied by this unflattering explanation. I knelt at his feet. The Supreme Guru patted me kindly on the shoulder. Child, you must meditate more, he said. Your gaze is not yet faultless. You could not see me hiding behind the sunlight. With these words in the voice of a celestial flute, Babaji disappeared into the hidden radiance. That was one of my last visits to Banaras to see my Guru. Sri Yukteswar concluded, even as Babaji had foretold at Kumbh Mela, the householder incarnation of Lahiri Mahasaya was drawing to a close. During the summer of 1895, his stalwart body developed a small boil on the back. He protested against lancing. He was working out in his own flesh the evil karma of some of his disciples. Finally, a few cheras became very insisted. The master replied critically, "The body has to find a cause to go. I will be agreeable to whatever you want to do." A short time later, the incomparable Guru gave up his body in Banaras. No longer need I seek him out in his little path. I find every day of my life blessed by his omnipotent guidance. Years later, from the lips of Swami Kesvananda, an advanced disciple, I heard many wonderful details about the passing of Lahiri Mahasaya. A few days before my Guru relinquished his body, Kesvanand told me he materialized himself before me as I sat in my hermitage at Haridwar. "Come at once to Benares." With these words, Lahiri Mahasaya vanished. I entered immediately for Benares. At my Guru's home, I found many disciples assembled. 4 hours that day, the master expounded the Gita. Then he addressed us simply, "I am going home." Sobs of anguish broke out like an irresistible torrent. "Be comforted. I shall rise again." After this utterance, Lahiri Mahasaya thrice turned his body around in a circle, faced the north in his lotus posture, and gloriously entered the final Mahasamadhi. Lahiri Mahasaya's beautiful body, so dear to the devotees, was cremated with solemn householder rites at Manikarnika Ghat by the holy Ganges. Kesvanand continued, the following day at 10 o'clock in the morning, while I was still in Banaras, my room was suffused with a great light. Lo, before me stood the flesh and blood form of Lahiri Mahasaya. It looked exactly like his old body, except that it appeared younger and more radiant. My divine Guru spoke to me. "Kesvanand," he said, "it is I. From the disintegrated atoms of my cremated body, I have resurrected a remodeled form. My whole householder work in the world is done, but I do not leave the earth entirely. Henceforth I shall spend some time with Babaji in Himalayas and with Babaji in the cosmos." With a few words of blessing to me, the transcendent master vanished. Wondrous inspiration filled my heart. I was uplifted in spirit, even as were the disciples of Christ and Kabir, when they had gazed on their living gurus after physical death. When I returned to my isolated Haridwar hermitage, Kesvanand went on, "I carried with me the sacred essence of my Guru. I know he has escaped the spatio-temporal case. The word of omnipotence is freed, yet it comforted my heart to see his sacred remains." Another disciple who was blessed by the sight of his resurrected Guru was the saintly Panchanan Bhattacharya, founder of the Calcutta Arya Mission Institution. I visited Panchanan at his Calcutta home and listened with delight to the story of his many years with the Master. In conclusion, he told me of the most marvelous event in his life. Here in Calcutta, Panchanan said, at 10 o'clock of the morning which followed his cremation, Lahiri Mahasaya appeared before me in living glory. Swami Pravanand, the saint with 2 bodies, also confided to me the details of his own supernal experience. A few days before Lahiri Mahasaya left his body, Pravanand told me at the time he visited my Ranchi school. I received a letter from him requesting me to come at once to Banaras. I was delayed, however, could not leave immediately, as I was in the midst of my travel preparation. About 10 o'clock in the morning, I was suddenly overwhelmed with joy to see the shining figure of my Guru. "Why hurry to Banaras?" Lahiri Mahasaya said smilingly. "You shall find me there no longer." As the import of his words dawned on me, I sobbed broken-heartedly, believing that I was seeing him only in a vision. The Master approached me comfortingly. "Here, touch my flesh," he said. "I am living. As always, do not lament. Am I not with you forever?" From the lips of these 3 great disciples, a story of wondrous truth has emerged. At the morning hour of 10, on the day after the body of Lahiri Mahasaya had been consigned to the flames, the resurrected Master, in a real but transfigured body, appeared before 3 disciples, each one in a different city. So when this corruptible cell have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality. Then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, that is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? Chapter 37. I go to America. American theory, these pupils are Americans. America theory, these pupils are American. This was my thought as a panoramic vision of western faces passed before my inward view. Immersed in meditation, I was sitting behind some dusty boxes in the storeroom of the Ranchi school. A private spot was difficult to find during those busy years with the youngsters. The vision continued, a vast multitude gazing at me intently, swept actor-like across the stage of consciousness. The storeroom door opened. As usual, one of the young lads had discovered my hiding place. Come here, Bimal, I cried gaily. I have news for you. The Lord is calling me to America. To America, the boy echoed my words in a tone that implied had said to the moon. Yes, I am going forth to discover America, like Columbus. He thought he had found India. Surely there is a karmic link between those two lands. Bimal scampered away. Soon the whole school was informed by the two-legged newspaper. I summoned the bewildered faculty and gave the school into its charge. I know you will keep Lali Maharaj's yoga ideals of education ever to the fore, I said. I shall write you frequently. God willing, someday I shall be back. Tears stood in my eyes as I cast a last look at the little boys and the sunny acres of Ranchi. A definite epoch in my life had now closed. I knew henceforth I would dwell in far lands. I entrained for Calcutta a few hours after my visit. The following day I received an invitation to serve as the delegate from India to an international congress of religious liberals in America. It was to convene that year in Boston under the auspices of American Unitarian Association. My head in a whirl, I sought out Sri Yukteswar in Savampur. Guruji, I have just been invited to address a religious congress in America. Shall I go? All doors are open for you. Master replied simply, it is now or never. But sir, I said in dismay, what do I know about public speaking? Seldom have I given a lecture and never in English. English or no English, your words on yoga shall be heard in the West. I laughed. Well, dear Guruji, I hardly think the Americans will learn Bengali. Please bless me with a push over the hurdles of English language. When I broke the news of my plans to father, he was utterly taken aback. To him, America seemed incredibly remote. He feared he might never see me again. How can you go? He asked sternly. Who will finance you? As he had affectionately borne the expense of my education and whole life, he doubtless hoped that his question would bring my project to an embarrassing halt. The Lord will surely finance me. As I made this reply, I thought the similar one I had given long ago to my brother Ananta in Agra. Without very much grief, I added, Father, perhaps God will put it into your mind to help me. No, never. He glanced at me piteously. I have astounded, therefore, when Father handed me the following day a check made out for a large amount. I give you this money, he said, not in my capacity as a father, but as a faithful disciple of Rahul Mahasaya. Go then to that far western land, spread there the creedal teachings of Kriya Yoga. I was immensely touched at the selfless spirit in which Father had been able to quickly put aside his personal desires. The just realization had come to him during the preceding night that no ordinary desire for foreign travel was motivating my voyage. Perhaps we shall not meet again in this life. Father, who was 67 at this time, spoke sadly. An intuitive conviction prompted me to reply, surely the Lord will bring us together once more. As I went about my preparation to leave Master and my native land for the unknown shores of America, I experienced not a little trepidation. I had heard many stories about the materialistic Western atmosphere, one very different from the spiritual background of India, pervaded with the centuries aura of saints. An Oriental teacher who will dare the Western airs, I thought. would be hardly beyond the trials of any Himalayan cold. One early morning, I began to pray with an adamant determination to continue, to even die praying, until I heard the voice of God. I wanted His blessing and assurance that I would not lose myself. In the fogs of modern utilitarian, my heart was set to go to America, but even more strongly was it resolved to hear the solace of divine permission. I prayed and prayed, muffling my sobs. No answer came. My silent petition increased in excruciating crescendo until, at noon, I had reached a zenith. My brain could no longer withstand the pressure of my agonies. If I cried more with an increased depth of my inner patience, I felt as though my brain would split. At that moment there came a knock outside the vestibule adjoining the Gopal Road room in which I was sitting. Opening the door, I saw a young man in the scanty garb of renunciate. He came in, closed the door behind him, and refusing my request to sit down, indicated with a gesture that he wished to talk to me while standing. He must be Babaji, I thought, dazed, because the man before me had the figure of a younger Lari Mahasaya. He answered my thought. Yes, I am Babaji. He spoke melodiously in Hindi. Our Heavenly Father had heard your prayer. He commands me to tell you, follow the behest of your Guru and go to America. Fear not, you will be protected. After a vibrant pause, Babaji addressed me again. You are the one I have chosen to spread the message of Kriya Yoga in the West. Long ago I met your Guru Yukteswar at Kumbh Mela. I told him that then I would send you to him for training. I was speechless, choked with devotional awe at his presence, and deeply touched to hear from his own lips that he had guided me to see Yukteswar. I lay prostrate before the deathless Guru. He graciously lifted me from the floor, telling me many things about my life. He then gave me some personal instruction and uttered a few secret prophecies. Kriya Yoga, the scientific technique of God realization, he finally said with solemnity, will ultimately spread in all lands and aid in harmonizing the nations through man's personal transcendental perception of the infinite Father. With a gaze of majestic power, the Master electrified me by a glimpse of his cosmic consciousness. In a short while, he started toward the door. Do not try to follow me, he said. You will not be able to do so. Please, Babaji, don't go away. I cried repeatedly. Take me with you. Looking back, he replied, not now, some other time. Overcome by emotion, I disregarded his warning as I tried to pursue him. I discovered that my feet were firmly rooted to the door. From the door, Babaji gave me a last affectionate glance. He raised his hand by way of benediction and walked away. My eyes fixed on him longingly. After a few minutes, my feet were free. I sat down and went into a deep meditation, unceasingly thanking God not only for answering my prayer but for blessing me by a meeting with Babaji. My whole body seemed sanctified through the touch of the ancient, ever youthful Master. Long had it been my burning desire to behold him. Until now I have never recounted to anyone this story of my meeting with Babaji, holding it as the most sacred of my human experiences. I have hidden it in my heart, but the thought occurred to me that readers of this autobiography may be more inclined to believe in the reality of the secluded Babaji and his word interest if I relate that I saw him with my own eyes. I have helped an artist to draw a true picture of the great yogi Christ of modern India. It appears in this book. The eve of my departure for the United States found me in Sri Yukteswar's holy presence. Forget you were born a Hindu and don't be an American. Take the best of them both. Master said in calm voice of wisdom, be your true self, a child of God. Seek and incorporate into your being the best qualities of all your brothers scattered over the earth in various races. Then he blessed me. All those who come to you with faith, seeking God will be helped as you look at them. The spiritual current emanating from your eyes will enter into their brains and change their material habits, making them more God-conscious. He went on, your Lord to attract sincere souls is very good. Everywhere you go, even in a wilderness, you will find friends. Both of his blessings have been amply demonstrated. I came alone to America, into wilderness, without a single friend, but there I found thousands, ready to receive the time-tested soul teachings. I left India in August 1920, on the city of Sparta, the first passenger boat sailing for America after the close of World War I. I have been able to book passage only after the removal, in ways fairly miraculous, of many red tape difficulties concerned with the granting of my passport. During a 2 month voyage, a fellow passenger found out that I was the Indian delegate of the Boston Congress. Swami Yoganand, he said, with the first of my quaint pronunciation, by which I was later to hear my name spoken by the Americans. Please favor the passengers with a lecture next Thursday night. I think we would all benefit by a talk on the battle of life and how to fight it. Alas, I had to fight the battle of my own life. I discovered on Wednesday, desperately trying to organize my ideas into a lecture in English. I finally abandoned all preparations. My thoughts, like a bird called eyeing a saddle, refused any cooperation with the laws of English grammar, fully trusting in master's past assurances. However, I appeared before my Thursday audience in the saloon of the steamer. No eloquence rose to my lips. Speechlessly, I stood before the assemblies. After an endurance contest lasting 10 minutes, the audience realized my predicament and began to laugh. The situation was not funny to me at the moment. Indignantly, I said a silent prayer to Master. You can speak. His voice sounded instantly within my consciousness. My thoughts fell at once into a friendly relation with the English language. 45 minutes later, the audience was still attentive. The talk won me a number of invitations to lecture later, before various groups in America. I never could remember afterward a word that I had spoken. By discreet inquiry, I learned from a number of passengers. You gave an inspiring lecture in a styling and correct English. At this delightful news, I humbly thanked my Guru for his timely help, realizing anew that he was never ever with me, setting at naught all barriers of time and space. Once in a while, during the remainder of the ocean trip, I experienced a few apprehensive twinges about the coming English lecture order at the Boston Congress. Lord, I prayed, please let my inspiration by thyself, and not again the laughter bombs of the audience. The city of Sparta docked near Boston in late September. On the 6th of October, I addressed the Congress with my maiden speech in America. It was well received. I sighed in relief. The magnanimous secretary of the American Unitarian Association wrote the following comment in a published account of the Congress proceedings. Swami Yogananda, delegate from the Brahmacharya Ashram of Ranchi, India, brought the greetings of his association to the Congress. In fluent English and a forcible delivery, he gave an address of a philosophical character on the science of religion, which has been printed in pamphlet form for a wider distribution. Religion, he maintained, is universal, and it is one. We cannot possibly universalize particular customs and convictions, but the common element in religion can be universalized, and we can ask all alike to follow and obey it. Due to Father's generous check, I was able to remain in America after the Congress was over. 4 happy years were spent in humble circumstances in Boston. I gave public lectures, taught classes, and wrote a book of poems, Songs of the Soul, with a preface by Dr. Frederick B. Robinson, president of the College of the City of New York, starting a transcontinental tour in the summer of 1924. I spoke before thousands in the principal cities, ending my Western trip with a vacation in a beautiful Alaskan north with the help of large-hearted students. By the end of 1925, I had established an American headquarters on the Mount Washington Estates in Los Angeles. The building is the one I had seen years before in my vision at Kashmir. I hastened to send Sri Yukteswar picture of these distant American activities. He replied with a postcard in Bengali, which I here translate. 11th August 1926. Child of my heart, O Yogananda. Seeing the photos of your school and student, what joy comes in my life I cannot express in words. I am melting in joy to see your yoga students of different cities, beholding your methods in chant affirmations, healing vibrations, and divine healing prayers. I cannot refrain from thanking you from my heart. Seeing the gate, the binding hilly wave upward, and the beautiful scenery spread out beneath the Mount Washington States, I yearn to behold it all with my own eyes. Everything that here is going on well. Through the grace of God, may you ever be in bliss. Sri Yukteswar Giri. Years sped by. I lectured in every part of my new land and addressed hundreds of clubs, colleges, churches, and groups of every denomination. Tens of thousands of Americans received yoga initiation. To them all, I dedicated a new book of prayer thoughts in 1929, Whispers from Eternity, with a preface by Emerita Gary Corsi. I give here from the book a poem entitled God, 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 composed one night as I stood on a lecture platform. From the depth of December, as I ascend the spiral stairway of wakefulness, I whisper, God, God, God. When I break my fast of nightly separation from thee, I taste thee and mentally say, God, God, God. No matter where I go, the spotlight of my mind ever keeps turning on thee, and in the battle din of activity, my silent war cry is ever God, God, God. When a boisterous storms of trials seeks and when worries howl at me, I drone their clamor, loudly chanting God, God, God. When my mind weaves dreams with threads of memories, then on that tragic cloth I find embossed God, God, God. Every night in time of deepest sleep, my peace dreams and calls, joy, 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 and my joy comes singing evermore. God, 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 in a baking, eating, morning, working, dreaming, sleeping, serving, meditating, chanting, divinely loving. My soul constantly hums, unheard by any. God, God, God. Sometimes, usually on the first of the month, when the bills vote in for upkeep of the Mount Washington and other self-realization fellowship centers, I thought longingly of the simple peace of India. But daily I saw a widening understanding between West and East. My soul rejoiced. I have found the great heart of America expressed in the wondrous lines by Emma Lazarus, carved at the base of the Statue of Liberty, the mother of exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep ancient land, your storied pomp. Cries, see, with silent lips, give me your tired, your poor, your herded masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming soul. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Chapter 38. Luther Burbank, A Saint Amidst the Roses. The secret of improved plant breeding, apart from scientist knowledge, is love. Luther Burbank uttered this wisdom as I walked beside him in his Santa Rosa garden. He halted near a bed of edible cacti. While I was conducting experiments to make spineless cacti, he continued, I often talk to the plants to create a vibrations of love. You have nothing to fear. I would tell them, you don't need your defensive thorns. I will protect you. Gradually, the useful plant of the desert emerged in a thornless variety. I was charmed at this miracle. Please, dear Luther, give me a few cacti leaves to plant in my garden at Mount Washington. A workman standing nearby started to strip off some leaves. Burbank prevented him. I myself will pluck them for the Swami. He handed me 3 leaves, which later I planted, rejoicing as they grew to huge estate. The great horticulturist told me that his first notable triumph was the large potato, now known by his name. With the indefinite defatigability of genius. He went on to present the world with hundreds of cost improvements on nature. His new Burbank varieties of tomato, corn, squash, cherries, plums, nectarines, berries, poppies, lilies, roses. I focused my camera as Luther led me before the famous walnut tree, by which he had proved that natural evolution can be telescopically hastened. In only 16 years, he said, this walnut tree reached a state of abundant nut production to which an unaided nature would have brought the tree in twice that time. Burbank's little adopted daughter here came romping with her dog into the garden. She is my human plant. Luther waved to her affectionately. I see humanity now as one vast plant, needing for its highest fulfillments only love, the natural blessings of the great outdoor, and intelligent crossing and selection. In the span of my own lifetime, I have observed such wondrous progress in plant evolution that I took forward optimistically to a healthy, happy world as soon as its children are taught the principles of simple and rational living. We must return to nature and with nature's God. Luther, you would delight in my Ranchi school, with its outdoor classes and atmosphere of joy and simplicity. My words touched the chord closest to Balwang's heart. Child education. He plied me with questions, interest gleaming from his deep, serene eyes. Swamiji, he said finally, schools like yours are the only hope of a future millennium. I am in revolt against the educational system of our time, severed from nature and stripping of all individuality. I am with you heart and soul in your practical ideas of education. As I was taking leave of the gentle gaze, says he autographed a small volume and presented it to me. Here is my books on the training of the human plants. He said, new types of training are needed, fearless experiments. At times, the most daring trials have succeeded in bringing out the best in fruits and flowers. Educational innovation for children should likewise become more numerous, more courageous. I read his little book that night with intense interest, his eye envisioning a glorious future for the race. He wrote, the most stubborn living things in this world, the most difficult to swerve is a plant once fixed in certain habits. Remember that this plant has preserved its individuality all through the ages. Perhaps it is one which can be traced backward to aeons of time in the very rocks themselves, never having varied to any great extent in all these vast periods. Do you suppose, after all these ages of repetition, the plant does not become possessed of a will? Will you so choose to call it of unparalleled tenacity? Indeed, there are plants, like certain of the palms, so persistent that no human power has yet been able to change them. The human will is a weak thing beside the will of a plant. But see how this whole plant's lifelong stubbornness is broken simply by blending a new life with it, making by crossing a complete and powerful changes in its life. Then when the break comes, fix it by these generations of patient supervision and selection, and the new branch sets out upon its new way, never again to return to the old. Its tendencies will be broken and changed at last. When it comes so sensitive and pliable a thing as the nature of child, the problem becomes vastly easier. Magnetically drawn to this great American, I visited him again and again. One morning I arrived at the same time as the postman, who deposited in Burbank's study about 1,000 letters. Horticulturists wrote him from all parts of the world. Swamiji, your presence is just the excuse. I need to get out into the garden, Luther said gaily. He opened a large desk drawer containing hundreds of travel folders. See, he said, this is how I do my writings, tied down by my plants and correspondence. I satisfy my desire for foreign lands by a glance now and then at these pictures. My car was standing before his gate. Luther and I drove along the streets of the little town, its garden bright with his own varieties of Santa Rosa, peach blue and Burbank roses, My friend Henry Ford and I both believe in the ancient theory of reincarnation. Luther told me it says right on aspects of life, otherwise inexplicable. Memory is not a test of truth. Just because man fails to remember his past life does not prove he never had them. Memory is blank concerning his born life and infancy. To what he probably passed through them, he chuckled. The great scientist had received clear initiation during one of my earlier visits. I practiced the technique devoted to Swamiji, he said. After many thoughtful questions to me about various aspects of yoga, Luther remarked slowly. The East indeed possessed immense hoards of knowledge, which the West had scarcely begun to explore. In intimate communion with nature, who unlocked to him many of her jealously guarded secrets, had given Bolvank a boundless spiritual reverence. Sometimes I feel very close to the infinite power, he confided shyly, his sensitive, beautifully modeled face lit with his memories. Then I have been able to heal sick persons around me, as well as many patient implants. He told me of his mother, a sincere Christian. Many times after his death, Luther said, I have been blessed by her presence in visions. She has spoken to me. We drove back reluctantly toward his home and those waiting thousand letters. Luther, I remarked, next month I am starting a magazine to present the truth offerings of East and West. Please help me decide on a good name for the journal. We discussed little for a while and finally agreed on East-West after we entered his study. Burwang gave me an article he had written on science and civilization. This will go in the first issue of East-West. I said gratefully. As our friendship grew deeper, I called Burwang my American saint. Behold a man, I quoted, in whom there is no guile. His heart was fathomlessly deep, long acquainted with humility, patience, sacrifice. His little home amidst the roses was austerely simple. He knew the worthlessness of luxury, the joy of few possessions, the modesty with which he bore his scientific fame repeatedly by remind me of the trees that bend low with the burden of ripening fruits. It is the barren tree that lifts its head high in an empty boast. I was in New York when in 1926 my dear friend passes away. In tears I thought, oh, I would gladly walk all the way from here to Santa Rosa for one more glimpse of him. Locking myself away from secretaries and visitors, I spent the next 24 hours in seclusion. The following day I conducted a Vedic memorial rite around a large picture of Luther. A group of my American students, garbed in Hindu ceremonial clothes, chanted the ancient hymns as an offering was made of flower, water, and fire, symbols of the bodily element and their release in the infinite source. Thought the form of Purvank lies in Santa Rosa under a Lebanon cedar that he planted years ago in his garden. His soul is enshrined for me in every wide-eyed flower that blooms by the bayside, withdrawn for a time into the spacious spirit of nature. Is that not Luther whispering in her mind, winds walking her thorns? His name has now passed into the heritage of common speech, listing Burbank as a transitive verb. Webster's New International Dictionary defines it to cross or graft a plant, hence figuratively to improve anything as a process or institution by selecting good features and rejecting bad or by adding good features. Beloved Burbank, I cried after reading the definition. Your very name is now a synonym for goodness. Luther Burbank, Santa Rosa, California, USA, December 22, 1924. I have examined the Yogoda system of Swami Yoganand, and in my opinion, it is ideal for training and harmonizing man's physical, mental, and spiritual nature. Swami's aim is to establish how to live schools throughout the world, wherein education will not confine itself to intellectual development alone, but also training of the body, will, and feelings. Through the Yogoda system of physical, mental, and spiritual unfoldment, by simple and scientific methods of concentration and meditation. Most of the complex problems of life may be solved, and peace and goodwill come upon earth. The Swami's idea of right education is plain common sense, free from all mysticism and non-practicality. Otherwise, it would not have my approval. I am glad to have this opportunity of heartily joining with the Swami in his appeal for international schools on the art of living, which, if established, will come as near to bringing the millennium as anything with which I am acquainted. Luther Bulwark. Chapter 39. Theresa Newman, the Catholic stigmatist, returned to India. I have waited for you patiently for 15 years. Soon I shall swim out of the body and onto the shining about Yoganand. Come. See Yukteswar's voice sounded startlingly in my inner ear as I sat in meditation at my Mount Washington headquarters, traversing 10,000 miles in the twinkling of an eye. His message penetrated my being like a flash of lightning. 15 years, yes, I realized. Now it is 1935. I have spent 15 years in spreading my guru's teachings in America. Now he recalls me. That afternoon, I recounted my experience to a visiting disciple. His spiritual development under Kriya Yoga was so remarkable that I often called him saint. Remembering Babaji's prophecy that America too would produce men and women of divine realization through the ancient yogic path, this disciple and a number of other generously insisted on making a donation for my travels. The financial problem thus solved, I made arrangements to sail via Europe for India. Busy weeks of preparations at Mount Washington. In March 1935, I had the Self-Realization Fellowship chartered under the laws of the state of California as a non-profit corporation. To this educational institution go all public donations as well as the revenue from the sale of my books, magazine written courses, class tuitions and every other source of income. I shall be back, I told my students. Never shall I forget America. At a farewell banquet given to me in Los Angeles by loving friends, I looked round at their faces and thought gratefully, Lord, he who remembers thee as the soul giver will never lack the sweetness of friendship among mortals. I sailed from New York on June 9, 1935, in the Europa. 2 students accompanied me, my secretary, Mr. C. Richard Wright, and an elderly lady from Cincinnati, Miss Attie Bledge. We enjoyed the days of ocean peace, a welcome contrast to the past hurried weeks. Our period of leisure was short-lived. The speed of modern boats has some regrettable features. Like any other group of inquisitive tourists, we walked around the huge and ancient city of London. The following day, I was invited to address a large meeting in Caxton Hall, at which I was introduced to the London audience by Sir Francis Young's husband. Our party spent a pleasant day as guest of Sir Harry Lauder at his estate in Scotland. We soon crossed the English Channel to the continent, for I wanted to make a special pilgrimage to Bavaria. This would be my only chance, I felt, to visit the great Catholic mystic, Theresa Newman of Conner-Searoth. Years earlier, I had read an amazing account of Theresa. Information given in the article was as follows. First, Theresa, born in 1898, has been injured in an accident at the age of 20. She became blind and paralyzed. Second, she miraculously regained her sight in 1923 through prayers to Saint Theresa. Theresa, the little flower. Later, Theresa Newman's limbs were instantaneously healed. From 1923 onward, Theresa has abstained completely from food and drink, except for the daily swallowing of one small consecrated wafer. The stigmata or sacred bonds of Christ appeared in 1926 on Theresa's head, breast, hand and feet. On Friday of every week thereafter, She was passed through the passion of Christ, suffering in her own body or his historic agonies, and knowing ordinarily only the simple girl, German of her beliefs. During her Friday trances, Teresa utters phrases which scholars have identified as ancient Aramaic. At appropriate times in her vision, she speaks Hebrew or Greek. By ecclesiastical permission, Teresa has several times been under close scientific observation. Dr. Fritz Gerlich, editor of a Protestant German newspaper, went to Connell Schroth to expose the Catholic fraud, but ended up by reverently writing her biography. As always, whether in East or West, I was eager to meet a saint. I rejoiced as our little party entered. On July 16th, the quaint beliefs of Konaschuroth, the Bavarian peasants exhibited lively interest in our Ford automobile brought with us from America, and it assorted group, an American young man, an elderly lady, and an olive-hued Oriental with long hair tucked under his coat collar. Theresa's little cottage, clean and neat, with geraniums blooming by a primitive well, was alas silently closed. The neighbors and even the village postman who passed by could give us no information. Rain began to fall. My companion suggested that we leave. No, I said stubbornly, I will stay here until I find some clue leading to Theresa. 2 hours later, we were still sitting in our car amidst the dismal rain. Lord, I sighed complainingly, why didst thou lead me here if she had disappeared? An English-speaking man halted beside us, politely offering his aid. I don't know for certain where Theresa is, he said, but she often visits at the home of Professor Bosch, a seminary master of each start, 80 miles from here. The following morning, our party motored to the quiet village of each start, narrowly lined with cobblestone street. Dr. Bosch greeted us cordially at his home. Yes, there is here. Theresa is here. He sent her words of the visitors. A messenger soon appeared with her reply. Though the bishop has asked me to see no one without his permission, I will receive the man of God from India. Deeply touched at these words, I followed Dr. Bosch upstairs to the sitting room. Theresa entered immediately, radiating an aura of peace and joy. She bore a black gown and a spotless white headdress. Although her age was 37 at this time, she seemed much younger, possessing indeed a childlike freshness and charm. Healthy, well-formed, rosy-cheeked, and cheerful. This is a saint that does not eat. Theresa greeted me with a very gentle handshaking. We both beamed in silent communion, each knowing the other to be a lover of God. Dr. Bosch kindly offered to serve as interpreter. As we seated ourselves, I noticed that Theresa was glancing at me with naive curiosity. Evidently, Hindus had been there in Bavaria. Don't you eat anything? I wanted to hear the answer from her own lips. No, except a consecrated rice flour wafer. Once every morning at 6 o'clock. How large is the wafer? It is paper thin, the size of a small coin. She added, I take it for sacramental reasons. If it is unconsecrated, I am unable to swallow it. Certainly you could not have lived on that for 12 whole years. I live by God's light. How simple her reply. How Einsteinian. I see you realize that energy flows to your body from the ether, sun, and air. A swift smile broke over her face. I am so happy to know you understand how I live. Your sacred life is a daily demonstration of the truth uttered by Christ. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeded out of the mouth of God. Again she showed joy at my explanation. It is indeed so. One of the reasons I am here on earth today is to prove that man can live by God's invisible light and not by food only. Can you teach others how to live without food? She appeared a trifle shocked. I cannot do that. God does not visit. As my gaze fell on her strong, graceful hands, Theresa showed me a little square, freshly heaped bound on each of her palms. On the back of each hand, she pointed out a smaller, crescent-shaped bound, freshly heat. Each bound went straight through the hand. The sight brought it to my mind distinct recollection of the large square iron nails with crescent-tipped ends still used in the Orient, but which I do not recall having seen in the West. The saint told me something of her weekly trances. As a helpless onlooker, I observed the whole Passion of Christ. Each week, from Thursday midnight until Friday afternoon at 1 o'clock, her bounds open and bleed. She loses 10 pounds of her ordinary 121-pound weight. Suffering intensely in her sympathetic love, Theresa yet looks forward joyously to these weekly visions of her Lord. I realized at once that her strange life is intended by God to reassure all Christians of the historical authenticity of Jesus' life and crucifixions as recorded in the New Testament, and to dramatically display the ever-living bond between the Galilean master and his devotees. Professor Bose related some of his experience with the saint. Several of us, including Theresa, often travel for days on sightseeing trips throughout Germany. He told me, it is a striking contrast. While we have 3 meals a day, Theresa eats nothing. She remains as fresh as a rose, untouched by the fatigue which the trips cause us. As we grow hungry and hunt for wayside inns, she laughs merrily. The professor added some interesting psychological details. Because Theresa takes no food, her stomach has shrunk. She has no excretions, but her perspiration glands function. Her skin is always soft and firm. At the time of parting, I expressed to Theresa my desire to be present at her trance. Yes, please come to Connersooth next Friday, she said graciously. The bishop will give you a permit. I am very happy you sought me out in each start. There Theresa shook hands gently many times and walked with our party to the gate. Mr. Bright turned on the automobile radio. The saint examined it with little enthusiastic chuckles. Such a large crowd of youngsters gathered that Theresa retreated into the house. We saw her at a window, where she peered at us, childlike, waving her hand, from a conversation the next day with 2 of Theresa's brothers, very kind and amiable. We learned that the saint sleeps only 1 or 2 hours at night. In spite of many bounds in her body, she is active and full of energy. She loves birds, looks after an aquarium of fish, and works often in her garden. Her correspondence is large. Catholic devotees write her for prayers and healing blessings. Many seekers have been cured through her of serious diseases. Her brother Ferdinand, about 23, explained that Theresa has the power through prayer of working out on her own body the ailments of others. The saint's abstinence from food dates from a time when she prayed that the throat disease of a young man of her parish. Then, preparing to enter holy orders, we transferred to own thought. On Thursday afternoon, our party drove to the home of the bishop. We looked at my flowing locks with some surprise. He readily wrote out the necessary permit. There was no fee. The rule made by the church is simply to protect Theresa from the onrush of casual tourists who in previous years had flocked on Friday by the thousands. We arrived Friday morning about 9:30 in Connersooth. I noticed that Theresa's little cottage possessed a special glass-roofed section to afford her plenty of light. We were glad to see the doors no longer closed, but wide open in hospitable cheer. There was a line of about 20 visitors, armed with their permits. Many had come from great distances to view the mystic trance. Theresa had passed my first test at the professor's house by her intuitive knowledge that I wanted to see her for spiritual reasons and not just to satisfy a passing curiosity. My second test was connected with the fact that just before I went upstairs to her room, I put myself into a yogic trance state in order to be one with her in telepathic and television rapport. I entered her chamber, filled with visitors. She was lying in a white robe on the bed, with Mr. Wright following closely behind me. I halted just inside the threshold, awestruck at a strange and most frightful spectacle. Blood flowed thinly and continuously in an inch-wide stream from Theresa's lower eyelids. Her gaze was focused upward on the spiritual eye within the central forehead. The cloth wrapped around her head was drenched in blood from the stigmata, bounds of crown of thorns. The white garments was readily splotched over her heart from the wound in her side at the spot where Christ's body long ages ago had suffered the final indignity of the soldier's spear thrust. Theresa's hands were extended in a gesture maternal. Bleeding, her face bore an expression both tortured and divine. She appeared thinner, changed in many subtle as well as outward ways, murmuring words in a foreign tongue. She spoke with slightly quivering lips to persons visible before her inner sight. As I was in attunement with her, I began to see the scenes of her vision. She was watching Jesus as he carried the cross amidst the jeering multitude. Suddenly she lifted her head in consternation. The Lord had fallen under the cruel weight. The bezel disappeared. In the exhaustion of fervid pity, Theresa sank heavily against her pillow. At this moment I heard a loud thud behind me. Turning my head for a second, I saw two men carrying out a prostrate body. But because I was coming out of the deep superconscious state, I did not immediately recognize the fallen person. Again I fixed my eyes on Theresa's face, deathly pale under the rivulets of blood, but now calm, radiating purity and holiness. I glanced behind me later and saw Mr. Wade standing with his hand against his cheek, from which blood was trickling. Dick, I inquired anxiously, were you the one who fell? Yes, I fainted at the terrifying spectacle. Well, I said consolingly, you are brave to return and look upon the sight again. Remembering the debating line of pilgrims, Mr. White and I silently bade farewell to Theresa and left her sacred presence. The following day our little group motored south, thankful that we were not dependent on trains but could stop the Ford whenever we chose throughout the countryside. We enjoyed every minute of a tour through Germany, Holland, France and the Swiss Alps. In Italy, we made a special trip of Assisi to honor the apostate of humility, Saint Francis. The European tour ended in Greece, where we viewed the Athenian temples and saw the prison in which the gentle Socrates had drunk his death potion. One is filled with admiration for the artistry with which the Greeks have everywhere wrought their very fancies in alabaster. We took ship over the sunny Mediterranean, disembarking at Palestine, wandering day after day over the Holy Land. I was more than ever convinced of the very value of pilgrimage. The Spirit of Christ is all pervasive in Palestine. I walked reverently by his side at Bethlehem, Gethsemane, Calvary, the holy Mount of Olives, and by the river Jordan and Sea of Galilee. Our little party visited the Worth Mangle, Joseph's carpenter shop, the tomb of Lazarus, the house of Martha and Mary, the hall of Last Supper. Antiquity unfolded, scene by scene. I saw the divine drama that Christ once played for the ages. On to Egypt with its modern Cairo and ancient pyramids, then a boat down the narrow Red Sea over the vasty Arabian Sea, lo, India. Chapter 40. I returned to India. Gratefully, I was inhaling the blessed air of India. Our both Rajputana docked on August 22, 1935 in the huge harbour of Bombay. Even this my first day off the ship was a foretaste of the year ahead. 12 months of serious activity. Friends had gathered at the dock with garland and greetings. Soon at our suite in the Taj Mahal Hotel, there was a stream of reporters and photographers. Bombay was a city new to me. I found it energetically modern, with many innovations from the West. Palms lined the spacious boulevards, magnificent state structure by a for interest with ancient temples. Very little time was given to sightseeing. However, I was impatient, eager to see my beloved Guru and other dear ones. Consigning the food to a baggage car, our party was soon speeding eastward by train toward Calcutta. Our arrival at Howrah station found such an immense crowd assembled to greet us that for a while we were unable to dismount from the train. The young Maharaja of Kasim Bazaar and my brother Vishnu headed the reception committee. I was unprepared for the warmth and magnitude of our welcome. Preceded by a line of automobiles and motorcycles, and amidst the joyous sound of drums and conch shells, Miss Bledge, Mr. White, and myself, flower garlanded from head to foot, drove slowly to my father's home. My aged father embraced me as one returning from the dead. Long we gazed on each other, speechless with joy. Brothers and sisters, uncles, aunts, and cousins, students and friends of years long past were grouped around me, not a dry eye among us. Passed now into the archives of memory, the scene of loving reunion vividly endures, unforgettable in my heart. As for my meeting with Sri Yukteswar, words fail me. Read the following description from my secretary's office. Today filled with the highest anticipation, I drove Yoganandaji from Calcutta to Sehrampur. Mr. Wright recorded in his travel diary. We passed by quaint shops, one of them the favorite eating haunt of Yoganandaji during his college days, and finally entered a narrow, walled lane. A sudden left turn, and there, before us, towered the simple but inspiring two-story ashram, its spanning style balcony jutting from the upper floor. The pervasive impression was that of peaceful solitude. In grave humility, I walked behind Yoganandaji into the courtyard within the hermitage walls. Hearts beating fast, we proceeded up some old cement steps, trod no doubt by my rides of truth seekers. The tension grew keener and keener as on we strode. Before us, near the head of the stairs, quietly appeared the great one, Swami Sri Yukteswarji, standing in the noble pose of a sage. My heart heaved and swelled as I felt myself blessed by the privilege of being in his sublime presence. Tears blurred my eager sight when Yoganandaji dropped to his knees and with a bowed head offered his soul's gratitude and greeting, touching with his hand his guru's feet, and then, in humble obeisance, his own head. He rose then and was embraced on both sides of the bosom by Sri Yukteswarji. No words passed at the beginning, but the most intense feeling was expressed in the mute phrases of the soul. How their eyes sparkled and were fired with the warmth of renewed soul union. A tender vibration surged through the quiet patio, and even the sun eluded the clouds to add a sudden blaze of glory. On bended knees before the Master, I gave my own unexpressed love and thanks, touching his feet caroused by time and service, and receiving his blessing. I stood then and faced two beautiful deep eyes, smoldering with introspection, yet radiant with joy. We entered his sitting room, whose whole side opened to the outer balcony. First seen from the street, the Master braced himself against a worn Davenport, sitting on a covered mattress on the cement floor. Yoganandaji and I sat near the Guru's feet with orange-covered pillow to lean against and ease our position on the straw mat. Pillow to I tried to penetrate the Bengali conversation between the two Swamiji for English. I discovered is null and void when they are together. Although Swamiji Maharaj as the great Guru is called by others, can and often does speak it, but I perceive the saintliness of the great one through through his heartwarming smile and twinkling eyes. One quality easily discernible in his merry serious conversation is a decided positiveness in a statement, the mark of a wise man who knows he knows, because he knows God. His great wisdom, strength of purpose, and determination are apparent in every way. Studying him reverently from time to time, I noted that he is of large athletic stature, hardened by the trials and sacrifices of renunciation. His poise is majestic, a decidedly sloping forehead, as if seeking the heavens, dominates his divine countenance. He has a rather large and homely nose with which he amuses himself in idle moments, flipping and beginning it with his finger, like a child. His powerful dark eyes are hallowed by an ethereal bluing. His hair, parted in the middle, begins as silver and changes to streaks of silver gold and silver black, ending in winglets at his shoulder. His beard and mustache are sent or thinned out, yet seem to enhance his features, and like his character are deep and light at the same time. He has a jovial and rollicking laugh which comes from deep in his chest, causing him to shake and quiver throughout his body. Very cheerful and sincere, his face and stature are striking in their power, as are his muscular figure. He moves with a dignified tread and erect posture. He was clad simply in the common dhoti and shirt, both once dyed a stronger ochre color, but now a faded orange. Glancing about, I observed that this rather dilapidated room suggested the owner's non-attachment to material comforts. The weather-stained white walls of the long chamber were streaked with fading blue plaster. At one end of the room huge a picture of Rahani Mahasaya garlanded in simple devotion. There was also an old picture showing Yoganandaji as he had first arrived in Boston, standing with the other delegates to the Congress of Religions. I noted a quaint concurrence of modernity and antiquation. A huge cut glass candlelit chandelier was covered with cobwebs through disuse, and on the wall was a bright, up-to-date calendar. The whole room emanated a fragrance of peace and calmness. Beyond the balcony, I could see coconut trees towering over the hermitage in silent protection. It is interesting to observe that the master has merely to clap his hands together, and before finishing, he is served or attended by some small disciple. Incidentally, I am much attracted to one of them, a thin lad named Prafulla, with long black hair to his shoulders, a most penetrating pair of sparkling black eyes, and a heavenly smile. His eyes twinkle as the corners of his mouth rise, like the stars and the crescent moon appearing at twilight. Swami Yukteswarji's joy is obviously intense at the return of his product, and he seems to be somewhat inquisitive about the product's product. However, predominance of the wisdom aspect in the great one's nature hinders his outward expression of feeling. Yoganandaji presented him with some gifts, as is the custom when a disciple returns to his guru. We sat down later to a simple but well-cooked meal. All the dishes were vegetable and rice combination. Sri Yukteswarji was pleased at my use of a number of Indian customs, finger eating, for example. After several hours of flying Bengali phrases and an exchange of warm smiles and joyful glances, we paid obeisance at his feet, bade adieu with a pranam, and departed for Calcutta with an everlasting memory of a sacred meeting and greeting. Although I write chiefly of my external impression of him, yet I was always conscious of the two bases of the saint, his spiritual glory. I felt his power, and I carry that feeling as my divine blessing. From America, Europe, and Palestine, I had brought many presents for Sri Yukteswar. He received them smilingly but without remark. For my own use, I had bought in Germany a combination can, umbrella can. In India, I decided to give the cane to Master. This gift I appreciate indeed. My guru's eyes were turned on me with affectionate understanding as he made the unwanted comment. From all the presents, it was a cane that he signaled out to display to visitors. Master, please permit me to get a new carpet for the sitting room. I had noticed that Sri Yukteswar's tiger skin was placed over a torn rug. Do so, if it please you. My guru's voice was not enthusiastic. Behold, my tiger mat is nice and clean. I am monarch in my own little kingdom. Beyond it is the vast world, interested only in externals. As he uttered these words, I felt the ears roll back once again. I am a young disciple, purified in the daily fires of chastisement. As soon as I could tear myself away from Serampur and I set out with Mr. White for Ranchi. What a welcome there, a veritable ovation. Tears stood in my eyes as I embraced the selfless teacher who had kept the banner of the school flying during my 15 years' absence. The bright faces and happy smiles of the residential and day students were ample testimony to the worth of their many-sided school and yoga training. Yet alas, the Ranchi institution was in dire financial difficulties. Sir Manindra Chandranandi, the old Maharaja whose Kasim Bachar Palace had been converted into the central school building and who had made many princely donations, was now dead. Many free, benevolent features of the school were now seriously endangered for lack of sufficient public support. I had not spent years in America without learning some of its practical wisdom, its undaunted spirit before obstacles. For 1 week I remained in Ranchi, wrestling with critical problems. Then came interviews in Calcutta with prominent leaders and educators, a long talk with the young Maharaja of Kasim Bazaar, a financial appeal to my father, and lo, the Sekhi Foundation of Ranchi began to be righted. Many donations, including one huge check, arrived in the nick of time from my American students. Within a few months after my arrival in India, I had the joy of seeing the Ranchi school legally incorporated. My lifelong dream of a permanently endowed yoga educational center stood fulfilled. That vision had guided me in the humble beginnings in 1970 with a group of 7 boys. In the decade since 1935, Ranchi has enlarged its scope far beyond the boys' school. Widespread humanitarian activities are now carried on there in the Syama Charan Lahiri Mahasaya mission. The school or Yogoda Satsang Brahmacharya Vidyalaya conducts outdoor classes in grammar and high school subjects. The residential school students and day scholars also receive vocational training of some kind. The boys themselves regulate most of their activities through autonomous committees. Very early in my career as an educator, I discovered that boys who impressively relied on in outwitting a teacher will cheerfully accept disciplinary rules that are set by their fellow students. Never a model pupil myself, I had a ready sympathy for all boys' pranks and problems. Sports and games are encouraged. The field resound with hockey and football practice. Ranchi students often win the cup of competitive events. The outdoor gymnasium is known far and wide. Recharging through willpower is the Yogoda feature. Mental direction of life energy to any part of the body. The boys are also taught asanas, postures, sword and rati, pray, and Jiu-Jitsu. The Yogoda Health exhibition at the Ranchi Vidyalaya have been attended by thousands. Instruction in primary subject is given in Hindi to the Kos, Santals and Mundas, aboriginal tribes of the province. Classes for girls only have been organized in nearby villages. The unique feature at Ranchi is the initiation into Kriya Yoga. The boys daily practice their spiritual exercises, engage in Gita chanting, and are taught by precept and example the virtues of simplicity, self-sacrifice, honor, and truth. Evil is pointed out to them as being that which produces misery, good as those actions which result in true happiness. Evil may be compared to poisoned honey, tempting but laden with death, overcoming restlessness of body and mind by concentration techniques has achieved astonishing results. It is no novelty at Ranchi to see an appealing little figure, aged 9 or 10 years, sitting for an hour or more in unbroken poise. The unwinking gaze directed to the spiritual eye. Often the picture of these Ranchi students had returned to my mind as I observed Caucasian over the world who are hardly able to sit still through one class period. Ranchi lies 2,000 feet away sea level. The climate is mild and equable. The 25-acre site by a large bathing pond includes one of the finest orchards in India, 500 fruit trees, mango, guava, lychee, jackfruit, date. The boys grow their own vegetables and spin at their chakras. A guest house is hospitably open for Western visitors. The Ranchi Library contains numerous magazines and about 1,000 volumes in English and Bengali. Donations from the West and the East. There is collection of the scriptures of the world. A well-classified museum displays archaeological, geological, and anthropological exhibits, trophies, to a great extent of my wanderings over the Lord's varied earth. The charitable hospital and dispensary of the Rahani Mahasaya Mission, with many outdoor branches in distant villages, have already ministered to 150,000 of India's poor. The Ranchi students are trained in first aid and have given praiseworthy service to their province at tragic time of flood or famine. In the orchard stand at a Shiva temple with a statue of blessed Master Rahani Mahasaya. Daily prayers and scriptures classes are held in the garden under the mango boughs. Branch High School, with the residential and yoga features of Ranchi, have been opened and are now flourishing. These are the Yogoda Satsang Vidpeeth School for Boys at Lakshmanpur in Bihar and the Yogoda Satsang High School and Hermitage at Ijmarichak in Midnapur. A stately Yogoda mat was dedicated in 1939 Dakshineshwar tree on the Ganges. Only a few miles north of the Calcutta, the new hermitage affords a haven of peace for city dwellers. Suitable accommodation are available for Western guests and particularly for those seekers who are intensely dedicating their lives to spiritual realization. The activities of the Yogoda mat include a fortnightly mailing of self-realization fellowship teaching to students in various parts of India. It is needless to say that all these educational and humanitarian activities have required the self-sacrificing service and devotion of many teachers and workers. I do not list their names here because they are so numerous, but in my heart each one has a lustrous nature. Inspired by the ideas of Lahari Mahasaya, the teachers have abandoned promising worldly goals to serve humbly, to give greatly. Mr. Bright formed many fast friendships with Ranchi boys, clad in a simple dhoti. He lived for a while among them. At Ranchi, Calcutta, Sehrampur, everywhere he went, my secretary, who has a vivid gift of description, hauled out his travel diary to record his adventures. One evening I asked him a question. Dick, what is your impression of India? Peace, he said thoughtfully. The racial aura is peace. Chapter 41. An Ideal in South India. You are the most westerner, Dick, ever to enter that serene. Many others have tried in vain. At my words, Mr. White looked startled, then pleased. We had just left the beautiful Chamundi temple in the hills overlooking Mysore in southern India. There we had bowed before the gold and silver altars of the goddess. Chamundi, patron deity of the family of the reigning Maharaja. As a souvenir of the unique honor, Mr. White said, carefully stowing away a few blessed rose petals. I will always preserve this flower, sprinkled by the breach with rose water. My companion and I were spending the month of November 1935 as guests of the state of Mysore. The Maharaja H.H. Sri Krishnavaja Vadiyar IV is a model prince with intelligent devotion to his pupil. A pious Hindu, the Maharaja has empowered a Mohammedan, the able Mirza Ismail, as his Diwan or Premier. Popular representation is given to the 7 million inhabitants of Mysore in both an assembly and a legislative council. The heir to the Maharaja H.S. the Yuvraj, C. Krishna Narasimharaja Vadiyar, had invited my secretary and me to visit his enlightened and progressive realm. During the past fortnight, I had addressed thousands of Mysore citizens and students at the town hall, the Maharaja's College, the University Medical College School, and 3 mass meetings in Bangalore at the National High School, the Intermediate College, and the Chetty Town Hall, where over 3,000 persons had assembled. Whether the eager listener had been able to credit the glowing picture I drew of America, I know not, but the applause had always been louder when I spoke of the mutual benefits that could flow from exchange of the best features in East and West. Mr. White and I were now relaxing in the tropical peace. His travel diary gives the following account of his impressions of Mysore. Brilliantly green rice fields, varied by teasel-red sugarcane patches, nestled at the protective foot of rocky hills dotting the emerald panorama like excrescences of black stone, and the play of colors is enhanced by the sudden and dramatic disappearance of the sun as it seeks rest behind the solemn hills. Many rapturous moments have been spent in gazing almost absent-mindedly at the ever-changing canvas of God stretched across the firmament, for His touch alone is able to produce colors that vibrate with the freshness of life. That youth of color is lost when man tries to imitate with mere pigments. For the Lord resorts to a more simple and effective medium, oils that are neither oils nor pigments, but mere rays of light. He tosses a splash of light there, and it reflects red. He waves the brush again, and it blends gradually into orange and gold. Then, with a piercing thrust, he stabs the cloud with a streak of purple that leaves a ringlet or fringe of red oozing out of the bound in the clouds, and so on and on. He plays night and morning alike, ever changing, ever new, ever fresh, no pattern, no duplicates, no colors, just the same. The beauty of the Indian change in day to night is beyond compare elsewhere. Often the sky looks as if God had taken all the colors in his kit and given them one mighty kaleidoscopic toss into the heavens. I must relate the splendor of a twilight visit to the huge Krishnaraja Sagar Dham, constructed 12 miles outside of Mysore. Yoganand ji and I boarded a small bus, and with a small boy as official cranker of battery substitute, started off over a smooth dirt road. Just as the sun was setting on the horizon and squashing like an overripe tomato. Our journey led past the omnipresent square rice field, through a line of comforting banyan trees, in between a grove of towering coconut palms with vegetation nearly as thick as in a jungle, and finally approaching the crest of a hill, we came face to face with an immense artificial lake, reflecting the stars and fringe of palms and other trees, surrounded by lovely terraced gardens and a row of electric lights on the brink of the dam, and below it our eyes met a dazzling spectacle of colored beams playing on geyser-like fountains, like so many streams of brilliant ink pouring forth gorgeously blue waterfall, arresting red cataracts, green and yellow sprays, elephant sprouting water, a miniature of the Chicago World's Fair, and yet modernly outstanding in this ancient land of paddy fields and simple people, who have given us such a loving welcome that I fear it will take more than my strength to bring Yoganandaji back to America. Another rare privilege, my first elephant fight. Yesterday, the Yuvraj invited us to his summer palace to enjoy a ride on one of his elephants, an enormous beast. I mounted a ladder provided to climb aloft to the howdah or saddle, which is silk cushioned and box-like, and then for a rolling, tossing, swaying, and heaving down into a gully, too much thrilled to worry or exclaim, but hanging on for dear life. Southern India, rich with historical and archaeological remains, is a land of definite and yet indefinable charm. To the north of Mysore is the largest native state in India, Hyderabad, a picturesque plateau cut by the mighty Godavari River, broad fertile plains, the lovely Nilgiris or blue mountains, other regions with barren hills of limestone or granite. Hyderabad history is a long, colorful story, starting 3,000 years ago under the Andhra king, and continuing 3,000 years ago under the Andhra king, and continuing under Hindu dynasties until AD 1294, when it passed to a line of Muslim rulers who went to this day. The most breathtaking display of architecture, sculpture, and painting in all India is found at Hyderabad in the ancient rock sculpture caves of Ellora and Ajanta. The Kailas at Ellora, a huge monolithic temple, possesses carved figures of God, man, and beast in the stupendous proportions of a Michelangelo. Ajanta is the site of 5 cathedrals and 25 monasteries, all rock excavations maintained by tremendous frescoed pillars on which artists and sculptors have immortalized their genius. Hyderabad city is graced by the Osmania University and by the imposing Mecca Masjid Mosque, where 10,000 Mohammedans may assemble for prayer. Mysore State too is a scenic wonderland, 3,000 feet above sea level, abounding in dense tropical forest, the home of the wild elephants, visons, bears, panthers, and tigers. Its two chief cities, Bangalore and Mysore, are green, attractive, with many parks and public gardens. Hindu architecture and sculpture achieved their highest perfection in Mysore under the patronage of Hindu kings from the 11th to the 15th centuries. The temple at Belur, an 11th century masterpiece, completed during the reign of King Vishnuvardhana, is unsurpassed in the world for its delicacy of detail and exuberant imagery. The rock pillars found in northern Mysore date from the 3rd century BC, illuminating the memory of King Asoka. He succeeded to the throne of the Maurya dynasty, then prevailing his empire, including nearly all of modern India, Afghanistan and Balochistan. This illustrious emperor, considered even by Western historians to have been an incomparable ruler, has left the following wisdom on a rock memorial. This religious inscription has been engraved in order that our sons and grandsons may not think a new conquest is necessary. that they may not think conquest by the sword deserves the name of conquest, that they may see in it nothing but destruction and violence, that they may consider nothing as true conquest save the conquest of religion. Such conquests have value in this world and in the next. Asoka was a grandson of the formidable Chandragupta Maurya, known to the Greeks as Sandrocotus, who in his youth had met Alexander the Great. Later, Chandragupta destroyed the Macedonian garrisons left in India, defeated the invading Greek army of Seleucus in the Punjab, and then received at his Patna court the Hellenic ambassador Megasthenes. Intensely interesting stories have been minutely recorded by Greek historians and others who accompanied or followed after Alexander in his expedition to India. The narratives of Arrian, Diodorus, Plutarch, and Strabo, the geographer, have been translated by Dr. J. W. M. Grinder to throw a soft of light on ancient India. The most admirable feature of Alexander's unsuccessful invasion was the deep interest he displayed in Hindu philosophy and in the yogis and holy men whom he encountered from time to time and whose society he eagerly sought. Shortly after the Greek warrior had arrived in Taxila in northern India, he sent a messenger, one Secretos, a disciple of Hellenic school of Diogenes, to fetch an Indian teacher, Dandamis, a great sannyasi of Taxila. Hail to thee, O teacher of Brahmins. On Secretos said after seeking our Dandamis in his forest retreat, the son of the mighty lord Zeus, being Alexander, who is the sovereign lord of all men, asks you to go to him, and if you comply, he will reward you with great gifts, but if you refuse, he will cut off your head. The yogi received this fairly compulsive invitation calmly, and did not so much as lift up his head from his couch of leaves. I also am a son of Zeus. If Alexander be such, he commented, I want nothing that is Alexander's, for I am content with what I have. While I see that he wanders with his men over sea and land for no advantage, and is never coming to an end of his wanderings. Go and tell Alexander that God, the Supreme King, is never the author of insolent wrong, but is the creator of light, of peace, of life, of water, of the body of man, and of souls. He receives all men when death sets them free, being in no way subject to evil disease. He alone is the God of my homes, who abhors slaughter and instigator no wars. Alexander is no God, since he must taste of death. Continued the sage in quiet scorn. How can such as he be the world's master, when he has not yet seated himself on a throne of inner universal dominion? Neither as yet has he entered living into heads, nor does he know the course of the sun through the central region of the earth, while the nation on its boundaries have not so much as heard his name. After this chastisement, surely the most caustic ever sent to assault the ears of the Lord of the world, the sage added ironically, if Alexander's present dominions be not capacious enough for his desires, let him cross the Ganges river. There he will find a region able to sustain all his men. If the country on this side be too narrow to hold him, know this, however, that what Alexander offers and the gifts he promises are things to me utterly useless. The things I prize and find of real use and worth are these leaves which are my house, these blooming plants which supply me with daily food, and the water which is my drink, while all other possessions which are amassed with anxious care are born to prove ruinous to those who gather them, and cause only sorrow and vexation, with which every poor mortal is fully fraught. As for me, I lie upon the forest leaves, and having nothing which requires guarding, close my eyes in tranquil slumber, whereas had I anything to guard that would banish sleep, the earth supplies me with everything, even as a mother hugs her child with milk. I go wherever I please, and there are no cares with which I am forced to cumber myself. Should Alexander cut off my head, he cannot also destroy my soul. My head alone, then silent, will remain, leaving the body like a torn garment upon the earth. Whence also it was taken, I then becoming the spirit said, ascend to my God, who enclosed us all in flesh and left us upon earth to prove whether, when here below, we shall live obedient to his ordinances, and who also will require of us all, when we depart hence to his presence, an account of our life, since he is judge of all proud wrongdoing. For the groans of the oppressed become the punishment of the oppressor. Let Alexander then terrify with these threats those who wish for wealth and who dread death. For against us these weapons are both alike powerless. The Brahmins neither love gold nor for death. Go then and tell Alexander this. Dandamins had no need of aught that is ours, yours, and therefore will not go to you. And if you want anything from Dandamins, come you to him. With close attention, Alexander received through once he wrote the message from the yogi and felt a stronger desire than ever to see Dandamins, who though old and naked was the only antagonist in whom he, the conqueror of many nations, had met more than his match. Alexander invited to Taxila a number of Brahmins, ascetics noted for their skill in answering philosophical questions with witty wisdom. An account of the Berber skirmish is given by Plutarch. Alexander himself framed all the questions, which be the more numerous, the living or the dead. The living, for the dead are not. Which breeds the larger animals, the sea or the land? The land, for the sea is only a part of land. Which is the cleverest of beasts? That one with which man is not yet acquainted. Man fears the unknown. Which exists first, the day or the night? The day was first by one day. This reply caused Alexander to be twice surprised. The Brahmin added, impossible questions requires impossible answers. How best may a man make himself beloved? A man will be beloved if possessed with great power. He still does not make himself feared. How may a man become a god? By doing that which it is impossible for a man to do. Which is stronger, life or death? Life, because it bears so many evils. Alexander succeeded in taking out of India as a teacher a true yogi. This man was Swami Spinels, called Kalanos by the Greeks because the saint, a devotee of God in the form of Kali, greeted everyone by pronouncing her auspicious name. Kalanos accompanied Alexander to Persia on a stated day. At Susha in Persia, Kalanos gave up his aged body by entering a funeral pyre in view of the whole Macedonian army. The historians record the astonishment of soldiers who observed that the yogi had no fear of pain or death and who never once moved from his position as he had consumed in the flames. Before leaving for his incrimination, Kalanos had embraced all his close companions but refrained from bidding farewell to Alexander, to whom the Hindu sage had merely remarked, I shall see you shortly at Babylon. Alexander left Persia and died a year later in Babylon. His Indian guru's words had been his way of saying he would be present with Alexander in life and death. The Greek historians have left us many vivid and inspiring pictures of Indian society. Hindu law Aryan protects the pupil and orders that no one among them shall, under any circumstances, be a slave but that, enjoying freedom themselves, they shall respect the equal right to it which all possess, for those, they thought, who have learned neither to domineer over nor cringe to others will attain the life best adapted for all vicissitudes of lot. The Indians runs another text. Neither put out money at usury nor know how to borrow. It is contrary to established uses for an Indian either to do or suffer a wrong, and therefore they neither make contracts nor require securities. Hearing we are told. Baswar, simple and natural means. Cures are effected rather by regulating diet than by the use of medicines. The remedies most esteemed are ointment and plasters. All others are considered to be in great measure pernicious. Engagement in war was restricted to the Kshatriyas or warrior caste. Nor would an enemy coming upon a husbandman at his work on his land do him any harm. For men of this class being regarded as public benefactors are protected from all injury. The land thus remaining unravaged and producing heavy crops supplies the inhabitants with the requisites to make life enjoyable. The Emperor Chandragupta, who in 305 BC had defeated Alexander's general Seleucus, decided 7 years later to hand over the reign of India's government to his son. Traveling to South India, Chandragupta spent the last 12 years of his life as a penniless ascetic, seeking self-realization in a rocky cave at Sravanbelgora, now honored as Mysore Serene. Nearby stands the world's largest statue, carved out of an immense boulder by the Jains in AD 983 to honor the saint Komateshwar. The ubiquitous religious scenes of Mysore are a constant reminder of the many great saints of South India. One of these masters, Naval, has left us the following challenging poem. You can control a mad elephant. You can shut the mouth of the bear and the tiger. You can ride a lion. You can play with the cobra. By alchemy, you can eke out your livelihood. You can wander through the universe incognito. You can make vessels of the gods. You can be ever youthful. You can walk on water and live in fire, but control of the mind is better and more difficult. In the beautiful and fertile state of Travancore, in the extreme south of India, where traffic is conveyed over rivers and canals, the Maharaja assumes every year a hereditary obligation to expiate the sin incurred by wars and the annexation in the distant past of several petty states to Travancore. For 56 days annually, the Maharaja visits the temple thrice daily to hear Vedic hymns and recitations. The expiation ceremony ends with the Rakshan Deepam or illumination of the temple by 100,000 lights. The great Hindu lawgiver Manu has outlined the duties of a king. He should shower amenities like Andhra, lord of the gods, collect taxes gently and imperceptibly as the sun obtains vapor from water, enter into the life of his subjects as the wind goes everywhere, mete out even justice to all like Yama, death, bind transgressors in a noose like Baron, Vedic deity of sky and wind, please all like the moon, burn up vicious enemies like the god of fire, and support all like the earth goddess. In war, a king should not fight with poisonous or fiery weapons, nor kill weak or unready or weaponless foes, or men who are in fear, or who pray for protection, or who run away. War should be resorted to only as a last resort. Results are always doubtful in war. Madras Presidency on the southeast coast of India contains the flat, spacious, sea-girt city of Madras and Kanchipuram, the Golden City, capital site of the Pallav dynasty whose kings ruled during the early centuries of the Christian era. In modern Madras Presidency, the non-violent ideals of Mahatma Gandhi have made great headway. The white distinguishing Gandhi caps are seen everywhere. In the south, generally, the Mahatma has effected many important temple reforms for untouchables as well as caste system reforms. The origin of the caste system, formulated by the great legislator Manu, was admirable. He saw clearly that men are distinguished by natural evolution into four great classes: those capable of offering service to society through their body labor, Sudras; those who serve there through mentality, skill, agriculture, trade, commerce, business, life in general, Baisya; those whose talents are administrative, executive, and protective, rulers and warriors, Kshatriyas; those of contemplative nature, spiritually inspired and inspiring, Brahmins. Neither birth nor sacraments, nor study, nor ancestry can decide whether a person is twice born, Brahmin. The Mahabharata declares character and conduct only can decide. Manu instructed society to show respect to its members insofar as they possessed wisdom, virtue, age, kinship, or lastly, wealth. Riches in Vedic India were always despised if they were hoarded or unavailable for charitable purposes. Ungenerous men of great wealth were assigned a low rank in society. Serious evils arose when the caste system became hardened through the centuries into a hereditary hurtle. Social reformers like Gandhi and the members of very numerous societies in India today are making slow but sure progress in restoring the ancient values of caste based solely on natural qualification and not on birth. Every nation on earth has its own distinctive misery producing karma to deal with and remove. India too, with her versatile and invulnerable spirit, shall prove herself equal to the task of caste reformation. So entrancing is southern India that Mr. Wright and I yearn to prolong our ideal. But time, in its immemorial rudeness, dealt us no courteous extensions. I was scheduled soon to address the concluding sessions of the Indian Philosophical Congress at Calcutta University. At the end of visit to Mysore, I enjoyed a talk with Sir C.V. Raman, President of the Indian Academy of Sciences. The brilliant Hindu physicist was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1930 for his important discovery in the diffusion of light, the Raman effect, now known to every schoolboy. Waving a reluctant farewell to a crowd of Madras students and friends, Mr. Wright and I set out for the north. On the way, we stopped before a little shrine sacred to the memory of Sadasiv Brahman, in whose 18th century life story miracles cluster thickly. A larger Sadasiv shrine at Nerur, erected by the Raja of Pudukkottai, is a pilgrimage spot which has witnessed numerous divine healings. Many quaint stories of Sadasiv, a lovable and fully illuminated master, are still current among the South Indian villagers, immersed one day in Samadhi on the bank of the Kaveri river. Sadasiv was seen to be carried away by a sudden flood. Weeks later, he was found buried deep beneath a mound of earth. As the villagers' showers struck his body, the saint rose and walked briskly away. Sadasiv never spoke a word or wore a cloth. One morning, the nude yogi unceremoniously entered the tent of a Mohammedan chieftain. His ladies screamed in alarm. The warrior dealt a savage sword thrust at Sadasiv, whose arm was severed. The master departed unconcernedly. Overcome by remorse, the Mohammedan picked up the arm from the floor and followed Sadasiv. The yogi quietly inserted his arm into the bleeding stump. When the warrior humbly asked for some spiritual instruction, Sadasiv wrote with his finger on the sand, "Do not do what you want, and then you may do what you like." The Mohammedan was uplifted to an exalted state of mind and understood the saint's paradoxical advice to be a guide to soul freedom through mastery of the ego. The village children once expressed a desire in Sadasiv's presence to see the Madhura religious festival. 150 miles away, the yogi indicated to the little ones that they should touch his body. Though instantly the whole group was transported to Madhura. The children wandered happily among the thousands of pilgrims. In a few hours, the yogi brought his small charges home by his simple mode of transportation. The astonished parents heard the vivid tales of the procession of images and noted that several children were carrying bags of Madura sweets. An incredulous youth derived the scent and the story. The following morning he approached Sadasiva. Master, he said, scornfully, why don't you take me to the festival, even as you did yesterday for the other children? Sadasiv complied. The boy immediately found himself among the distant city throng, but alas, where was the scent when the youth wanted to leave? The weary boy reached his home by the ancient and prosaic method of foot locomotion. Chapter 42 Last Days with My Guru. Guruji, I am glad to find you alone this morning. I had just arrived at the Serampur Hermitage, carrying a fragrant burden of fruits and roses. See, Yukteswar glanced at me meekly. What is your question? Master looked about the room as though he were seeking escape. Guruji, I came to you as a high school student. Youth, now I am a grown man, even with a grey hair or two. Though you have soured me with silent affection from the first hour to this, do you realize that on the day of meeting, have you ever said, I love you? I looked at him pleadingly. Master lowered his gaze. Yogananda, must I bring out into the cold realms of speech the warm sentiments best guarded by the wordless heart? Guruji, I know you love me, but my mortal ears ache to hear you say so. Be it as you wish. During my married life, I often yearned for a son, to be trained in a yogic path. But when you came into my life, I was content. In you, I have found my son. Two clear teardrops stood in Sri Yukteswar's eyes. Yoganand, I love you always. Your answer is my passport to heaven. I felt a weight lift from my heart. Dissolved forever at his words. Often had I wondered at his silence, realizing that he was unemotional and self-contained. Yet sometimes I feared I had been unsuccessful in fully satisfying him. His was a strange nature, never utterly to be known, a nature deep and still, unfathomable to the outer world, whose values he had long transcended. A few days later, when I spoke before a huge audience at Albert Hall in Calcutta, Sri Yukteswar consented to sit beside me on the platform with the Maharaja of Santosh and the Mayor of Calcutta to Master. Though Master made no remark to me, I glanced at him from time to time during my address and thought I detected a peace twinkle in his eye. Then came a talk before the alumni of Serampur College. As I gazed upon my old classmates, and as they gazed on their own mad monk, tears of joy soared unashamedly. My silver-tongued professor of philosophy, Dr. Ghosa, came forward to greet me. All our past misunderstandings dissolved by the alchemist time. A winter solstice festival was celebrated at the end of December in the Serampur Hermitage. As always, Sri Yukteswar's disciples gathered from far and near. Devotional Sankirtan solos in the nectar-sweet voice of Kishto Da. A feast served by young disciples. Master's profoundly moving discourse under the stars in the thronged courtyard of the ashram. Memories. Joyous festivals of years long past. Tonight, however, there was to be a new feature. Yoganand, please address the assemblies. In English, Master's eyes were twinkling as he made this doubly unusual request. Was he thinking of the shipboard predicament that had preceded my first lecture in English? I told the story to my audience of brother disciples, ending with a fervent tribute to our Guru. His omnipresent guidance was with me, not along on the ocean steamer. I concluded but daily throughout my 15 years in the vast and hospitable land of America. After the guest had departed, Sri Yukteswar called me to the same bedroom where once only after a festival of my early years I had been permitted to sleep on his wooden bed. Tonight my guru was sitting there quietly, a semicircle of disciples at his feet. He smiled as I quickly entered the room. Yoganand, are you leaving now for Calcutta? Please return here tomorrow. I have certain things to tell you. The next afternoon, with a few simple words of blessing, Sri Yukteswar bestowed on me the further monastic title of Paramhans. It now formally supersedes your former title of Swami. He he said as I knelt before him with a silent chuckle. I thought of the struggle which my American student would undergo over the pronunciation of Paramhansaji. My task on earth is now finished. You must carry on. Master spoke quietly, his eyes calm and gentle. My heart was palpitating in fear. Please send someone to take charge of our ashram at Puri. Sri Yukteswar went on. I leave everything in your hands. You will be able to successfully sail the boat of your life and that of the organization to the divine source. In tears, I am embracing his feet. He rose and blessed me endearingly. The following day, I summoned from Ranchi a disciple, Swami Sevanand, and sent him to Puri to assume the hermitage duties. Later, my guru discussed with me the legal details of settling his estate. He was annexed to prevent the possibility of litigation by relatives after his death, for possession of his two hermitages and other properties, which he wished to be deeded over solely for charitable purposes. Arrangements were recently made for Master to visit Kidderpur, but he failed to go. Amulya Babu, a brother disciple, made this remark to me on one afternoon. I felt a cold wave of premonition. To my pressing inquiries, Sri Yukteswar only replied, I shall go to Kidderpur no more. For a moment, Master trembled like a frightened child. Attachment to bodily residence is springing up of its own nature, that is arising from immemorial roots, past experiences of death. Patanjali wrote, is present in slight degree even in great sense. In some of his discourses on death, my guru had been wont to add, just as a long-caged bird hesitates to leave its accustomed home when the door is open. Guruji, I entreated him with a sob. Don't say that, never utter those words to me. Sri Yukteswar's face relaxed in a peaceful smile. Though nearing his 81st birthday, he looked well and strong, basking day by day in a sunshine of my Guru's love, unspoken but keenly felt. I banished from my conscious mind the various hints he had given of his approaching passing. Sir, the Kumbh Mela is convening this month at Allahabad. I showed Master the Mela dates in a Bengali almanac. Do you really want to go? Not sensing Sri Yukteswar's reluctance to have me leave him, I went on. Once you beheld the blessed sight of Babaji at an Allahabad Kumbh, perhaps this time I shall be fortunate enough to see him. I do not think you will meet him there. My Guru then fell into silence, not wishing to obstruct my plans. When I set out for Allahabad the fallow day with a small group, Master blessed me quietly in his usual manner. Apparently, I was remaining oblivious to implications in Sri Yukteswar's attitude, because the Lord wished to spare me the experience of being forced helplessly to witness my Guru's passing. It has always happened in my life that, at the death of those dearly beloved by me, God has compassionately urged that I be distant from the scene. Our party reached the Kumbh Mela on January 23, 1936. The surging crowd of nearly 2 million persons was an impressive sight, even an overwhelming one. The peculiar genius of the Indian pupil is the reverence innate in even the lowliest peasant for the work of the Spirit, and for the monks and sadhus who have forsaken worldly ties to seek a diviner anchorage. Impostor and hypocrites there are indeed, but India respects all for the sake of the few who illumine the whole land with its supernal blessing. Westerners who were viewing the vast spectacle had a unique opportunity to feel the pulse of the land, the spiritual ardor to which India owes her coincidence vitality. Before the blows of time, the first day was spent by our group in Sierra Stand. Here were countless brothers, dipping in the holy river for remission of sins. There we saw solemn rituals of worship, yonder very devotional, devotional offerings being strewn at the dusty feet of saints. A turn of our heat and a sign of elephants, caparisoned horses, and slow-packed Rajputana camels filed away by, or a quaint religious parade of naked sadhus, waving sculptures of gold and silver, of flags and streamers of silken velvet. Anchorites bearing only loincloths sat quietly in little groups, their bodies smeared with the ashes that protect them from the heat and cold. The spiritual eye bars vividly represented on their foreheads by a single spot of sandalwood perished. Seven-headed Swamis appeared by the thousand, orchard-robed and carrying their bamboo staff and begging with the renunciate peace as they walked about or had philosophical discussion with disciples. Here and there under the trees around huge piles of burning logs were picturesque sadhu, their head braided and masked in coil on top of their heads. Some were bare several feet in length, curved and tied in a knot. They meditated quietly or extended their hands in blessing to the passing throng, beggars, maharajas or on elephants, women in multicolored saris, their bangles and anklets tinkling. Fakirs with thin arms held grotesquely aloft, brahmacharis carrying meditation elbow props, humble sages whose solemnity hid on an inner bliss. High above the din, we heard the ceaseless summons of the temple bells. On our second Mera day, my companions and I entered various ashrams and temporary huts, offering pranams to saintly personages. We received the blessing of the leader of the Giri branch of the Swami order, a thin, ascetical monk with eyes of smiling fire. Our next visit took us to a hermitage whose guru had observed for the past 9 years the vows of silence and a strict fruitarian diet. On the central dais in the ashram hall sat a blind sadhu, Pragra Chakshu, profoundly learned in the sastras and highly revered by all sects. After I had given a brief discourse in Hindi on Vedanta, our group left the peaceful hermitage to greet a nearby Swami, Krishnananda, a handsome monk with rosy cheeks and impressive shoulders. Reclining near him was a tame lioness, succumbing to the monk's spiritual charm, not, I am sure, to his powerful physics. The jungle animal refuses all meat in favor of rice and milk. The Swami has taught the tawny-haired beast to utter Om in a deep, attractive growl, a cat devotee. Our next encounter, an interview with a learned young sadhu, is best described in Mr. White's sparkling travel diary. We rode in a Ford across the very long, low Ganges on a creaking pontoon bridge, crawling snake-like through the crowds and over narrow, twisting lane, passing the site on the river bank, which Yoganandaji pointed out to me as the meeting place of Babaji and Sri Yukteswarji. Alighting from the car a short time later, we walked some distance through the thickening smoke of the sadhu's fires and over the slippery sands to reach a cluster of tiny, very modest mud and straw huts. We halted in front of one of these insignificant temporary dwellings with a pygmy doorless entrance, the shelter of Kara Patti, a young wandering sadhu noted for his exceptional intelligence. There he sat, cross-legged on a pile of straw, his only covering, and incidentally his only position, being an orchard cloth draped over his shoulders. Truly a divine face smiled at us after we had crawled on all four into the hut and pronamed at the feet of this enlightened sadhu, while the kerosene lantern at the entrance figured weird, dancing shadows on the thatched walls. His face, especially his eyes and perfect teeth, beamed and glistened. Although I was puzzled by the Hindi, his expressions were very revealing. He was full of enthusiasm. Love could be mistaken as to his greatness. Imagine the happy life of one unattached to the material world, free of the clothing problem, free of food craving, never begging, never touching cooked food except on alternate days, never carrying a begging bowl, free of all money entanglement, never handling money, never storing things away, always trusting in God, free of transportation worries, never riding in vehicle, but always walking on the banks of the sacred rivers, never remaining in one place longer than a week in order to avoid any growth of attachment. Such a modest soul, unusually learned in the Vedas and possessing an MA degree and the title of Sastri, Master of Scriptures, from Banaras University. A sublime feeling pervaded me as I sat at his feet. It all seemed to be an answer to my desire to see the real, the ancient India, for he is a true representative of this land of spiritual giants. I questioned Kavapatri about his wandering life. Don't you have an extra clothes for winter? No, this is enough. Do you carry any books? No, I teach from memory those people who wish to hear me. What else do you do? I roam by the Ganga. At these quiet words, I was overpowered by a yearning for the simplicity of his life. I remembered America and all the responsibilities that lay on my shoulders. No, Yoganand, I thought, sadly for a moment. In this life, roaming by the Ganges is not for you. After the sadhu had told me a few of his spiritual realizations, I shot an abrupt question. Are you giving these descriptions from scriptural lore or from inward experience, half from book learning? He answered with a straightforward smile, and half from experience. We sat happily a while in meditative silence. After we had left his sacred presence, I said to Mr. White, he is king sitting on a throne of golden straw. We had our dinner that night on the Mela grounds under the stars, eating from leaf plates pinned together with sticks. Dishwashing in India are reduced to a minimum. 2 more days of the fascinating Kumbh, then northwest along the Jamna bank to Agra. Once again I gazed on the Taj Mahal. In memory, Jiten stood by my side, awed by the dream in marvel. Then on to the Vrindavan ashram of Swami Kesavananda. My object in seeking out Kesavananda was connected with this book. I had never forgotten Sri Yukteswar's request that I write the life of Lahiri Mahasaya. During my stay in India, I was taking every opportunity of contacting direct disciples and relatives of the Yoga Avatar. Recording their conversations in voluminous notes, I verified facts and dates and collected photographs, old letters, and documents. My Lahiri Mahasaya's portfolio began to swell. I realized with dismay that ahead of me lay arduous labors in authorship. I prayed that I might be equal to my role as biographer of the colossal Guru. Several of his disciples feared that in written account their master might be belittled or misinterpreted. One can hardly do justice in cold words to the life of a divine incarnation. Panchanan Bhattacharya had once remarked to me. Other close disciples were similarly satisfied to keep the Yoga Avatar hidden in their hearts as a deathless preceptor. Nevertheless, mindful of Rahim Mahasa's prediction about his biography, I spared no effort to secure and substantiate the fact of his outward life. Swami Keswanand greeted our party warmly at Vrindavan in his Katyani Peeth ashram, an imposing brick building with massive black pillars, sat in a beautiful garden. He ushered us at once into a sitting room adorned with an enlargement of Rani Mahasa's picture. The Swami was approaching the age of 90, but his muscular body radiated strength and health. With long hair and a snow-white beard, eyes twinkling with joy, he was a veritable patriarchal embodiment. I informed him that I wanted to mention his name in my book on India's masters. Please tell me about your earlier life. I smiled entreatingly. Great yogis are often uncommunicative. Keswanand made a gesture of humility. There is a little of external movement. Practically my whole life has been spent in the Himalayan solitudes, traveling on foot from one quiet cave to another. For a while I maintained a small ashram outside Haridwar, surrounded on all sides by a grove of tall trees. It was a peaceful spot little visited by travelers, owing to the ubiquitous presence of cobras. Yeswanand chuckled. Later a Ganges flood washed away the hermitage and cobras alike. My disciples then helped me to build this Vrindavan ashram. One of our party asked the Swami how he had protected himself against the Himalayan tigers. Keswanand shook his head. In those high spiritual altitudes, he said, wild beasts seldom molest the yogis. Once in the jungle, I encountered a tiger face to face. At my sudden ejaculation, the animal was transfixed as though turned to stone. Again the Swami chuckled at his memories. Occasionally, I left my seclusion to visit my guru in Banaras. He used to joke with me over my ceaseless travels in the Himalayan wilderness. You have the mark of wanderlust on your foot, he told me once. I am glad that the sacred Himalayas are extensive enough to engross you. Many times, Keswanan went on, both before and after his passing. Ravi Mahasa has appeared bodily before me. For him, no Himalayan height is inaccessible. 2 hours later, he led us to a dining patio. I sighed in silent dismay. Another 15-course meal, less than a year of Indian hospitality, and I had gained 50 pounds. Yet it would have been considered the height of rudeness to refuse any of the dishes, carefully prepared for the endless banquets in my honor. In India, nowhere else alas, a well-padded Swami is considered a delightful sight. After dinner, Keswanand led me to a secluded nook. Your arrival is not unexpected, he said. I have a message for you. I was surprised no one had none of my plan to visit Keswanand. While roaming last year in the northern Himalayas near Badrinath, the Swami continued. I lost my way. Shelter appeared in a spacious cave, which was empty, though the embers of a fire glowed in a hole in the rocky floor. Wondering about the occupant of this lonely retreat, I sat near the fire, my gaze fixed on the sunlit entrance to the cave. Keswanand, I am glad you are here. These words came from behind me. I turned, startled, and was dazzled to behold Babaji. The great Guru had materialized himself in the recesses of the cave. Overjoyed to see him again after many years, I prostrated myself at his holy feet. I called you here, Babaji went on. That is why you lost your way and were led to my temporary abode in this cave. It is a long time since our last meeting. I am pleased to greet you once more. The deathless master blessed me with some words of spiritual help, then added, I give you a message for Yoganand. He will pay you a visit on his return to India. Many matters connected with his guru and with the surviving disciples of Lahiri Mahasaya will keep Yoganand fully occupied. Tell him then that I won't see him this time. as he is eagerly hoping, but I shall see him on some other occasion. I was deeply touched to receive from Kesavanand's lips this consoling promise from Babaji. A certain hurt in my heart vanished. I grieved no longer that, even as Sri Yukteswar had hinted, Babaji did not appear at the Kumbh Mela. Spending one night as guest of the ashram, our party set out the following afternoon for Calcutta. Riding over a bridge of the Jumna River, we enjoyed a magnificent view of the skyline of Vrindavan just as the sun set fire to the sky. A veritable furnace of Balkan in color reflected below us in the still waters. The Jamna beach is hallowed by memories of the child Sri Krishna. Here he engaged with innocent sweetness in his Leela's praise with the gopis' maids, exemplifying the supernal love which ever exists between a divine incarnation and his devotees. The life of Lord Krishna has been misunderstood by many Western commentators. The scriptural allegory is baffling to literal minds. A hilarious blunder by a translator will illustrate this point. The story concerns an inspired medieval saint, the cobbler Ravidas, who sang in the simple terms of his own trait of the spiritual glory hidden in all mankind under the vast vault of blue. Lives the divinity clothed in hide. One turns aside to hide a smile on hearing the pedestrian interpretation given to Ravidas' poem by a Western writer. He afterwards built a hut, set up in it an idol which he made from a hide, and applied himself to its worship. Ravidas was a brother disciple of the great Kabir. One of the Ravidas' exalted cheras was the Rani of Chittor. She invited a large number of Brahmins to a feast in honor of her teacher, but they refused to eat with a lowly cobbler. As they sat down in dignified aloofness to eat their own uncontaminated meal, lo, each Brahmin found at his side the form of Ravidas. This mass vision accomplished a widespread spiritual revival in Chittor. In a few days, our little group reached Calcutta, eager to see Yukteswar. I was disappointed to hear that he had left Srirampur and was now in Puri, about 300 miles to the south. Come to Puri Ashram at once. This telegram was sent on March 8th by a brother disciple to Atul Chandra Roy Chaudhary, one of Master's cheras in Calcutta. News of the message reached my ears. Anguished at its implication, I dropped to my knees and implored God that my Guru's life be spared. As I was about to leave Father's home for the train, a divine voice spoke within. Do not go to Puri tonight. The prayer cannot be granted. Lord, I said, grief-stricken, thou dost not wish to engage with me in a tug of war at Puri, where thou wilt have to deny my incessant prayers for Master's life. Must he then depart for at thy behest? In obedience to the inward command, I did not leave that night for Puri. The following evening, I set out for the train. On the way, at 7 o'clock, a black astral cloud suddenly covered the sky. Later, while the train rode toward Puri, a vision of Sri Yukteswar appeared before me. He was sitting, very grave of countenance, with a light on each side. Is it all over? I lifted my arms beseechingly. He nodded, then slowly vanished. As I stood on the Puri train platform, the following morning, still hoping against hope, an unknown man approached me. Have you heard that your master is gone? He left me without another word. I never discovered who he was, nor how he had known whether to find me. Stunned, I swayed against the platform wall, realizing that in diverse space my Guru was trying to convey to me the devastating news. Seething with rebellion, my soul was like a volcano. By the time I reached the Puri hermitage, I was nearing collapse. The inner voice was tenderly repeating, correct yourself, be calm. I entered the ashram room where Master's body, unimaginingly lifelike, was sitting in the lotus posture, a picture of health and loveliness. A short time before his passing, my guru had been slightly ill with fever, but before the day of his ascension into the infinite, his body had become completely well. No matter how often I looked at his dear form, I could not realize that its life had departed. His skin was smooth and soft. In his face was a beautiful expression of tranquility. He had consciously relinquished his body at an hour of mystic summoning. The Lion of Bengal is gone, gone. I cried in a daze. I conducted the solemn rites on March 10. Sri Yukteswar was buried with the ancient rituals of the Swamis in the garden of his Puri ashram. His disciples later arrived from far and near to honor their guru at a vernal equinox memorial service. The Amrit Bazar Patrika, reading newspaper of Calcutta, carried his picture and the following report. The death Bhandara ceremony for Srimad Swami Sri Yukteswar Giri Maharaj, aged 81, took place at Puri on March 21. Many disciples came down to Puri for the rites. One of the greatest expounders of the Bhagavad Gita, Swami Maharaj was a great disciple of Yogi Raj, Sri Syam Charan Lahiri Mahasaya of Banaras. Swami Maharaj was the founder of several Yogoda Satsang self-realization fellowship centers in India and was a great inspiration behind the yoga movement which was carried to the West by Swami Yogananda, his principal disciple. It was Sri Yukteswar Ji's prophetic powers and deep realization that inspired Swami Yogananda to cross the oceans and spread in America the message of Masters of India. His interpretations of the Bhagavad Gita and other scriptures testify to the depth of Sri Yukteswar Ji's command of the philosophy, both Eastern and Western, and remain as an eye-opener for the unity between Orient and Occident. As he believed in the unity of all religious faiths, Sri Yukteswar Maharaj established Sadhu Sabha, Society of Saints, with the cooperation of leaders of various sects and faith, for the inculcation of a scientific spirit in religion. At the time of his demise, he nominated Swami Yogananda, his successor, as the president of Sadhu Sabha. India is very poorer today by passing of such a great man. May all fortunate enough to have come near him inculcate in themselves the true spirit of India's culture and sadhana which was personified in him. I returned to Calcutta not trusting myself as yet to go to the Serampur Hermitage with its sacred memories. I summoned Prafula, Sri Yukteswar's latest disciple, in Serampur and made arrangements for him to enter the Ranchi school. The morning you left for the Allahabad Mela, Prafula told me. Master dropped heavily on the Devonport. Yoganand is gone, he cried. Yoganand is gone, he added cryptically. I shall have to tell him some other way. He sat then for hours in silence. My days were filled with lectures, classes, interviews, and reunions with old friends, beneath a hollow smile and a life of ceaseless activity. A stream of black brooding polluted the inner river of bliss, which for so many years had meandered under the sands of all my perceptions. Where has that divine sage gone? I cried silently from the deeply depths of a tormented spirit. No answers came. It is best that Master has completed his union with the cosmic beloved. My mind assured me. He is eternally growing in the dominion of deathlessness. Never again may you see him in the old Serampur mansion. My heart lamented. No longer may you bring your friends to meet him, or proudly say, behold, there sits India's Jnana Avatar. Mr. Wright made arrangements for our party to sail from Bombay for the West in early June. After a fortnight in May of farewell banquets and speeches at Calcutta, Miss Bledge, Mr. Wright, and myself left in the fort for Bombay. On our arrival, the ship authorities asked us to cancel our passage as no room could be found for the fort. which we would need again in Europe. Never mind, I said gloomily to Mr. White. I want to return once more to Puri. I silently added, let my tears once again water the grave of my guru. Chapter 43. The Resurrection of Sri Yukteswar. Lord Krishna, the glorious form of the Avatar, appeared in a simmering blaze as I sat in my room at the Regent Hotel in Bombay, standing over the roof of a high building across the street. The ineffable vision had suddenly burst on my sight as I gazed out of my long open third-story window. The divine figure waved to me, smiling and nodding in greeting. When I could not understand the exact message of Lord Krishna, he departed with a gesture of blessing. Wondrously uplifted, I felt that some spiritual event was presaged. My western voyage had for the time being been cancelled. I was scheduled for several public addresses in Bombay before leaving on a return visit to Bengal, sitting on my bed in the Bombay hotel at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of June 1936. 1 week after the vision of Krishna, I was roused from my meditation by a beautiful light. Before my open and astonished eyes, the whole room was transformed into a strange world. The sunlight transmutated into supernal splendor. Waves of rapture engulfed me as I beheld the flesh and blood form of Sri Yukteswar, my son. Master spoke tenderly, on his face an angel bewitching smile. For the first time in my life, I did not kneel at his feet in greeting but instantly advanced to gather him hungrily in my arms. Moments, the anguish of past months was told. I counted weightless against the torrential bliss now descending. Master mine, beloved of my heart, why did you leave me? I was incoherent in an excess of joy. Why did you let me go to the Kumbh Mela? How bitterly have I blamed myself for leaving you. I did not want to interfere with your happy anticipation of seeing the pilgrimage spot where first I met Babaji. I left you only for a little while. Am I not with you again? But is it you, Master, the same Lion of God? Are you bearing a body like the one I buried beneath the cruel Puri sands? Yes, my child, I am the same. This is a flesh and blood body, though I see it as eternal, ethereal. To your side, it is physical. From the cosmic atoms, I created an entirely new body, exactly like that cosmic dream physical body, which you laid beneath the dream sands at Puri in your dream world. I am in truth resurrected, not on earth, but on an astral planet. Its inhabitants are better ever than earthly humanity to meet my lofty standards. There you and your exalted loved ones shall someday come to be with me. Deathless Guru, tell me more. Master gave a quick, mirthful chuckle. Please, dear one, he said, won't you relax your hold a little? Only a little. I had been embracing him with an octopus grip. I could detect the same faint, fragrant, natural odor which had been characteristic of his body before. The thrilling touch of his divine flesh still persists around the inner sides of my arms and in my palms. Whenever I recall those glorious hours, as prophets are sent on earth to help men work out their physical karma, so I have been directed by God to serve on an astral planet as a savior. Sri Yukteswar explained, it is called Hiranyaloka or illuminated astral planet. There I am aiding advanced beings to rid themselves of astral karma and thus attain liberation from astral rebirths. The dwellers on Hiranyaloka are highly developed spiritually or had died in their last earth incarnation. The meditation given power of consciously leaving their physical bodies at death. No one can enter Hiranyaloka unless he had passed on earth beyond the state of Savikalp Samadhi into the higher state or Nirvikalp Samadhi. The Hiranya rock inhabitants have already passed through the ordinary astral space, where nearly all beings from Earth must go at death. There they worked out many seeds of their past actions in the astral worlds. None but advanced beings can perform such redemptive work effectually in the astral world. Then, in order to free their souls more fully from the cocoon of karmic traces lodged in their astral bodies, these higher beings were drawn by cosmic law to be reborn with new astral bodies on Hiranyaloka, the astral sun of heaven, where I have resurrected to help them. There are also highly advanced beings on Hiranyaloka who have come from the superior subtle causal world. My mind was now in such perfect attunement with my gurus that he was conveying his word picture to me partly by speech and partly by thought transference. I was thus quickly receiving his idea tabloids. You have read in the scriptures, Master Benton, that God encased the human soul successively in three bodies, the idea, a causal body, the subtle astral body, seat of man's mental and emotional natures, and the gross physical body. On earth, a man is equipped with his physical senses. An astral being works with his consequences and feelings, and a body made of life-trons. A causal body's being remains in the blissful of ideas. My work is with those astral beings who are preparing to enter the causal world. Adorable Master, please tell me more about the astral cosmos. Though I had slightly relaxed my impress of Sri Yukteswar's request, my arm was still around him, treasure beyond all treasures, my guru who had laughed at death to reach me. There are many astral planets, teeming with astral beings. Master began. The inhabitants use astral planes or masses of light to travel from one planet to another, faster than electricity and radioactive energies. The astral universe, made of various subtle vibrations of light and color, is hundreds of times larger than the material cosmos. The entire physical creation hangs like a little solid basket under the huge luminous balloon of the astral sphere. Just as many physical suns and stars roam in space, so there are also countless astral, solar, and stellar systems. Their planets have astral suns and moons, more beautiful than the physical ones. The astral luminaries resemble the aurora borealis, the sunny astral aurora, being more dazzling than the mild red moon aurora. The astral day and night are longer than those of Earth. The astral world is infinitely beautiful, clean, pure, and orderly. There are no dead planets or barren lands. The terrestrial premises, beads, bacteria, insects, snakes are absent. Unlike the variable climate and seasons of the Earth, the astral planet maintains the even temperature of an eternal spring, with occasional luminous white snow and rain of many-colored lights. Astral planets abound in opal lakes and bright seas and rainbow rivers. The ordinary astral universe, not the subtle astral heaven of Hiranyaloka, is peopled with millions of astral beings who have come more or less recently from the earth, and also with myriads of fairies, mermaids, fishes, animals, goblins, gnomes, demigods, and spirits, all residing on different astral planets in accordance with karmic qualifications. Various spheric mansions or vibratory regions are provided for good and evil spirits. Good ones can travel freely, but the evil spirits are confined to limited zones, in the same way that human beings live on the surface of the earth. Worms inside the soil, fish in water, and birds in air. So, astral beings of different grades are assigned to suitable vibratory quarters among the fallen dark angels expelled from other world. Friction and war take place with electronic bombs or mental vibratory ways. These beings dwell in the gloom-drenched regions of the lower astral cosmos, working out their evil karma. In the vast realm above the dark astral prison, all is shining and beautiful. The astral cosmos is more naturally attuned than the earth to the divine will and plan of perfection. Every astral object is manifested primarily by the will of God and partially by the will call of astral beings. They possess the power of modifying or enhancing the grace and form of anything already created by the Lord. He has given his astral children the freedom and privilege of changing or improving at will the astral cosmos. On earth, a solid must be transformed into liquid or other form through natural or chemical processes, but astral solids are changed into astral liquids, gases, or energy solely and instantly by the will of the inhabitants. The earth is dark with warfare and murder in the sea, land and air, my guru continued, but the astral realms know a happy harmony and equality. Astral beings dematerialize or materialize their forms at will. Flowers or fish or animal can metamorphose themselves for a time into astral man. All astral beings are free to assume any form and can easily commune together. No fixed, definite natural form hems them round. Any astral tree, for example, can be successfully asked to produce an astral mango or other desired fruit, flower, or indeed any other object. Certain karmic restrictions are present, but there are no distinctions in the astral world about desirability of various forms. Everything is vibrant with God's creative light. No one is born of woman. Offspring are materialized by astral being through the help of their cosmic will into a specialized pattern. Astrally condensed forms, the recently physically disembodied being arrived in an astral family through invitation, drawn by similar mental and spiritual tendencies. The astral body is not subject to cold or heat or other natural conditions. The anatomy includes an astral brain or the thousand petaled lotus of light and 6 awakened centers in the Sushumna or astral cerebrospinal axis. The heart draws cosmic energy as well as light from the astral brain and pumps it to the astral nerves and body cells or lifetrons. Astral beings can affect their bodies by lifetronic force or by mantric vibrations. The astral body is an exact counterpart of the last physical form. Astral beings retain the same appearance which they possessed in youth in their previous earthly sojourn. Occasionally an astral being chooses, like myself, to retain his old age appearance, master emanating the very essence of youth, chuckled merrily. Unlike the spatial, three-dimensional physical world recognized only by the 5 senses, the astral spheres are visible to all inclusive 6th sense intuition. Sri Yukteswar went on, by sheer intuitional feeling, all astral beings see, hear, smell, taste, and touch. They possess 3 eyes, 2 of which are partly closed, and the third and chief astral eye, vertically placed on the forehead, is open. Astral beings have all the outer sensory organs, ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and skin, but they employ the intuitional sense to experience sensations through any part of the body. They can see through the ear or nose or skin. They are able to hear through the eyes or tongue and can taste through the ears or eyes and so forth. Man's physical body is exposed to countless dangers and is easily hurt or maimed. The eternal astral body may occasionally be cut or bruised but is healed at once by mere being. Gurudev, are all astral persons beautiful? Beauty in the astral world is known to be a spiritual quality and not an outward conformation. Sri Yukteswar replied, astral beings therefore attach little importance to facial features. They have the privilege, however, of costuming themselves at will with new, colorful, astrally materialized bodies, just as worldly men turn new arrive for gala events, so astral beings find occasions to bedsake themselves in specially designed forms. Joyous astral festivities on the higher astral planets, like Hiranyaloka, take place when a being is liberated from the astral worlds through spiritual advancement and is therefore ready to enter the heaven of the causal world. On such occasions, the invisible Heavenly Father and the saints who are merged in Him materialize themselves into bodies of their own choice and join the astral celebration. In order to please His beloved devotee, the Lord takes any desired form. If the devotee worshipped through devotion, he sees God as the Divine Mother. To Jesus, the Father aspect of the Infinite One was appealing beyond other conceptions. The individuality with which the Creator has endowed each of His creatures makes every conceivable and inconceivable demand on the Lord's versatility. My Guru and I laughed happily together. Friends of other lives easily recognize one another in the astral world. Sri Yukteswar went on in his beautiful, flute-like voice, rejoicing at the immorality of friendship. They realized the indestructibility of love, often doubted at the time of the sad, delusive parting of earthly life. The intuition of astral beings pierces through the veil and observes human activities on earth. But man cannot view the astral world unless his sixth sense is somewhat developed. Thousands of earth dwellers have momentarily glimpsed an astral being or an astral world. The advanced beings on Hiranyaloka remain mostly awake in ecstasy during a long astral day and night, helping to work out intricate problems of cosmic government and the redemption of prodigal sons, earthbound souls. When the Hiranyalok being sleeps, they have occasional dream-like astral visions. Their minds are usually engrossed in the conscious state of highest nirvikalp bliss. Inhabitants in all parts of the astral worlds are still subject to mental agonies. The sensitive mind of the higher beings on planets like Hiranyalok feel keen pain if any mistake is made in conduct or perception of truth. These advanced beings endeavor to attune their every act and thought with the perfection of spiritual law. Communication among the astral inhabitants is held entirely by astral telepathy and television. There is none of the confusion and misunderstanding of the written and spoken word with which earth dwellers must endure. Just as persons on the cinema screen appear to move and act through a series of light pictures and do not actually breathe, so the astral beings walk and work as intelligently guided and coordinated images of light, without the necessity of drawing power from oxygen. Man depends upon solids, liquid gases, and energy for sustenance. Astral beings sustain themselves principally by cosmic light. Mastermind, do astral beings eat anything? I was drinking in his marvelous elucidations with the receptivity of all my faculties, mind, heart, soul. Superconscious perceptions of truth are permanently real and changeless, while fleeting sense experiences and impressions are never more than temporarily or relatively true, and soon lost in memory all their vividness. My Guru's words were so penetrating, imprinted on the parchment of my being, that at any time, by transferring my mind to the superconscious state, I can clearly relive the divine experience. Luminous, ray-like vegetables abound in the astral soils. He answered, the astral beings consume vegetables and drink a nectar flowing from glorious fountain of light and from astral brooks and rivers. Just as invisible images of persons on the earth can be dug out of the ether and made visible by a television apparatus, later being dismissed again into space. So the God created unseen astral blueprints of vegetables and plants floating in the ether are precipitated on an astral planet by the will of its inhabitants. In the same way, from the wildest fancy of these beings, whole gardens of fragrant flowers are materialized, returning later to the etheric invisibility. Although dwellers on the heavenly planets like Hiranyalok are almost freed from any necessity of eating, still higher is the unconditioned existence of almost completely liberated souls in the causal world, who eat nothing save the manna of bliss. The earth-liberated astral being meets a multitude of relatives, fathers, mothers, wives, husbands, and friends acquired during different incarnations on earth. As they appear from parts of the astral realms, he is therefore at a loss to understand whom to love especially. He learns in this way to give a divine and equal love to all, as children and individualized expressions of God, though the outward appearance of loved ones may have changed, more or less according to the development of new qualities in the latest life of any particular soul. The astral being employs his unerring intuition to recognize all those once dear to him in other planes of existence and to welcome them to their new astral home. Because every atom in creation is exclusively dowered with individuality, an astral friend will be recognized no matter what costume he may don on and as on earth. An actor's identity is discoverable by close observation despite any disguise. The span of life in the astral world is much longer than on earth. A normal advanced astral being's average life period is from 500 to 1000 years, measured in accordance with earthly standards of time. As certain redwood trees outlive most trees by millenniums, or as some yogis live several hundred years, though most men die before the age of 60. So some astral beings live much longer than the usual span of astral existence. Visitors to the astral world dwell there for a longer or shorter period in accordance with the weight of their physical karma, which draws them back to earth within a specified time. The astral being does not have to contend painfully with death at the time of shedding his luminous body. Many of these beings nevertheless feel slightly nervous at the thought of dropping their astral form for the subtler causal one. The astral world is free from unwilling death, disease, and old age. These three dreads are the curse of earth, where man has allowed his consciousness to identify itself almost wholly with a frail physical body, requiring constant aid from air, food, and sleep in order to exist at all. Physical death is attended by the disappearance of breath and the disintegration of fleshly cells. Astral death consists of disbursement of lifetrons, those manifest units of energy which constitute the life of astral beings. At physical death, a being loses his consciousness of flesh and becomes aware of his subtle body in the astral world, experiencing astral death in due time. A being that passes from the consciousness of astral birth and death to that of physical birth and death. These recurrent cycles of astral and physical encasement are the ineluctable destiny of all unenlightened beings. Scriptural definitions of heaven and hell style man's deeper than subconscious memories of his long series of experiences in the breath, some astral and disappointing terrestrial worlds. Beloved Master, I ask, will you please describe more in detail the difference between rebirth on the earth and in the astral and causal spheres? Man as an individualized soul is essentially causal bodies. My Guru will explain that body is a matrix of the 35 ideas required by God as the basic or causal thought forces from which he later formed the subtle astral body of 19th element and the gross physical body of elements. The 19th element of the astral body are mental, emotional, and lifelong. The 19 components are intelligence, ego, feeling, mind, sense, consciousness, 5 instruments of knowledge, the subtle counterparts of the senses of sight, hearing, smell, touch, 5 instruments of action, the mental correspondence for the executive abilities to procreate, excrete, talk, walk, and exercise, manual skill, and 5 instruments of life force, those empowered to perform the crystallizing, assimilating, eliminating, metabolizing, and circulating functions of the body. This subtle astral encasement of 19 elements survives the death of the physical body, which is made of 16 gross metallic and non-metallic elements. God thought out different ideas within himself and projected them into dream. Lady Cosmic Dream thus sprung out, decorated in all her colossal endless ornaments of relativity. In 35 thoughts, categories of the causal body, God elaborated all the complexities of man's 19 astral and 16 physical counterparts. By condensation of vibratory forces, first subtle, then gross, he produced man's astral body and finally his physical form, according to the law of relativity, by which the prime simplicity has become the bewildering manifold. The causal cosmos and causal body are different from the astral cosmos and astral body. The physical cosmos or physical body are likewise characteristically at variance with the other forms of creation. The fleshy body is made of the fixed, objectified dream of the Creator. The dualities are ever present on earth: disease and health, pain and pleasure, loss and gain. Human beings find limitation and resistance in three-dimensional matter. When man's desire to live is severely shaken by disease or other causes, death arrives. The heavy overcoat of the flesh is temporarily shed. The soul, however, remains uncased in the astral and causal body. The adhesive force by which all three bodies are held together is desire. The power of unfulfilled desires is the root of all man's slavery. Physical desires are rooted in egotism and sense pleasures. The compulsion or temptation of sensory experience is more powerful than the desire force connected with astral attachments or causal perceptions. Astral desires center around enjoyment in terms of vibrations. Astral beings enjoy the ethereal music of the spheres and are entranced by the sight of all creation as exhaustless expression of changing light. The astral beings also smell, taste and touch light. Astral desires are thus connected with an astral being's power to precipitate all objects and experiences as forms of light or as condensed thought or dreams. Causal desires are fulfilled by perception only. The nearly free beings who are engaged only in causal body see the whole universe as realizations of the dream ideas of God. They can materialize anything and everything in sheer thought. Causal beings therefore consider the enjoyment of physical sensation or astral delights as gross and suffocating to the soul's fine sensibilities. Causal beings work out their desires by materializing them instantly. Those who find themselves covered only by the delicate veil of the causal body can bring universes into manifestation even as the Creator, because all creation is made of the cosmic dream texture. The soul, thinly clothed in the causal, has vast realizations of power. A soul, being invisible by nature, can be distinguished only by the presence of its body or bodies. The mere presence of a body signifies that its existence is made possible by unfulfilled desires. So long as the soul of man is encased in one, two or three body containers, sealed tightly with the corks of ignorance and desires, he cannot merge with the sea of spirit. When the gross physical receptacle is destroyed by the hammer of death, the other two coverings, astral and causal, still remain to prevent the soul from consciously joining the omnipresent life. When desirelessness is attained through wisdom, its power disintegrates the two remaining vessels. The tiny human soul emerges, free at last. It is one with the measureless amplitude. I ask my divine Guru to shed further light on the high and mysterious causal world. The causal world is indescribably subtle, he replied. In order to understand it, one would have to possess such tremendous powers of concentration that he could close his eyes and visualize the astral cosmos and the physical cosmos in all their vastness. The luminous balloon with the solid basket, as existing in ideas only. If by this superhuman concentration one succeeded in converting or resolving the two cosmos with all their complexities into sheer ideas, he would then reach the causal world and stand on the borderline of fusion between mind and matter. There one perceives all created things, solids, liquids, gases, electricity, energy, all beings, gods, man, animals, plants, bacteria as form of consciousness, just as a man can close his eyes and realize that he exists, even though his body is invisible to his physical eyes and is present only as an idea. Whatever a human being can do in fancy, a causal being can do in reality. The most colossal imaginative human intelligence is able, in mind only, to range from one extreme of thought to another, to skip mentally from planet to planet, or tumble endlessly down a pit of eternity, or soar rocket-like into the galaxied canopy, or scintillate like a searchlight over Milky Ways and the starry spaces. But beings in the causal world have a much greater freedom and can effortlessly manifest their thoughts into instant objectivity without any material or astral obstructions or karmic limitation. Causal beings realize that the physical cosmos is not primarily constructed of electrons, nor is the astral cosmos basically composed of electrons. Both in reality are created from the minutest particles of God thought, chopped and divided by Maya, the law of relativity which intervenes to apparently separate the noumenon from his phenomenon. Souls in the causal world recognize one another at individualized points of joyous spirit. Their thought things are the only object which surround them. Causal beings see the difference between their bodies and thoughts to be merely ideas. As a man, closing his eyes, can visualize a dazzling white light on a faint blue haze, so causal beings, by thought alone, are able to see, hear, feel, taste, and touch. They create anything or dissolve it by the power of cosmic mind. Both death and rebirth in the causal world are in thought. Causal bodied beings feast only on the ambrosio of eternally new knowledge. They drink from the spring of peace, roam on the trackless soil of perceptions, swim in the ocean and restlessness of bliss. Lo, see their bright thought bodies zoom past trillions of spirit-created planets, fresh bubbles of universe, wisdom stars, spectral dreams of golden nebula, all over the sky blue bosom of infinity. Many beings remain for thousands of years in the causal cosmos. By deeper ecstasies, the freed soul then withdraws itself from the little causal body and puts on the vastness of the causal cosmos all the separate eddies of ideas, particularized waves of power, love, bliss, joy, peace, intuition, calmness, self-control, and concentration melt into the ever-joyous sea of bliss. No longer does the soul have to experience its joy as an individualized wave of consciousness, but immersed in the one cosmic ocean with all its waves, eternal laughter, thrills, throbs. When a soul is out of the cocoon of the three bodies, It escapes forever from the law of relativity and becomes the ineffable, ever existent. Behold the butterfly of omnipresence, its wings edged with stars and moons and suns. The soul expanded into spirit remains alone in the region of lightless light, darkness dark, darkness dark, thoughtless thought, intoxicated with its ecstasy of joy in God's dream of cosmic creation. A free soul, I ejaculated in awe. When a soul finally gets out of the three jars of bodily delusions, Master continued, it becomes one with the infinite without any loss of individuality. Christ had born this final freedom even before he was born as Jesus, in three stages of his past, symbolized in his earth life as the 3 days of his experience of death and resurrection. He had attained the power to fully arise in his spirit. The undeveloped man must undergo countless earthly and astral and causal incarnations in order to emerge from his three bodies. A master who achieves this final freedom may elect to return to earth as a prophet to bring other human beings back to God, or like myself, he may choose to reside in the astral cosmos. There a savior assumes some of the burden of the inhabitants' karma and thus help them to terminate their cycle of incarnation in the astral cosmos and go on permanently to the causal space. Or a freed soul may enter the causal world to add its being to shorten their span in the causal body and thus attain the absolute freedom. Resurrected one, I want to know more about the karma which forces souls to return to the three worlds. I could listen forever, I thought, to my omniscient master. Never in his afterlife had I been able at one time to assimilate so much of his wisdom. Now for the first time I was receiving a clear, definite insight into the enigmatic interspaces on the checkerboard of life and death. The physical karma or desires of man must be completely worked out before his permanent stay in astral worlds becomes possible. My guru elucidated in his thrilling voice. Two kinds of beings live in the astral space. Those who still have earthly karma to dispose of and who must therefore re-inhabit a gross physical body in order to pay their karmic debts could be classified after physical death as temporary visitors to the astral world rather than as permanent residents. Beings with unredeemed earthly karma are not permitted after astral death to go to the high causal sphere of cosmic eye, but must stutter to and fro from the physical and astral world only, conscious successfully of their physical body of action of 16 gross elements and their astral bodies of 19 subtle elements. After each loss of his physical body, however, an undeveloped being from the earth remains for the most part in the deep stupor of the death sleep and is hardly conscious of the beautiful astral sphere. After the astral rest, such a man returns to the material plane for further lessons, gradually accustoming himself to repeated journey to the worlds of subtle astral texture. Normal or long-established residents of the astral universe, on the other hand, are those who, freed forever from all material longings, need return no more to the gross vibrations of earth. Such beings have only astral and causal karma to work out. At astral death, these beings pass to the infinitely finer and more delicate causal world, setting the thought form of the causal body at the end of a certain span, determined by cosmic law. These advanced beings then return to Hiranyaloka or a similar high astral planet, reborn in a new astral body to work out their unredeemed astral karma. My son, you may now comprehend more fully that I am resurrected by divine decree. Sri Yukteswar continued, as a savior of astrally reincarnating souls coming back from causal sphere, in particular rather than of those astral beings who are coming up from the earth, those from the earth. If they still retain vestiges of material karma, do not rise to the very high astral planets like Hiranyaloka. Just as most people on earth have not learned through meditation, acquired vision to appreciate the superior joys and advantages of astral life, and thus, after death, desire to return to the limited, imperfect pleasures of earth. So many astral beings, during the normal disintegration of their astral bodies, fail to picture the advanced state of spiritual joy in the causal world and dwelling on thoughts of the more gross and gaudy astral happiness, yearn to revisit the astral paradise. Heavy astral karma must be redeemed by such beings before they can achieve after cause astral death a permanent stay in the causal thought world, so thinly partitioned from the Creator. Only when a being has no further desires for experiences in pleasing to the eye astral cosmos and cannot be tempted to go back there does he remain in the causal world, completing there the work of redeeming all causal karma or seeds of past desires. The confined soul thrust out the last of the three cogs of ignorance and emerging from final jar of the causal body, coming less with the eternal. Nor do you understand, Master smiled so enchantingly. Yet, yes, through your grace, I am speechless with joy and gratitude. Never from song or story had I ever received such inspiring knowledge. Do the Hindu scriptures refer to the causal and astral world and to man's three bodies? How remote and meaningless those pages compared with the balm authenticity of my resurrected master. For him, indeed, existed not a single undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns. The interpenetration of man's three bodies is expressed in many ways through his threefold nature. My great Guru went on. In the wakeful state on earth, a human being is conscious more or less of his three vehicles. When he is sensually intent on tasting, smelling, touching, listening, or seeing, he is working principally through his physical body. Visualizing or being, he is working mainly through his astral body. His causal medium finds expression when man is thinking or diving deep in introspection or meditation. The cosmical thoughts of genius come to the man who habitually contacts his causal body. In this sense, an individual may be classified broadly as a material man, an energetic man, or an intellectual man. A man identifies himself about 16 hours daily with his physical vehicle. Then he sleeps. If he dreams, he remains in his astral body, effortlessly creating any object, even as do the astral beings. If man's sleep be sleep, deep and dreamless, for several hours, he is able to transfer his consciousness or senses of I-ness to the causal body. Such sleep is revivifying. Our dreamer is contacting his astral and not his causal body. His sleep is not fully refreshing. I had been lovingly observing Sri Yukteswar while he gave his wondrous exposition. And angelic Guru, I said, your body looks exactly as it did when last I wept over it in the Puri ashram. Oh yes, my new body is perfect copy of the old one. I materialize or dematerialize this form any time at will, much more frequently than I did while on earth. By quick dematerialization, I now travel instantly by light express from planet to planet, or indeed from astral to causal or to physical cosmos. My divine Guru smiled. Though you move about so fast these days, I had no difficulty in finding you at Bombay. Oh Master, I was grieving so deeply about your death. Ah, wherein did I die? Isn't there some contradiction? Sri Yukteswar's eyes were twinkling with love and amusement. You were only dreaming on earth, so on that earth you saw my dream body, he went on. Later you buried that dream image. Now my final fleshy body, which you behold and are even now embracing rather closely, is resurrected on another final dream planet of God. Someday that final dream body and final dream planet will pass away. They too are not forever. All dream bubbles must eventually burst at a final wakeful touch. Differentiate my son, Yogananda, between dreams and reality. The idea of Vedantic resurrection struck me with wonder. I was ashamed that I had pitied Master when I had seen his lifeless body at Puri. I comprehend at last that my Guru had always been fully awake in God, perceiving his own life and passing on earth, and his present resurrection as nothing more than relativities of divine ideas in the cosmic dream. I have now told you, Yoganand, the truth of my life, death, and resurrection. Grieve not for me. Rather broadcast everywhere the story of my resurrection from the God-dreamed earth of man to another God-dreamed planet of astrally garbed souls. New hope will be infused into the hearts of misery-mad, death-fearing dreamers of the world. Yes, Master, how willingly would I share with others my joy at his resurrection. On earth my standards were uncomfortably high, unsuited to the natures of most men. Often I scolded you more than I should have. You passed your love zone through the clouds of all reprimands. He added tenderly, I have also come today to tell you, never again shall I bear the stern gaze of censor. I shall scold you no more. How much I had missed the chastisement of my great Guru. Each one had been a guardian angel of protection. Dearest Master, rebuke me a million times. Do scold me now. I shall chide you no more. His divine voice was grave, yet with an undercurrent of laughter. You and I shall smile together, so long as our two forms appear different in a Maya dream of God. Finally we shall merge as one in the cosmic beloved. Our smiles shall be his smile. Our unified song of joy, vibrating throughout eternity, to be broadcast to God-tuned souls. Sri Yukteswar gave me light on certain matters, which I cannot reveal here. During the 2 hours that he spent with me in the Bombay hotel room, he answered my every question. A number of word prophecies uttered by him that June day in 1936 have already come to pass. I leave you now, beloved one. At these words, I felt Master melting away between my encircling arms. My child, his voice rang out, vibrating into my very soul firmament. Whenever you enter the door of Nirvikalp Samadhi and call on me, I shall come to you in flesh and blood, even as today. With this celestial promise, Sri Yukteswar vanished from my sight. A cloud voice repeated in musical thunder, tell all, whosoever knows by Nirvikalp realization that your earth is a dream of God, can come to the final dream-created planet of Hiranyaloka and there find me resurrected in a body exactly like my earthly one. Yoganand tell all. Gone was the sorrow of parting, the pity and grief for his death. Death, long robber of my peace, now fled in stark shame. Bliss poured forth like a fountain through endless, newly opened soul pores. Anciently clogged with disuse, they now widened in purity at the driving flood of ecstasy. Subconscious thoughts and feelings of my past incarnations set their karmic tents, lustrously renewed by Sri Yukteswar's divine visit. In this chapter of my autobiography, I have obeyed my Guru's behest and spread the glad tidings, though it confound once more an incurious generation. Groveling, man knows well, despair is seldom alien, yet these are perversities, no part of man's true lot. The day he wills, he is set on the path to freedom. Too long has the hearkened to the dank pessimism of his dust thou art, counselor, heedless of the unconquerable soul. I was not the only one privileged to behold the resurrected Guru. One of Sri Yukteswar's cheras was an aged woman, affectionately Nana's mother, whose name was close to the pure Puri hermitage. Master had often stopped to chat with her during his morning walk. On the evening of March 6, 1936, Ma arrived at the ashram and asked to see her guru. While Master died a week ago, Swami Sevananand, now in charge of the Puri hermitage, looked at her sadly. That is impossible. She smiled a little. Perhaps you are just trying to protect the guru from insistent visitors. No, Sevanand recounted details of the burial. Come, he said, I will take you to the front garden to see Yukteswarji's grave. Ma shook her head. There is no grave for him. This morning at 10 o'clock he passed in his usual walk before my door. I talked to him for several minutes in a bright outdoor. Come this evening to the ashram, he said. I am here. Blessing pour on this old grey head. The deathless guru wanted me to understand in what transcendent body he had visited me this morning. The astounded Sevanand knelt before her. Ma, he said, what a weight of grief you lift from my heart. He is risen. Chapter 44. With Mahatma Gandhi at Bardha. Welcome to Bardha. Mahadev Desai, secretary to Mahatma Gandhi, greeted Miss Village, Mr. White and myself with these cordial words and the gift of threads of khaddar, homespun cotton. Our little group had just dismounted at the Bardha station on an early morning in August, glad to relieve the dust and heat of the train. Consigning our luggage to a bullock cart, we entered an open motor car with Mr. Desai and his companions, Baba Saheb Deshmukh and Dr. Pingle. A short drive over the muddy country roads brought us to Manganbawi, the ashram of India's political center. Mr. Desai led us at once to the writing room where cross-legged sat Mahatma Gandhi, pen in one hand and a scrap of paper in the other. On his face a vast, winning, warm-hearted smile. Welcome, he scribbled in Hindi. It was a Monday, his weekly day of silence. Though this was our first meeting, we beamed on each other affectionately. In 1925, Mahatma Gandhi had honored the Ranchi school by a visit and had inscribed in its guest book a gracious tribute. The tiny 100-pound cent radiated physical, mental, and spiritual health. His soft brown eyes shone with intelligence, sincerity, and discrimination. This statesman has matched wits and emerged a victor in 1,000 legal, social, and political battles. No other leader in the world had attained the secure niche in the hearts of his people that Gandhi occupies for India's unlettered millions. Their spontaneous tribute is his famous title Mahatma, great soul. For them alone Gandhi confines his attire to the widely cartooned loincloth, symbol of his oneness with the downtrodden masses who can afford no more. The ashram residents are wholly at your disposal. Please call on them for any service. With characteristic courtesy, the Mahatma handed me this hastily written note as Mr. Desai led our party from the writing room toward the guest room house. Our guide led us through orchards and flowering fields to a tile-roofed building with latticed windows. A front yard well, 25 feet across, was used. Mr. Desai sat for watering stock. Nearby stood a revolving cement wheel for threshing rice. Each of our small bedroom proved to contain only the irreducible minimum: a bed handmade of rope. The whitewashed kitchen boasted a forge in one corner and a fire pit for cooking in another. Simple Arcadian sounds reached our ears: the cries of crows and sparrows, the lowing of cattle, and a rap of chisels being used to chip stones. Observing Mr. White's travel diary, Mr. Desai opened a page and wrote on it a list of satyagraha vows taken by all the Mahatma's strict followers, satyagrahis: non-violence, truth, non-stealing, celibacy, non-possession, body labor, control of the palate, fearlessness, equal respect for all religions, Swadesi, use of home manufacturers, freedom from untouchability. These 11 should be observed as both in a spirit of humility. Gandhi himself signed this page on the following day, giving the date also August 27, 1935. 2 hours after our arrival, my companions and I were summoned to lunch. The Mahatma was already seated under the arcade of the ashram porch, across the courtyard from his study. About 25 barefooted satyagrahis were squatting before brass cups and plates. A community chorus of prayers, then a meal served from a large brass pots containing chapatis, whole wheat unleavened bread, sprinkled with ghee, tarsari, boiled and dissected vegetables, and a lemon jam. The Mahatma ate chapatis, boiled wheats, some raw vegetables and oranges. On the side of his plate was a large lump of very bitter neem leaves, a notable blood cleanser. With his spoon, he separated a portion and placed it on my dish. I bolted it down with water, remembering childhood days when mother had forced me to swallow the disagreeable dose. Gandhi, however, bit by bit was eating the neem paste with as much relish as if it had been a delicious sweetmeat. In this differing incident, I noted the Mahatma's ability to detach his mind from the senses at will. I recalled the famous appendectomy performed on him some years ago. Refusing anesthetics, the saint had chatted cheerfully with his disciples throughout the operation, his infectious smile revealing his unawareness of pain. The afternoon brought an opportunity for chat with Gandhi's noted disciple, daughter of an English admiral, Miss Madeline Surratt, now called Mirabai. Her strong, calm face lit with enthusiasm as she told me, in flawless Hindi, of her daily activities. Rural reconstruction work is rewarding. A group of us go every morning at 5 o'clock to serve the nearby villagers and teach them simple hygiene. We make it a point to clean their latrines and their mud-thatched huts. The villagers are illiterate. They cannot be educated except by example. She laughed gaily. I looked in admiration at this high-born Englishwoman whose true Christian humility enables her to do the scavengering work usually performed only by untouchables. I came to India in 1925, she told me. In this land, I feel that I have come back home. Now, I would never be willing to return to my old life and old interest. We discussed America for a while. I am always pleased and amazed, she said, to see the deep interest in spiritual subject exhibited by the many Americans who visit India. Mirabai's hands were soon busy at the charkha spinning wheel, omnipresent in all the ashram rooms indeed. Due to the Mahatma, omnipresent throughout rural India, Gandhi has sound economic and cultural visions for encouraging the revival of cottage industries, but he does not counsel a fanatical repudiation of all modern progress. Machinery, trains, automobiles, the telegraph have played important parts in his own colossal life. 50 years of public service, in prison and out, wrestling daily with practical details and harsh realities in the political world, have only increased his balance, open-mindedness, sanity, and humorous appreciation of the quaint human spectacle. Our trio enjoyed a 6 o'clock supper as guest of Baba Saheb Deshmukh, the 7 p.m. prayer, our founders back at the Maganbari ashram, climbing to the roof where 30 satyagrahi were grouped in a semicircle around Gandhi. He was squatting on a straw mat. An ancient pocket was propped up before him. The fading sun cast a last gleam over the palm and banyans. The hum of night and the crickets had started. The atmosphere was serenity itself. I was enraptured. A solemn chant led by Mr. Desai with responses from the group. Then a Gita reading. The Mahatma motioned to me to give the concluding prayers. Such divine unison of thought and aspiration, a memory forever, the Vada rooftop meditation under the early stars. Punctually at 8 o'clock, Gandhi ended his silence. The Herculean labors of his life requires him to apportion his time minutely. Welcome, Swamiji. The Mahatma's greeting this time was not via paper. We had just descended from the roof to his writing room, simply furnished with square mats, no chairs, a low desk with books, papers, and a few ordinary pens, not fountain pens, a nondescript clock ticket in a corner, and an all-pervasive aura of peace and devotion. Gandhi was bestowing one of his captivating, cavernous, almost toothless smiles. Years ago, he exclaimed, I started my weekly observance of a day of silence as a means for gaining time to look after my correspondence. But now those 24 hours have become a vital spiritual need. A periodical degree of silence is not a torture but a blessing. I agreed wholeheartedly. The Mahatma questioned me about America and Europe. We discussed India and world condition. Mahadev, Gandhi said, as Mr. Desai entered the room. Please make arrangement at town hall for Swamiji to speak there on yoga tomorrow night. As I was bidding the Mahatma good night, he considerately handed me a bottle of citronella oil. The mosquitoes don't know a thing about ahimsa. Swamiji, he said laughingly. The following morning, our little group breakfasted early on a tasty wheat porridge with molasses and milk. At 10:30, we were called to the ashram porch for lunch with Gandhi and the Satyagrahis. Today the menu included brown rice, a new selection of vegetables, and cardamom seeds. Noon found me strolling about the ashram grounds, onto the grazing land of a few imperturbable cows. The protection of cows is a passion with Gandhi. The cow to me means the entire subhuman world, extending man's sympathies beyond his own species. The Mahatma has explained man through the cow is enjoying to realize his identity with all that lives. Why the ancient VCs selected the cow for apotheosis is obvious to me. The cow in India was the best comparison. She was a giver of plenty. Not only did she give milk, but she also made agriculture possible. The cow is a poem of pity. One reads pity in the gentle animal. She is the second mother to millions of mankind. Protection of the cow means protection of the whole term creation of God. The appeal of the lower order of creation is all the more forceful because it is speechless. 3 daily rituals are enjoined on the Orthodox Hindu. One is Bhuta Yajna, an offering of food to the animal kingdom. This ceremony symbolizes man's realization of his obligation to less involved forms of creation, instinctively tied to bodily identification, which also covered human life, but lacking in that dual quality of liberating vision, which is peculiar to humanity. Bhut Yajna thus reinforces man's readiness to succor the weak. As he in turn is comforted by countless solicitudes of higher unseen beings. Man is also under bond for rejuvenating gifts of nature prodigal in earth, sea and sky. The evolutionary barrier of incommunicability among nature, animal, man and astral angels is thus overcome by offices of silent love. The other 2 daily yajnas are Pitri and Nidhi. Pitri Yajna is an offering of oblation to ancestors as a symbol of man's acknowledgement of his debt to the past, essence of whose wisdom illumines humanity today. Nidhi Yajna is an offering of food to strangers or the poor, symbol of present responsibilities of man. His duties to contemporaries in the early afternoon. I fulfilled a neighborly Nidhi Yajna by a visit to Gandhi's ashram for little girls. Mr. White accompanied me on the 10-minute drive. Tiny young flower-like faces atop the long stem, colorful saris. At the end of a brief talk in Hindi, which I was giving outdoors, the skies unroofed, a sudden downpour, laughing. Mr. White and I climbed aboard the car and sped back to the Manganwari amidst seats of driving silver. Such tropical intensity and splash. Re-entering the guest house, I was struck anew by the stark simplicity and evidences of self-sacrifice which are everywhere present. The Gandhi bow of non-possession came early in his married life, renouncing an extensive legal practice which had been yielding him an annual income of more than $20,000. The Mahatma dispersed all his wealth to the poor. Sri Yukteswar used to poke a gentle fun at a commonly inadequate conceptions of renunciation. A beggar cannot renounce wealth. Master would say, if a man laments, my business had failed, my wife has left me, I will renounce all and enter a monastery. To what worthy sacrifice is he referring? He did not renounce wealth and love. They renounced him. Saints like Gandhi, on the other hand, have made not only tangible material sacrifices, but also the more difficult renunciation of selfish motive and private goal, merging their most beings in the stream of humanity as a whole. The Mahatma's remarkable wife, Kasturabai, did not object when he failed to set aside any part of his wealth for the use of herself and their children. Married in early youth, Gandhi and his wife took the bow of celibacy after the birth of several sons, a tranquil heroine in the intense drama that has been their life together. Kasturabai has followed her husband to prison, shared his 3-week fast, and fully borne her share of his endless responsibilities. She has paid Gandhi the following tribute. I thank you for having had the privilege of being your lifelong companion and helpmate. I thank you for the most perfect marriage in the world, based on brahmacharya, self-control and not on sex. I thank you for having considered me your equal in your life work for India. I thank you for not being one of those husbands who spend their time in gambling, racing women, wine and song, tiring of their wives and children as a little boy quickly tires of his childhood toys. How thankful I am that you were not one of those husbands who devote their time to growing rich on the exploitation of the labor of others. How thankful I am that you put God and country before bribes, that you've had the courage of your conviction and a complete and implicit faith in God. How thankful I am from a husband that put God and his country before me. I am grateful to you for your tolerance of me and my shortcomings of youth, and when I grumbled and rebelled against the change you made in our mode of living, from so much to so little. As a young child, I lived in your parents' home. Your mother was a great and good woman. She trained me, taught me how to be a brave, courageous wife, and how to keep the love and respect of her son, my future husband. As the years passed and you became India's most beloved leader, I had none of the fears that beset the wife who may be cast aside when a husband has climbed the ladder of success. As so often happened in other countries, I knew that death would still find us husband and wife. For years, Kasturabai performed the duties of treasurer of the public funds which the idolized Mahatma is able to raise by the millions. There are many humorous stories in Indian homes to the effect that husbands are nervous about their wives wearing any jewelry to a Gandhi meeting. The Mahatma's magical tongue, pleading for the downtrodden, charmed the gold bracelet and diamond necklace right off the arm and necks of the wealthy into the collection basket. One day the public treasurer, Kasturabai, could not account for disbursement of 4 rupees. Gandhi duly published an auditing in which he inexorably pointed out his wife's 4 rupee discrepancy. I had often told this story before classes of my American students. One evening a woman in the hall had given an outraged gasp. Mahatma or no Mahatma, she had cried. If he were my husband, I would have gave him a black eye for such an unnecessary public insult. After some good-humored banter had passed between us on the subject of American wives and Hindu wives, I have gone on to a fuller explanation. Mrs. Gandhi considers the Mahatma not as a husband, but as her guru, one who has the right to discipline her for even insignificant errors. I had pointed out. Sometimes after Kasturabai had been publicly rebuked, Gandhi was sentenced to a prison on a political charge. As he was calmly bidding farewell to his wife, she fell at his feet. Master, she said humbly, if I have ever offended you, please forgive me. At 3 o'clock that afternoon in Bada, I betook myself, by previous appointment, to the writing room of the saint, who had been able to make an unflinching disciple out of his own wife. Where miracle! Gandhi looked up with his unforgettable smile. Mahatma ji, I said, as I squatted beside him on the uncushioned mat, please tell me your definition of ahimsa, the avoidance of harm to any living creature in thought or deed. Beautiful idea, but the world will always ask, may one not kill a cobra to protect a child or oneself? I could not kill a cobra without violating two of my vows, fearlessness and non-killing. I would rather try inwardly to calm the snake by vibrations of love. I cannot possibly lower my standards to suit my circumstances. With his amazing candor, Gandhi added, I must confess that I could not carry on this conversation were I faced by a cobra. I remarked on several very recent Western books on diet which lay on his desk. Yes, diet is important in the Satyagraha movement, as everywhere else, he said with a chuckle. Because I advocate complete continence for Satyagrahis, I am always trying to find out the best diet for the carry weight. One must conquer the palate before he can control the procreative instinct. Semi-starvation or unbalanced diets are not the answer. After overcoming the inward greed for food, a satyagrahi must continue to follow a rational vegetarian diet with all necessary vitamins, minerals, calories and so forth. By inward and outward wisdom in regard to eating, the satyagrahi's sexual fluid is easily turned into vital energy for the whole body. The Mahatma and I compared our knowledge of good meat substitute. The avocado is excellent, I said. There are numerous avocado groves near my center in California. Gandhi's face lit with interest. I wonder if they would grow in Varda. The satyagrahis would appreciate a new food. I will be sure to send some avocado plants from Los Angeles to Varda. I added, eggs are a high potent food. Are they forbidden to satyagrahis? Not unfertilized eggs. The Mahatma laughed reminiscently. For years I would not countenance their use. Even now, I personally do not eat them. One of my daughter-in-law was once dying of malnutrition. Her doctor insisted on eggs. I would not agree and advised him to give her some egg substitute. Gandhiji, the doctor said, unfertilized egg contains no live sperm. No killing is involved. I then gladly gave permission for my daughter-in-law to eat eggs. She was soon restored to health. On the previous night, Gandhi had expressed a wish to receive the Kriya Yoga of Lahiri Mahasaya. I was touched by the Mahatma's open-mindedness and spirit of inquiry. He is childlike in his divine quest, revealing that pure receptivity which Jesus placed in children. Of such is the kingdom of heaven. The hour for my promised instruction had arrived. Several satyagrahis now entered the room. Mr. Desai, Dr. Pingle and a few others who desired the Kriya technique. I first taught the figure exercises. The body is visualized as divided into 20 parts. The will directs energy in turn to each section. Soon everyone was vibrating before me like a human motor. It was easy to observe the rippling effect on Gandhi's 20 body parts, at all times completely exposed to view. Though very thin, he is not unpleasingly so. The skin of his body is smooth and unwrinkled. Later I initiated the group into the liberating technique of Kriya Yoga. The Mahatma has reverently studied all world religions, the Jain scriptures, the biblical New Testament, and the sociological writings of Tolstoy, all the three main sources of Gandhi's non-violent conviction. He has stated his credo thus: I believe the Bible, the Quran, and the Jain Avesta to be as divinely inspired as the Vedas. I believe in the institution of gurus, but in this age, millions must go without a guru, because it is a rare thing to find a combination of perfect purity and perfect learning. But one need not despair of ever knowing the truth of one's religion, because the fundamentals of Hinduism, as of every great religion, are unchangeable and easily understood. I believe, like every Hindu, in God and His oneness, in rebirth and salvation. I can no more describe my feeling for Hinduism than for my own wife. She moves me as no other woman in the world can. Not that she has no faults. I dare say she has many more than I see myself. But the feelings of an indissoluble bond is there. Even so, I feel for and about Hinduism with all its faults and limitations. Nothing delights me so much as the music of the Gita or the Ramayana by Tulsidas. When I fancied I was taking my last breath, the Gita was my solace. Hinduism is not an exclusive religion. In it, there is a room for the worship of all the prophets of the world. It is not a missionary religion in the ordinary sense of the term. It has no doubt absorbed many tribes in its fold, but this absorption has been of an evolutionary, imperceptible character. Hinduism tells us each man to worship God according to his own faith or dharma, and so lives at peace with all religions. Of Christ, Gandhi has written, I am sure that if he were living here now among men, he would bless the lives of many who perhaps have never even heard his name. Just as it is written, not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, but he that doeth the will of my Father. In the lesson of his own life, Jesus gave humanity the magnificent purpose and the single objective toward which we are ought to aspire. I believe that he belonged not solely to Christianity, but to the entire world, to all lands and races. On my last evening in Varda, I addressed the meeting which had been called by Mr. Desai in town hall. The room was thronged to the window sills, with about 400 pupils assembled to hear the talk on yoga. I spoke first in Hindi, then in English. Our little group returned to the ashram in time for a good night glimpse of Gandhi, enfolded in peace and correspondence. Night was still lingering when I rose at 5 a.m. Village life was already stirring. First a bullock cart by the ashram gates, then a peasant with his huge burden balanced vigorously on his head. After breakfast, our trio sought out Gandhi for farewell pranams. The sun rises at 4 o'clock for his morning prayer. Mahatma Ji, goodbye. I knelt to touch his feet. India is safe in your keeping. Years have rolled by since the ideal. The earth, oceans and skies have darkened with the world at war. Alone among great leaders, Gandhi has offered a practical, non-violent alternative to armed might, to redress grievances and remove injustices. The Mahatma has employed non-violent means, which again and again have proved their effectiveness. He states his doctrine in these words: I have found that life will persist in the midst of destruction. Therefore, there must be a higher law than that of destruction. Only under the law would well-ordered society be intelligible and life worth living. If that is the law of life, we must work it out in daily existence. Wherever there are wars, wherever we are confronted with the opponent, conquer by love. I have found that the certain law of love has answered in my own life as the law of destruction has never done. In India, we have had an ocular demonstration of the operation of this law on the widest scale possible. I don't claim that non-violence has penetrated the 3 lakh 60 3 crore to 60 lakh people in India, but I do claim it has penetrated deeper than any other doctrine in an incredibly short time. It takes a fairly strenuous course of training to attain a mental state of non-violence. It is a disciplined life, like the life of a soldier. The perfect state is reached only when the mind, body, and speech are in proper coordination. Every problem would lend itself to solution if we determined to make the law of truth and non-violence the law of life. Just as a scientist will work wonders out of various applications of the laws of nature, a man who applies the laws of love with scientific precision can work greater wonders. Non-violence is infinitely more wonderful and subtle than forces of nature like, for instance, electricity. The law of love is a far greater science than any modern science. Consulting history, one may reasonably state that the problems of mankind have not been solved by the use of brute force. World War I produced a world-chilling snowball of war karma that swallowed into World War II. Only the warmth of brotherhood can match the present colossal snowball of war karma, which may otherwise grow into World War III. This unholy trinity will banish forever the possibility of World War IV by a finality of atomic bombs. Use of jungle logic instead of human reason in settling disputes will restore the earth to a jungle. If brothers not in life, then brothers in violent death. War and crime never pay. The billions of dollars that went up in the smoke of explosive nothingness would have been sufficient to have made a new world, one almost free from disease and completely free from poverty. Not an earth of fear, chaos, famine, pestilence, the dense macabre, but one broad land of peace, of prosperity, and of widening knowledge. The non-violence voice of Gandhi appeals to man's highest conscience. Let nations ally themselves no longer with death, but with life, not with destruction, but with construction, not with the annihilator, but with the creator. One should forgive under any injury, says the Mahabharata. It hath been said that the continuation of a species is due to man's being forgiving. Forgiveness is holiness. By forgiveness, the universe is held together. Forgiveness is the might of the mighty. Forgiveness is sacrifice. Forgiveness is quiet of mind. Forgiveness and gentleness are the qualities of the self-possessed. They represent eternal virtue. Non-violence is the natural outgrowth of the law of forgiveness and love. If loss of life becomes necessary in a righteous battle, Gandhi proclaimed, one should be prepared like Jesus to shed his own, not others' blood. Eventually there will be less blood spilt in the world. Epics shall someday be written on the Indian satyagrahis who withstood hate with love, violence with non-violence, who allowed themselves to be mercilessly slaughtered rather than retaliate. The result on certain historic occasions was that the armed opponents threw down their guns and fled, shaken to their depths by the sight of men who valued the life of another above their own. I would wait, if no need be for ages, Gandhi says, rather than seek the freedom of my country through bloody means. Never does the Mahatma forget the majestic warning. All they take the sword shall perish with the sword. Gandhi has written, I call myself a nationalist, but my nationalism is as broad as the universe. It includes in its sweep all the nations of the earth. My nationalism includes the well-being of the whole world. I do not want my India to rise on the ashes of other nations. I do not want India to exploit a single human being. I want India to be strong in order that she can infect the other nations also with her strength. Not so with a single nation in Europe today. They do not give strength to the others. President Wilson mentioned his beautiful 14 points, but said, after all, if this endeavor of ours to arrive at peace fails, we have our armaments to fall back upon. I want to reverse that position, and I say our armaments have failed already. Let us now be in search of something new. Let us try the force of love and God, which is truth. When we have got that, we shall want nothing else. By the Mahatma's training of thousands of true satyagrahis, those who have taken the 11 rigorous vows mentioned in the first part of this chapter, who in turn spread the message by patiently educating the Indian masses to understand the spiritual and eventually material benefits of non-violence, by arming his people with non-violent weapons, non-cooperation with injustice, the willingness to endure indignities, present death itself rather than resort to arms, by enlisting world sympathy through countless examples of heroic martyrdom among satyagrahis. Gandhi has dramatically portrayed the practical nature of non-violence, its solemn power to settle disputes without war. Gandhi has already borne through non-violent means a greater number of political concessions for his land than have ever been borne by any leader of any country, except through bullets. Non-violent method for eradication of all wrongs and evils have been strikingly applied not only in the political arena but in the delicate and complicated field of Indian social reform. Gandhi and his followers have removed many long-standing feuds between Hindus and Mohammedans. Hundreds of thousands of Muslims look to the Mahatma as their leader. The untouchables have found in him their fearless and triumphant champion. If there is a rebirth in store for me, Gandhi wrote, I wish to be born a pariah in the midst of pariahs, because thereby I would be able to render them more effective service. The Mahatma is indeed a great soul, but it was illiterate millions who had the discernment to bestow the title. This gentle prophet is honored in his own land. The lowly peasant has been able to rise to Gandhi's high challenge. The Mahatma wholeheartedly believes in the inherent nobility of man. The inevitable failures have never disillusioned him, even if the opponents praise him false 20 times. He writes, the Satyagrahi is ready to trust him the 21st time, for an implicit trust in human nature is the very essence of the creed. Mahatma Ji, you are an exceptional man. You must not expect the world to act as you do. A critic once made this observation. It is curious how we delude ourselves, fancying that the body can be improved, but that it is impossible to evoke the hidden powers of the soul. Gandhi replied, I am engaged in trying to show that if I have any of those powers, I am as frail a mortal as any of us, and that I never had anything extraordinary about me, nor have I now. I am a simple individual, liable to err like any other fellow mortal. I own, however, that I have enough humility to confess my errors and to retrace my steps. I own that I have an immovable faith in God and His goodness and an unconsumable passion for truth and love. But is that not what every person has talent latent in him? If we are to make progress, we must not repeat history but make new history. We must add to the inheritance left by our ancestors. If we may make new discoveries and inventions in the phenomenal world, must we declare our bankruptcy in the spiritual domain? Is it possible to multiply the exceptions so as to make them the rule? Must man always be brute first and man after? If at all, Americans may well remember with pride the successful non-violent experiment of William Penn in founding his 17th century colony in Pennsylvania. There were no forts, no soldiers, no military, even no arms. Amidst the serious frontier wars and the butcheries that went on between the new settlers and the Red Indians, the Quakers of Pennsylvania alone remained unmolested. Others were slain, others were massacred, but they were safe. Not a Quaker woman suffered assault, not a Quaker child was slain, not a Quaker man was tortured. When the Quakers were finally forced to give up the government of the state, war broke out and some Pennsylvanians were killed, but only 3 Quakers were killed. 3 who had so far fallen from their faith as to carry weapons of defense, resort to force in the Great War, fun, failed to bring tranquility. Franklin D. Roosevelt has pointed out, victory and defeat were alike sterile. That lesson the world should have learned. The more weapons of violence, the more misery to mankind. Lao Tzu taught, the triumph of violence ends in a festival of mourning. I am fighting for nothing less than world peace. Gandhi has declared, if the Indian movement is carried to success on a non-violent satyagraha basis, it will give a new meaning to patriotism and, if I may say so, in all humanity, to life itself. Before the West dismisses Gandhi's program as one of an impractical dreamer, let it first reflect on a definition of satyagraha by the master of Galilee. Ye have heard that it hath been said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you, that ye resist not evil, but whosoever shall smile thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. Gandhi's epoch has extended with the beautiful precision of cosmic timing into a century awaited, desolated and devastated by 2 world wars. A divine handwriting appears on the granite wall of his life, a warning against the further shedding of blood among brothers. Mahatma Gandhi visited my high school with yoga training at Ranchi. He graciously wrote the above lines in the Ranchi guest book. The translation is, this institution has deeply impressed my mind. I cherish high hopes that this school will encourage the further practical use of the spinning wheel. Signed, Mohandas Gandhi, September 17, 1925. A national flag for India was designed in 1921 by Gandhi. The stripes are saffron, white and green. The charkha, spinning wheel, in the center is dark blue. The charkha symbolizes energy, he wrote, and reminds us that during the past eras of prosperity in India's history, hand spinning and other domestic crafts were prominent. Mahatma Gandhi in memoriam. He was in the true sense the father of the nation, and a madman has slain him. Millions and millions are mourning because the light has gone out. The light that shone in his hand was no ordinary light. For 1,000 years that light will be seen in this country, and the world will see it. So spoke Prime Minister of India Jawaharlal Nehru shortly after Mahatma Gandhi has been assassinated in New Delhi on January 30, 1948. 5 months earlier, India had peacefully achieved her national independence. The work of the 78-year-old Gandhi was done. He realized that his hour was nigh, our being may important papers. He said to his granddaughter on the morning of the tragedy, I must reply today, tomorrow may never be. In numerous pages of his writing, also Gandhi gave intimation of final destiny. As the dying Mahatma sank slowly to the ground, 3 bullets in his frail and fast-born body, he lifted his hands in a traditional Hindu gesture of greeting, silently bestowing his forgiveness. Innocent artist as he was in all the ways of his life, Gandhi became a supreme artist at the moment of his death. All the sacrifices of his selfless life had made possible that final loving gestures. Generations to come, it may be, Albert Einstein wrote in a tribute to the Mahatma, will scarce believe that such a one as this ever in flesh and blood walked upon the earth. A dispatch from the Vatican in Rome said, the assassination caused great sorrow here. Gandhi is mourned as an apostate of Christian virtues. Fraught with symbolic meaning are the lives of all great ones who come to earth for the accomplishment of a specific righteousness. Gandhi's dramatic death in the cause of Indian unity has highlighted his message to a world torn in every continent with disunity. That message he has stated in prophetic words. Non-violence has come among men, and it will live. It is the harbinger of peace of the world. Chapter 45. The Bengali Joy Permitted Mother. Sir, please do not leave India without a glimpse of Nirmala Devi. Her sanctity is intense. She is none far and wide as Ananda, my Ma, Joy Permitted Mother. My niece, Amio Bose, gazed at me earnestly. Of course, I want very much to see the woman saint, I added. I have read of her advanced state of God realization. A little article about her appeared years ago in East West. I have met her, Amio went on. She recently visited my own little town of Jamshedpur. At the entreaty of her disciple, Anandmoy Ma went to the home of a dying man. She stood by his bedside. As her hand touched his forehead, his death rattle ceased. The disease vanished at once. To the man's glad astonishment, he was well. A few days later, I heard that the blissful mother was staying at the home of a disciple in the Bhawanipur section of Calcutta. Mr. Wright and I set out immediately from my father's Calcutta home. As the ford neared the Bhawanipur house, my companion and I observed an unusual street scene. Anandmoy Ma was standing in an open-topped automobile blessing a throng of about 100 disciples. She was evidently on the point of departure. Mr. Wright parked the boat some distance away and accompanied me on foot toward the quiet assemblies. The woman saint glanced in our direction. She alighted from her car and walked toward us. Father, you have come. With these fervent words, she put her arm around my neck and her head on my shoulder. Mr. White, to whom I had just remarked that I did not know the saint, was hugely enjoying this extraordinary demonstration of welcome. The eyes of the 100 chelas were also fixed with some surprise on the affectionate debut. I had instantly seen that the saint was in a high state of samadhi, utterly oblivious to her outward garb as a woman. She knew herself as a changeless soul. From that plane, she was joyously greeting another devotee of God. She led me by the hand into her automobile. Oh, Anandmoy Ma, I am delaying your journey, I protested. Father, I am meeting you for the first time in this life after ages. She said, please do not leave yet. We sat together in the rear seats of the car. The blissful mother soon entered the immobile, ecstatic state. Her beautiful eyes glanced heavenward and half opened, became still, gazing into the near far inner Elysium. The disciples chanted gently, Victory to Mother Divine. I had found many men of God realization in India, but never before had I met such an exalted woman saint. Her gentle face was burnished with the ineffable joy that had given her the name of blissful mother. Long black tresses lay loosely behind her unveiled head. A red dot of sandalwood placed on her forehead symbolized the spiritual eye, ever open within her. Tiny face, tiny hands, tiny feet, a contrast to her spiritual magnitude. I put some questions to a nearby woman chela, while Anandmoy Ma remained entranced. The blissful mother travels widely in India. In many parts, she has hundreds of disciples. The chela told me her courageous efforts have brought about many desirable social reform. Although a Brahmin, the saint recognizes no caste distinction. A group of us always travel with her, looking after her comforts. We have to mother her. She takes no notice of her body. If no one gave her food, she would not eat or make any inquiries. Even when meals are placed before her, she does not touch them. To prevent her disappearance from this world, we disciples feed her with our own hands. 4 days together, she often stays in the divine trance, scarcely breathing, her eyes unwinking. One of her chief disciples is her husband. Many years ago, soon after their marriage, he took the bow of silence. The chair pointed to a broad-shouldered, fine-featured man with long hair and hoary beard. He was standing quietly in the midst of the gathering, his hands folded in a disciple's reverential attitude. Refreshed by her dip in the infinite Anandmoy Ma was now focusing her consciousness on the material world. Father, please tell me where you stay. Her voice was clear and melodious. At present in Calcutta or Ranchi, but soon I shall be returning to America. America? Yes, an Indian woman said, would be sincerely appreciated there by a spiritual seeker. Would you like to go? If Father can take me, I will go. This reply caused her nearby disciples to start in alarm. 20 or more of us always travel with a blissful mother. On them told me firmly, we could not live without her. Wherever she goes, we must go. Reluctantly, I abandoned the plan as possessing an impractical feature of spontaneous enlargement. Please come at least to Ranchi with your disciples. I said on taking leave on the sand. As a divine child yourself, you will enjoy the little ones in my school. Whenever Father takes me, I will gladly go. A short time later, the Ranchi Vidyalaya was in a gala array for the saint's promised visit. The youngsters looked forward to any one day of festivity, no lessons, hours of music and a feast for the climax. Victory Anandmoy Ma Ki Jai. This reiterated chant from scores of enthusiastic little throats greeted the saint's party as it entered the school gates. Showers of marigolds, tinkle of cymbals, lusty blowing of conch shells and beat of the mridang drum. The blissful mother wandered smilingly over the sunny Vidyalaya ground, ever carrying with her the portable paradise. It is beautiful here, Anandmoy Ma said graciously as I led her into the main building. She seated herself with a childlike smile by my side. The closest of dear friends, she made one feel. Yet an aura of remoteness was ever around her, the paradoxical isolation of omnipresence. Please tell me something of your life. Father knows all about it. Why repeat it? She evidently felt that the factual history of one short incarnation was beneath notice. I laughed, gently repeating my question. Father, there is little to tell. She spread her graceful hands in a deprecatory gesture. My consciousness has never associated itself with this contemporary body. Before I came on this earth, Father, I was the same as a little girl. I was the same. I grew into womanhood, but still I was the same. When the family in which I had been born made arrangements to have this body married, I was the same. And when, passion drunk, my husband came to me and murmured endearing words, lightly touching my body, he received a violent shock, as if struck by lightning, for even then I was the same. My husband knelt before me, folded his hands in and implored my pardon. Mother, he said, because I have desecrated your bodily temple by touching it with the thought of lust, not knowing that within it dwelt not my wife but the Divine Mother. I take this solemn vow, I shall be your disciple, a caliphate follower, ever caring for you, in the silence as a servant, never speaking to anyone again as long as I live. May I thus atone for the sin I have today committed against you, my Guru. Even when I quietly accepted this proposal of my husband's, I was the same. And Father, in front of you now, I am the same. Ever afterward, though the dance of creation change around me in the hall of eternity, I shall be the same. Anandmoy Ma sank into a deep meditative state. Her form was statue still. She had fled to her ever-calling kingdom. The dark pools of her eyes appeared lifeless and glassy. This expression is often present when saints remove their consciousness from the physical body, which is then hardly more than a piece of soulless clay. We sat together for an hour in the ecstatic trance. She returned to this world with a gay little laugh. Please, Anandmoy Ma, I said, come with me to the garden. Mr. White will take some pictures. Of course, Father, your will is my will. Her glorious eyes retained the unchanging divine luster as she posed for many photographs. Time for the feast. Anand Moima squatted on her blanket seat, a disciple at her elbow to feed her. Like an infant, the saint obediently swallowed the food after the Chera had brought it to her lips. It was plain that the blissful mother did not recognize any difference between curries and sweetmeats. As dusk approached, the saint left with her party amidst a shower of rose petals, her hands raised in blessing on the little rats, their faces shone with the affection she had effortlessly awakened. Those heart love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. Christ has proclaimed this is the first commandment. Casting aside every inferior attachment, Anand Mohima offers her sole allegiance to the Lord, not by the hair-splitting distinctions of scholars, but by the sure logic of faith. The childlike saint has solved the only problem in human life, establishment of unity with God. Man has forgotten this stark simplicity, now befogged by a million issues, refusing a monotheistic love to God. The nations disguise their infidelity by punctilious respect before the outward scenes of charity. These humanitarian gestures are virtuous because for a moment they divert man's attention from himself, but they do not free him from his single responsibility in life, referred to by Jesus as the first commandment. The uplifting obligation to love God is assumed with man's first breath of an air freely bestowed by his own benefactor. On one other occasion after her Ranchi visit, I had opportunity to see Anand Mohima. She stood among her disciples some months later on a Rampur station platform, waiting for the train. Father, I am going to the Himalayas, she told me. Generous disciples have built me a hermitage in Dehradun. As she boarded the train, I marveled to see that whether amidst a crowd on a train feasting or sitting in silence, her eyes never looked away from God. Within me I still hear her voice, an echo of measureless sweetness. Behold now and always one with the eternal. I am ever the same. Chapter 46. The woman yogi who never eats. Sir, whither are we bound this morning? Mr. White was driving the Ford. He took his eyes off the road long enough to gaze at me with a questioning twinkle. From day to day, the seldom knew what part of Bengal he would be discovering next. God willing, I replied devotedly. We are on our way to see an eighth wonder of the world. A woman saint whose diet is thin air. Repetition of wonders after their Theresa Newman. But Mr. White laughed eagerly just the same. He even accelerated the speed of the car. More extraordinary quest for his travel daddy. Not one of an average tourist that. The Ranchi school had just been left behind us. We had risen before the sun, besides my secretary and myself. 3 Bengali friends were in the party. We drank in the exhilarating air, the natural wine of the morning. Our driver guided the car warily among the early peasants and the 2-wheeled carts, slowly drawn by yoked, hump-shouldered bullocks, inclined to dispute the road with a honking interloper. Sir, we would like to know more of the fasting saint. Her name is Giribala. I informed my companions. I first heard about her years ago from a scholarly gentleman, Sithithi Lal Nandi. He often came to the Gopal Road home to tutor my brother Vishnu. I know Giribala well, Sithithi Babu told me. She employs a certain yoga technique which enables her to live without eating. I was her close neighbor in Nawabganj near Ichanpur. I made it a point to watch her closely. Never did I find evidence that she was taking either food or drink. My interest finally mounted so high that I approached the Maharaja of Burdwan and asked him to conduct an investigation. Astounded at the story, he invited her to his palace. She agreed to a test and lived for 2 months locked up in a small section of his home. Later she returned for a palace visit of 20 days and then for a third test of 15 days. The Maharaja himself told me that these three vigorous scrutinies had convinced him beyond doubt of her non-eating state. This story of Stiti Babu's has remained in my mind for over 25 years. I concluded. Sometimes in America I wondered if the river of time would not swallow the yogini before I could meet her. She must be quite aged now. I do not even know where or if she lives, but in a few hours we shall reach Purulia. Her brother has a home there. But 10:30, our little group was conversing with the brother Rambadar Day, a lawyer of Purulia. Yes, my sister is living. She sometimes stays with me here, but at present she is at our family home in Birur. Ramadar Babu glanced doubtfully at the fort. I hardly think, Swamiji, that any automobile has ever penetrated into the interior as far as Birur. It might be best if you all resign yourself to the ancient joy of the bullock cart. As one voice, our party preached loyalty to the pride of Detroit. The fort comes from America, I told the lawyer. It would be a shame to deprive it of an opportunity to get acquainted with the heart of Bengal. May grace go with you, Ramadar Babu said, laughing. He added courteously, if you ever get there, I am sure Giriwala will be glad to see you. She is approaching her 70s, but continues in excellent health. Please tell me, sir, if it is absolutely true that she eats nothing. I looked directly into his eyes, those telltale windows of the mind. It is true. His gaze was open and unwavering. In more than 5 decades, I have never seen her eat a morsel. If the world suddenly came to an end, I could not be more astonished than by the sight of my sisters taking food. We chuckled together over the improbability of these two cosmic events. Giriwala has never sought an inaccessible solitude for her yoga practices. Ramadar Babu went on. She has lived her entire life surrounded by her family and friends. They are all well accustomed now to her strange state. Not one of them who would not be stupefied if Giriwala suddenly decided to eat anything. Sister is naturally retiring, as befits a Hindu widow, but our little circle in Purulia and in Birur all know that she is literally an exceptional woman. The brother's sincerity was manifest. Our little party thanked him warmly and set out toward Birur. We stopped at a street shop for curry and luchis, attracting a swarm of urchins who gathered round to watch Mr. White eating with his finger in the simple Hindu manner. Hearty appetites caused us to fortify ourselves against an afternoon, which none at the moment was to prove fairly laborious. Our way now led east through sun-baked rice field into the Bodwan section of Bengal, on through roads lined with dense vegetation, the songs of the Maynas and the stripe-throated bulbuls streamed out from trees with huge umbrella-like branches. A bullock cart now and then, the Vini Manju Manju squeak of its axle and iron-shod wooden wheels, contrasting sharply in mind with the swiss of auto tires over the aristocratic asphalt of the cities. Dick Hart, my sudden request brought a jolting protest from the fort. That overburdened mango tree is fairly shouting an invitation. The 5 of us dashed like children to the mango-strewn earth. The tree had benevolently said its fruit as they had ripened. Full many a mango is born to lie unseen. I paraphrased and wished its sweetness on the stony ground. Nothing like this in America, Swamiji laughed Silas Majumdar, one of my Bengali students. No, I admitted, covered with mango juice and contentment. How I have missed this fruit in the West. A Hindu's heaven without mangoes is inconceivable. I picked up a rock and down a proud beauty hidden on the highest rim. Dick, I asked between bites of ambrosia, warm with the tropical sun. Are all the cameras in the car? Yes, sir, in the baggage compartment. If Girivala proves to be a true saint, I want to write about her in the West. A Hindu yogini with such inspiring powers should not live and die unknown, like most of these mangoes. Half an hour later, I was still strolling in the Sylvia piece. Sir, Mr. Wright remarked, we should reach Girivala before the sun sets to have enough light for photographs. He added with a grin, the Westerners are a skeptical lot. We can't expect them to believe in a lady without any pictures. This bit of wisdom was indisputable. I turned my back on temptation and re-entered the car. You are right, Dick, I sighed as we sped along. I sacrificed the mango paradise on the altar of Western realism. Photographs we must have. The road became more and more sickly. Wrinkles of roots, boys of hardened clay, the sad infirmities of old age. Our group dismounted occasionally to allow Mr. Wright to more easily maneuver the front Ford which the four of us pushed from behind. Lambadar Babu spoke truly. Cyrus acknowledged. The car is not carrying us. We are carrying the car. Our climb in, climb out auto stadium was beguiled ever and anon by the appearance of a village, each one a scene of quaint simplicity. Our way twisted and turned through groups of palms among ancient, unspoiled villages nestling in the forest shade. Mr. Wright has recorded in his travel diary under the date of May 5, 1936. Very fascinating are these clusters of thatched mud huts, decorated with one of the name of God on the door. Many small naked children innocently playing about, pausing to stare or run wildly from this big black bullock carries, tearing madly through their village. The woman merely peeped from the shadows, while the man lazily rolled beneath the trees along the roadside, curious beneath their nonchalance. In one place, as all the villagers were gaily bathing in the large tank, in their garments changing by draping dry cloths around their ladies, but around their bodies, dropping the weight ones. Women bearing water to their homes in huge brass jars. The road led us a merry chase over mount and ridge. We bounced and tossed, dipped into small streams, detoured around an unfinished causeway, seated across dry sandy river beds, and finally about 5 p.m. we were close to our destination. Beulah, this minute village in the interior of Bankura district, hidden in the protection of dense forests, is unapproachable by travelers during the rainy seasons, when the streams are raging torrent and the roads serpent-like spirit the mud venom. Asking for a guide among a group of worshippers on their way home from a temple prayer, out in the lonely field, we were besieged by a dozen scantily clad lads who clambered on the sides of the car, eager to conduct us to Girivala. The road led toward a grove of date palm, shattering a group of mud huts. But before we had reached it, the Ford was momentarily tipped at a dangerous angle, tossed up and dropped down. The narrow trail led around trees and tank, over ridges into holes and deep roots. The car became anchored on a clump of bushes, then grounded on a hill rock. Requiring a lift of earth clods, on we proceeded, slowly and carefully. Suddenly the way was stopped by a mass of brush in the middle of the cart track, necessitating a detour to a precipitous race into a dry tank, rescue from which demand some scraping, edging, and shoveling. Again and again the road seemed impassable, but the pilgrimage must go on. Of rising lads fetched speeds and demolished the obstacles, sets of gurneys, while hundreds of children and parents stared. Soon we were threading our way along the two words of antiquity, women gazing, wide-eyed from their hut doors, men trailing alongside and behind us, children scampering to swell the procession. Ours was perhaps the first auto to traverse these roads. The bullock cart union must be omnipotent there. Here, what a sensation we created. A group piloted by an American and pioneering in a snorting car right into their hamlet fastness, invading the ancient privacy and sanctity. Halting by a narrow lane, we found ourselves within 100 feet of Girivala's ancestral home. We felt the thrill of fulfillment after the long road struggle crowned by a rough finish. We approached a large two-storied building of brick and plaster, dominating the surrounding adobe huts. The house was under the process of repair. For around it was the characteristically tropical framework of bamboos. With feverish anticipation and suppressed rejoicing, we stood before the open doors of the one blessed by the Lord's hungerless touch. Constantly agape were the villagers, young and old, bare and dressed, women aloof somewhat, but inquisitive too, man and boy unabashedly at our heels as they gazed on this unprecedented spectacle. Soon a short figure came into view in the doorway. Giriwala, she was swathed in a cloth of dull gold silk in typical Indian fashion. She drew forward modestly and hesitantly peering slightly from beneath the upper fold of her Swadeshi cloth. Her eyes glistened like smoldering embers in the shadow of her headpiece. We were enamored by a most benevolent and kindly face, a face of realization and understanding, free from the taint of earthly attachment. Meekly she approached and silently assented to our snapping a number of pictures with our still and movie cameras. Patiently and slyly she endured our photo techniques of posture adjustment and right arrangement. Finally, we had recorded for posterity many photographs of the only woman in the world who is known to have lived without food or drink for over 50 years. Theresa Newman, of course, has fasted since 1923. Most motherly was Giriwala's expression as she stood before us, completely covered in a loose flowing cloth. Nothing of her body visible but her face with its downcast eyes, her hands and her tiny feet, a face of rare peace and innocent poise, a bright, childlike quivering lip, a feminine nose, narrow sparkling eyes, and a wistful smile. Mr. Wright's impression of Giriwala was shared by myself. Spirituality enfolded her like her gently shining veil. She pronamed before me in the customary gesture of greeting from a householder to a monk. Her simple charm and quiet smile gave us welcome beyond that of honeyed oratory. Forgotten was our difficult, destitute. The little saint seated herself cross-legged on a veranda. Though bearing the scars of age, she was not emaciated. Her olive-colored skin had remained clear and healthy in tone. Mother, I said in Bengali, for over 25 years I have thought eagerly of this very pilgrimage. I heard about your sacred life from Sthiti Lal Nandi Babu. She nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, my good neighbor in Nawabganj. During those years, I have crossed the ocean, but I never forget my early plan to someday see you. The sublime drama that you are here, playing so inconspicuously, so deblazoned before a world that has long forgotten the inner food divine. The saint lifted her eyes for a minute, smiling with serene interest. Baba, honored father, knows best. She answered meekly. I was happy that she had taken no offense. One never knows how great yogis or yoginis will react to the thought of publicity. They shun it, as a rule, wishing to pursue in silence the profound soul-searching. An inner sanction comes to them when the proper time arrives to display their lives openly for the benefit of seeking minds. Mother, I went on, please forgive me then for burdening you with many questions. Kindly answer only those that please you. I shall understand your silence also. She spread her hands in a gracious gesture I am glad to reply, insofar as an insignificant person like myself can give satisfactory answer. Oh no, not insignificant. I protested sincerely. You are a great soul. I am the humble servant of all. She added quietly, I love to cook and feed people. A strange pastime. I thought for a non-eating saint. Tell me, mother, from your own lips, do you live without food? That is true. She was silent for a moment. Her next remark showed that she had been struggling with mental arithmetic. From the age of 12 years, 4 months down to my present age of 68, a period of over 56 years. I have not eaten food or taken liquid. Are you never tempted to eat? If I felt a craving for food, I would have to eat. Simply yet regaling, she stated this axiomatic truth, one known none too well by a word, revolving around 3 meals a day. But you do not eat something. My tone held a note of remonstration. Of course, he smiled in swift understanding. Your nourishment derives from the finer energies of the air and sunlight, and from the cosmic power which recharges your body through the medulla oblongata. Baba knows. Again she acquiesced, her manner soothing and unempathetic. Mother, please tell me about your early life. It holds a deep interest for all of India, and even for our brothers and sisters beyond the seas. Girivala put aside her habitual reserve, relaxing into a conversational mood. So be it. Her voice was low and firm. I was born in these forest regions. My childhood was unremarkable, save that I was possessed by an insatiable appetite. I had been betrothed in early years. Child, my mother often warned me, try to control your greed. When the time comes for you to live among strangers in your husband's family, what will they think of you if your days are spent in nothing but eating? The calamity she had foreseen came to pass. I was only 12 when I joined my husband's pupil in Nawabganj. My mother-in-law shamed me morning, noon and night about my gluttonous habits. Her scorning were a blessing in disguise. However, they roused my dormant spiritual tendencies. One morning her ridicule was merciless. I shall soon prove to you, I said, stung to the quick, that I shall never touch food again as long as I live. My mother-in-law laughed in derision. So, she said, how can you live without eating when you cannot live without overeating? This remark was unanswerable, yet an iron resolution scaffolded my spirit. In a secluded spot I sought my heavenly Father. Lord, I prayed incessantly, please send me a guru, one who can teach me to live by thy light and not by food. A divine ecstasy fell over me. Led by a beatific spell, I set out for the Nawabganj Ghat on the Ganges. On the way, I encountered the priest of my husband's family. When we were sir, I said trustingly, kindly tell me how to live without eating. He stared at me without reply. Finally, he spoke in consoling manner. Child, he said, come to the temple this evening. I will conduct a special Vedic ceremony for you. This vague answer was not the one I was seeking. I continued toward the ghat. The morning sun pierced the water. I purified myself in the Ganges, as though for a sacred initiation. As I left the river bank, my weight cloth around me in the broad glare of day, my master materialized himself before me. Dear little one, he said in a voice of loving compassion, I am the Guru sent here by God to fulfill your urgent prayer. He was deeply touched by its very unusual nature. From today you shall live by the astral light, your bodily atoms fed from the infinite current. Giriwala fell into silence. I took my writes, pencil and pad and translated into English a few items for his information. The saint resumed the tale, her gentle voice barely audible. The ghat was deserted, but my guru cast round us an aura of guarding light that no stray bathers later disturbed us. He initiated me with a Kriya technique, which frees the body from dependence on the gross food of mortals. The technique includes the use of a certain mantra and a breathing exercise more difficult than the average person could perform. No medicine or magic is involved, nothing beyond the clear. In the manner of the American newspaper reporter who had unknowingly taught me his procedure, I questioned Grivala on many matters which I thought would be of interest to the world. She gave me bit by bit the following information. I have never had any children many years ago. I became a widow. I sleep very little. Sleep and waking are the same to me. I meditate at night, attending to my domestic duties in the daytime. I slightly feel the change in climate from season to season. I have never been sick or experienced any disease. I feel only slight pain when accidentally injured. I have no body excretion. I can control my heart and breathing. I often see my guru as well as other great souls in vision. Mother, I ask, why don't you teach others the method of living without food? My ambitious hopes for the world's starving millions were nipped in the bud. No, she shook her head. I was strictly commanded by my guru not to divulge the secret. It is not his wish to tamper with God's drama of creation. The farmers would not thank me if I taught many people to live without eating. The luscious fruits would lie uselessly on the ground. It appears that misery, starvation, and disease are whips of our karma, which ultimately drive us to seek the true meaning of life. Mother, I said slowly, what is the use of your having been singled out to live without eating? To prove that man is a spirit, her face lit with wisdom, to demonstrate that by divine advancement he can gradually learn to live by the eternal light and not by food. The saint sank into a deep meditative state. Her gaze was directed inward. The gentle depth of her eyes became expressionless. She gave a certain sigh, the prelude to the ecstatic, breathless trance. For a time she had fled to the questionless realm, the heaven of inner joys. The tropical darkness had fallen. The light of a small kerosene lamp flickered fitfully over the faces of a score of villagers squatting silently in the shadows. The darting glowworms and distant oil lanterns of the huts wove bright and eerie pattern into the velvet night. It was a painful hour of parting. A slow, tedious journey lay before our little party. Giriwala, I said as the saint opened her eyes, please give me a keepsake, a strip of one of your saris. She soon returned with a piece of Benares silk, extending it in her hand as she suddenly prostrated herself on the ground. Mother, I said reverently, rather let me touch your own blessed feet. Chapter 47. I return to the best. I have given many yoga lessons in India and America, but I must confess that as a Hindu, I am unusually happy to be conducting a class for English students. My London class members laughed appreciatively. No political turmoils ever disturbed our yoga peace. India was now a hallowed memory. It is September 1936. I am in England to fulfill a promise given 16 months earlier to lecture again in London. England too is receptive to the timeless yoga message. Reporters and newsreel cameramen swarmed over my quarters at Grosvenor House. The British National Council of the World Fellowship of Faith organized a meeting on September 29th at Whitefields Congregational Church, where I addressed the audience on the weighty subject of how faith in fellowship may save civilization. The 8 o'clock lectures at Caxton Hall attracted such crowds that on 2 nights the overflow waited in Windsor House Auditorium for my second talk at 9:30. Yoga classes during the following weeks grew so large that Mr. Wright was obliged to arrange a transfer to another hall. The English tenacity has admirable expression in a spiritual relationship. The London yoga students loyally organized themselves after my departure into a self-realization fellowship center, holding their meditation meeting weekly throughout the bitter bar years. Unforgettable weeks in England. Days of sightseeing in London. then over the beautiful countryside. Mr. White and I summoned the trusty fort to visit the birthplaces and tombs of the great poets and heroes of British history. Our little party sailed from Southampton for America in late October on the Bremen. The majestic Statue of Liberty in New York Harbor brought a joyous, emotional gulp not only to the thoughts of Miss Dredge and Mr. White, but to my own. The fort, a bit battered from struggles with ancient soils, was still puissant. It now took in its stride the transcontinental trip to California in late 1936, through Mount Washington. The year-end holidays are celebrated annually at the Los Angeles Center with an 8-hour group meditation on December 24th, spiritual Christmas, followed the next day by a banquet social Christmas. The festivities this year were augmented by the presence of dear friends and students from distant cities who had arrived to welcome home the three world travelers. The Christmas Day feast included delicacies brought 15,000 miles for this glad occasion: Gucci mushrooms from Kashmir, canned rasgulla and mango pulp, pepper biscuits, and an oil of the Indian kiowa flower, which flavored our ice cream. The evening found us grouped around a huge sparkling Christmas tree, the nearby fireplace crackling with logs of aromatic cypress. Gift time, present from the earth's far corner: Palestine, Egypt, India, England, France, Italy. How laboriously had Mr. White counted the trunks at each foreign junction, that no preferring hands received the treasures intended for loved ones in America. Flakes of the sacred olive trees from the Holy Land, delicate laces and embroideries from Belgium and Holland, Persian carpets, finely woven Kashmiri shawls, everlastingly fragrant sandalwood toys from Mysore, Shiva Bull's eye stones from central provinces, old Indian coins of dynasties long freight, bead-jeweled vases and cups, miniatures, tape strips, temple incense and perfume, Swadeshi cotton prints, lacquer work, Mysore ivory work carving, Persian slippers, with their inquisitive long toe, quaint old illuminated manuscript, velvets, brocades, Gandhi cap, potteries, tiles, brasswork, prayer works, booty of 3 continents. One by one, I distributed the gaily wrapped package from the immense pile under the tree. Sister Gyan Mata, I handed a long box to the Central American lady of sweet wishes and deep realization who, during my absence, had been in charge at Mount Washington. From the paper tissues, she lifted a sari of golden Banaras silk. Thank you, sir. It brings the present of India before my eyes. Mr. Dickinson. The next parcel contained a gift which I had bought in Calcutta Bazaar. Mr. Dickinson will like this, I had thought at the time. A dearly beloved disciple, Mr. Dickinson had been present at every Christmas festivity since the 1925 founding of Mount Washington. At this 11th annual celebration, he was standing before me, untying the ribbons of his square little package, the silver cup. Struggling with emotion, he stared at the present, a tall drinking cup. He seated himself some distance away, apparently in a daze. I smiled at him affectionately before resuming my role as Santa Claus. The ejaculatory evening closed with a prayer to the giver of all gifts, then a group singing of Christmas carols. Mr. Dickinson and I were chatting together some time later. Sir, he said, please let me thank you now for the silver cup. I could not find any words on Christmas night. I brought the gift especially for you. For 43 years, I have been waiting for that silver cup. It is a long story, one I have kept hidden within me. Mr. Dickinson looked at me slyly. The beginning was dramatic. I was drowning. My older brother had playfully pushed me into a 15-foot pool in a small town in Nebraska. I was only 5 years old then. As I was about to sing for the second time, under the water a dazzling multicolored light appeared, filling all space. In the midst was the figure of a man with tranquil eyes and reassuring smile. My body was sinking for the third time when one of my brother companion bent a tall slender willow tree in such a long tip that I could grasp it with my desperate fingers. The boys lifted me to the bank and successfully gave me first aid treatment. 12 years later, a youth of 17, I visited Chicago with my mother. It was 1893. The great world parliament of religions was in session. Mother and I were walking down a main street when again I saw the mighty flash of light a few paces away. Strolling leisurely along was the same man I had seen years before in vision. He approached a large auditorium and vanished with the door. Mother, I cried, that was the man who appeared at the time I was drowning. She and I hastened into the building. The man was seated on a lecture platform. We soon learned that he was Swami Vivekananda of India. After he had given a soul-stirring talk, I went forward to meet him. He smiled on me graciously, as though we were old friends. I was so young that I did not know how to give expression to my feelings, but in my heart I was hoping that he would offer to be my teacher. He read my thoughts. No, my son, I am not your guru. Vivekananda gazed with his beautiful piercing eyes deep into my own. Your teacher will come smiling. He will pour out to you more blessing than you are now able to hold. I felt Chicago in a few days. Mr. Dickinson went on, and never saw the great Vivekananda again. But every word he has uttered was indelibly written on my inmost consciousness. Years passed. No teacher appeared. One night in 1925, I prayed deeply that the Lord would send me my guru. A few hours later, I was awakened from deep sleep by soft strains of melody. A band of celestial beings, carrying flutes and other instruments, came before my view. After filling the air with glorious music, the angels slowly vanished. The next evening, I attended for the first time one of your lectures here in Los Angeles and knew then that my prayer had been granted. We smiled at each other in silence. For 11 years now, I have been your Kriya Yoga disciple. Mr. Dickinson continued. Sometimes I wondered about the silver cup. I had almost persuaded myself that Vivekananda's words were only metaphorical. But on Christmas night, as you handed me the square box by the tree, I saw for the third time in my life the same dazzling flash of light. In another minute, I was gazing on my Guru's gift, which Vivekananda had foreseen for me 43 years earlier, a silver cup. Chapter 48. And Ancinates in California. A surprise, sir. During your absence abroad, we have had this Ancinates hermitage built. It is a welcome home gift. Sister Gyan Mata smilingly led me through a gate and up a tree-shaded walk. I saw a building jutting out like a great wide ocean, linear toward the blue brine. First speechlessly, then with awes and ahs, finally with man's insufficient vocabulary of joy and gratitude. I examined the ashram, 16 unusually large rooms, each one charmingly appointed. The stately central hall, with immense ceiling-high windows, looks out on a united altar of glass, ocean sky, a symphony in embroidered opal sapphire. A mantle over the hall's huge fireplace holds the framed likeness of Lahiri Mahasaya, smiling his blessing over this far Pacific heavens. Directly below the hall, built into the valley bluff, two solitary meditation caves confront the infinities of sky and sea. Verandas, sunbathing nooks, acres of orchard, a eucalyptus grove, flagstone paths leading through roses and lilies to quiet elbows, a lone flight of stairs ending on an isolated beach, and a vast water, vast dream ever more concrete, May the good and heroic and bountiful souls of the saints came here reads a prayer for the dwelling. From the Jandavasta, fastened on one of the hermitage door, and may they go hand in hand with us, giving the healing virtues of their blessed gift as widespread as the earth, as far flung as the rivers, as high reaching as the sun, for the furtherance of better man, for the increase of abundance and glory. May obedience conquer disobedience within this house. May peace triumph here over discord, free-hearted giving over avarice, truthful speech over deceit, reverence over contempt, that our minds be delighted and our soul uplifted. Let our bodies be glorified as well, and O light divine, may we see then thee, and may be approaching come round about thee and attain unto thine entire companionship. This self-realizing Jason Fellowship Ashram had been made possible through the generosity of a few American disciples, American businessmen of endless responsibilities who yet find time daily for their Kriya Yoga. Not a word of the hermitage construction had been allowed to reach me during my stay in India and Europe. Astonishment, delight. During my earlier years in America, I had combed the coast of California in quest of a small site for a seaside ashram. Whenever I had found a suitable vocation, some obstacle had invariably arisen to thwart me. Gazing now over the broad acres of Ak and Sinitas, humbly I saw the effortless fulfillment of Sri Yukteswar's long ago prophecy, a hermitage by the ocean. A few months later, Easter of 1937, I conducted on the smooth lawns at Encinitas the first of many sunrise services, like the Magi of old. Several hundred students gazed in devotion awe at the daily miracle. The early solar fire rides in the eastern sky. To the west lay the inexhaustible Pacific booming its solemn praise in the distance. A tiny white sailing boat and the lonely flight of a seagull. Christ, thou art risen, not alone with the vernal sun, but in the eternal dawn of spirit. Many happy months sped by. In the peace of perfect beauty, I was able to complete at the hermitage a long projected work. Cosmic chants. I set to English words and Western musical notation, about 40 songs, some original, others my adaptation of ancient melodies, included Bharata Sankar chant, no birth, no death, two favorites of Sri Yukteswar's wake yet wake, O my saint, and desire my great enemy, the holy Sanskrit hymn to Brahma, old Bengali song, what lightning flash, and they have heard thy name. Tagore's who is in my temple, and a number of my compositions, I will be thine always. In the land beyond my dreams, come out of the silent sky. Listen to my soul call in the temple of silence, and thou art my life. For a preface to the songbook, I recounted my first outstanding experience with the receptivity of Westerner to the quietly devotional airs of the East. The occasion had been a public lecture. The time, April 18, 1926, the place, Carnegie Hall in New York. Mr. Hunsiker, I had confided to an American student, I am planning to ask the audience to sing an ancient Hindu chant, O God beautiful. Sir, Mr. Hunsiker had protested, these Oriental songs are alien to American understanding. What a shame if the lecture were to be marred by a commentary of overripe tomatoes. I had laughingly disagreed. Music is a universal language. Americans will not fail to feel the soul aspiration in this lofty chant. During the lecture, Mr. Hunsiker had sat behind me on the platform, probably fearing for my safety. His doubts were groundless. Not only had there been an absence of unwelcome vegetables, but for 1 hour and 25 minutes the strains of O God beautiful had sounded uninterruptedly from 3,000 throats. Blaze no longer, dear New Yorkers, Your hearts had soared out in a simple paean of rejoicing. Divine healing had taken place that evening among the devotees chanting with love the Lord's blessed name. The secluded life of a literary ministerial was not my role for long. Soon I was dividing every fortnight between Los Angeles and Encinitas. Sunday services, classes, lectures before clubs and colleges, interviews with students, ceaseless stream of correspondence, articles for East-West, direction of activities in India, and numerous small centers in American sites. Much time was given also to the arrangement of Kriya and other self-realization fellowship teachings into a series of studies for the distant yoga seekers, whose zeal recognized no limitation of space. Joyous dedication of a self-realization church of all religious took place in 1938 at Washington, D.C. set amidst landscaped grounds. The stately church stands in a section of the city aptly called Friendship Heights. The Washington leader is Swami Premanand, educated at the Ranchi School and Calcutta University. I had summoned him in 1928 to assume leadership of the Washington Self-Realization Fellowship Center. Premanand, I told him during a visit to his new temple, this eastern headquarters is a memorial in stone to your tireless devotion. Here in the nation's capital you have had aloft the light of Sahri Mahas's ideal. Premanand accompanied me from Washington for a brief visit to the Self-Realization Fellowship Center in Boston. What joy to see again the Kriya Yoga band who had remained steadfast since 1920. The Boston leader, Dr. M. W. Lewis, lodged my companion and myself in a modern artistically decorated suite. Sir, Dr. Lewis said to me smilingly, during your early years in America, you stayed in this city in a single room without bath. I wanted you to know that Boston possesses some luxurious apartments. The shadows of approaching carnage were lengthening over the world. Already the acute ear might hear the frightful drums of war. During interviews with thousands in California and through a worldwide correspondence, I found that man and woman were deeply searching their hearts. The tragic outer insecurity had emphasized need for the eternal anchorage. We have indeed learned the value of meditation. The leader of the London Self-Realization Fellowship Center wrote me in 1941, and know that nothing can disturb our inner peace. In the last few weeks, during a meeting, we have heard air-raid warnings and listened to the explosion of delayed action bombs, but our students still gather and thoroughly enjoy our beautiful service. Another letter reached me from Walton, England, just before America entered the conflict. In no very pathetic word, Dr. L. Cranmer Byng, noted editor of the Wisdom of the East series, wrote, when I read East-West, I realized how far apart we seemed to be, apparently living in two different worlds. Beauty, order, calm, and peace come to me from Los Angeles, sailing into port as a vessel laden with the blessing and comfort of the Holy Grail to a beleaguered city. I see us in a dream, your palm tree grove, and the temple at Encinitas with its ocean stretches and mountain views, and above all, its fellowship of spirituality-minded man and woman, a community comprehended in unity, absorbed in creative work, and replenished in contemplation. It is the word of my own vision, in the making of which I hoped to bear my little part, and now, perhaps in a body I shall never reach your golden solace, nor worship in your temple, but is something and more, to have had the vision and know that in the midst of war there is still a peace. The arise that abides in your harbors and among your hills. Greetings to all the fellowship from a common soldier, written on the watch tower waiting for the dawn. The war years brought a spiritual awakening among men whose diversions had never before included the study of New Testament, one sweet discernment from the bitter herbs of war to satisfy a growing need, an inspiring little self-realization church of all religions was built and dedicated in 1942 at Hollywood. The site faces Olive Hill and a distant Los Angeles planetarium. The church, finished in blue, white and gold, is reflected amidst the water hiker sits in a large pool. The gardens are grey with flowers, a few startled stone deer, a stained glass pergola, and a quaint whizzing bell, thrown in with the pennies and a kaleidoscopic wishes of man has been many a pure aspiration for the soul treasure of spirit, a universal benighted flow from small niches with statues of Lahiri Mahasaya and Sri Yukteswar and of Krishna, Buddha, Confucius, Saint Francis and a beautiful mother of pearl reproduction of Christ at the Last Supper. Another self-realization church of all religion was founded in 1943 at San Diego, a quiet hilltop temple. It stands in a sloping valley of eucalyptus overlooking sparkling San Diego Bay. Sitting one evening in this tranquil heaven, I was pouring out my heart in song. Under my finger was the sweet-toned organ of the church. On my lips the yearning plaint of an ancient Bengali devotees who had searched for eternal solace. In this world, Mother, none can love me. In this world, they do not know love divine. Where is their pure loving love? Where is their truly loving thee? There my heart longs to be. My companion in the chapel, Dr. Leod Kenneth, the San Diego Central leader, was smiling a little at the words of the song. Tell me truly, Paramhansi, has it been but it? He gazed at me. With an earnest sincerity, I understood his laconic question. Have you been happy in America? What about the disillusionment, the heartaches, the center leaders who could not read, the students who could not be taught? Blessed is the man whom the Lord doth test. Doctor, he had remembered now and then to put a burden on me. I thought then of all the faithful ones, of the love and devotion and understanding that lay in the heart of America. With slow emphasis, I went on. But my answer is yes, 1,000 times yes. It has been worthwhile. It has been a constant inspiration more than ever. I dream to see West and East brought closer in the only lasting bond, the spiritual. Silently, I added a prayer. May Babaji and Sri Yukteswarji feel that I have done my part, not disappointing the high hope in which they sent me forth. I turned again to the organ. This time my song was tinged with a martial valor. The grinding wheel of the time doth mar, full many a strife of moon and star, and many a brightly smiling morn. But still my soul is marching on. Darkness, death, and failure weed. To block my path, they fiercely tried. My fight with jealous natures strong, but still my soul is marching on. New York's week of 1945 found me at work in my Encinitas study, revising the manuscript of this book. Paramahansaji, please come outdoor. Dr. Lewis, on a visit from Boston, smiled at me pleadingly from outside my window. Soon we were strolling in the sunshine. My companion pointed to new tower in process of construction along the edge of the fellowship property, adjoining the coast highway. So I see many improvement here since my last visit. Dr. Lewis comes twice annually from Boston to Encinitas. Yes, doctor, a project I have long considered is beginning to take definite form. In these beautiful surroundings, I have started a miniature world colony. Brotherhood is an ideal better understood by example than precept. A small harmonious group here may inspire other ideal communities over the earth. A splendid idea, sir. The colony will surely be a success if everyone sincerely does his part. World is a large term, but man must enlarge his allegiance, considering himself in the light of a world citizen. I continued, a person who truly feels the world is my homeland, It is my America, my India, my Philippines, my England, my Africa. Will never lack hope for a useful and happy life. His natural local pride will know limitless expansion. He will be in touch with creative universal currents. Dr. Lewis and I halted above the lotus pool. Near the Hermitage below us lay the illimitable Pacific. These same waters break equally on the coast of West and East, in California and China. My companion threw a little stone into the first of the oceanic 70 million square miles. Encinitas is a symbolic spot for a bird colony. And that is true, Doctor. We shall arrange here for many conferences and congresses of religion, inviting delegates from all lands. Flags of the nation will hang in our halls. Diminutive temples will be built over the ground, dedicated to the world's principal religions. As soon as possible, I went on. I plan to open a yoga institute here. The blessed role of Kriya Yoga in the West was hardly more than just begun. May all men come to know that there is a definite scientific technique of self-realization for the overcoming of all human misery. Far into the night, my dear friend, the first Kriya Yogi in America, discussed with me the need for bird colonies founded on a spiritual basis. The ills attributed to an anthropomorphic abstraction called society may be laid more realistically at the door of every man. Utopia must spring in his private bosom before it can flower in civic virtue. Man is a soul, not an institution. His inner reform alone can lend permanence to outer ones. My stress on spiritual values, self-realization, a colony exemplifying world brotherhood is empowered to send inspiring vibrations far beyond its local. August 15, 1945. Close of Global World War II. End of a world, dawn of an enigmatic atomic age. The Hermitage residents gathered in the main hall for a prayer of thanksgiving. Heavenly Father, may never it be again. Thy children go henceforth as brothers. Gone was the tension of our years. Our spirit poured in the sun of peace. I gazed happily at each of my American comrades. Lord, I thought gratefully, thou hast given this monk a large family. Thank you very much for listening. This is the end of the book. Thank you very much. Have a